My roommate and I are currently welcoming the incoming freshman. At this moment, a graceful figure walks out from the crowd. I look up and realize that the person approaching is a gorgeous beauty with a stunning figure, and strangely enough, her face looks familiar. Who is this beauty? Could she be a senior from our department? I don't remember our school having a beauty of this caliber. I wonder. This is the new counselor for our department, Yukino Tang. You guys have no chance now. My roommate, Jiro, immediately nudges my shoulder and gives me a knowing look. Xiao, as long as you're bold enough, even a pretty counselor can go on maternity leave. I suddenly remember, it's her. Isn't this the beautiful woman I met at the entrance of a bar a year ago, when I returned home for a friend's birthday party and accidentally drank too much? Back then, I didn't have a very high tolerance for alcohol. I started feeling dizzy after only a few drinks, so I made an excuse about going to the restroom, hoping to leave early and go to sleep. But who would have thought that just as I was about to leave the bar, I encountered a woman at the door who was just as drunk as I was. I don't quite remember what happened afterward. From now on, I will be the counselor for your freshman finance department. I hope everyone will cooperate with my work in the future. As soon as Yukino finished speaking, the students in the room applauded, especially the male students, who clapped with particular enthusiasm. Welcome, Miss Tang. We will definitely cooperate with your work. Facing the students' enthusiastic response, Yukino just nods faintly and prepares to turn and leave. However, just as she is about to walk away, the group of girls disperses, and my dashing face appears right before her. She is stunned, and her calm expression begins to show ripples. Just like that night a year ago, she stares at me wide-eyed, dazed. I am also looking at Yukino. Seeing her face clearly, memories of her instantly flood my mind. We both stare at each other in shock, even forgetting that so many students are watching. Everyone present is stunned, watching us with surprise. What's going on? Do Ms. Tang and the senior know each other? My roommate Jiro is suddenly anxious. Xiao, I was just joking with you. I didn't expect you to be bold enough to stare at the beautiful counselor like that. Seeing the strange looks from the students, Yukino coughs twice to adjust her emotions, pretending not to know me. Yukino says calmly, You guys, don't just stand here. Grab your luggage and follow the seniors to find your dorms. After saying this, she gives me a look and turns away. I nod in understanding. After the freshmen leave, I quietly head in the direction Yukino went. We walk out of the school, one behind the other, without speaking. We reach a secluded street and finally stop. As we lock eyes, the atmosphere feels a bit strange and awkward. After all, we haven't seen each other in a year, and we had no interaction before or after that one night. Yukino is the first to break the deadly silence. It's pretty good, I reply calmly, not trying to be modest. What about you? How has your year been? This simple question seems to touch a sensitive nerve in Yukino, causing her to instantly break down, her eyes turning red. Sob. Tears stream down her face. A beautiful woman, even when sobbing, is so stunning. Seeing Yukino start to cry, I panic. Not knowing how to comfort her, I pull out a tissue and ask, What's wrong? Please don't cry. Yukino takes the tissue, wipes her tears, looks up, and says with utmost seriousness, I had 3 children, and they are all yours. 3 children? This sentence strikes me like a bolt of lightning. I look at Yukino in front of me in utter disbelief. What kind of international joke is this? Having 3 children? Did that one encounter a year ago lead to 3? I think this whole thing is absolutely absurd. You don't believe me? Seeing the expression on my face, Yukino seems to have expected it. She clenches her fists and says shyly, I only became pregnant after that night. I stand there, still finding it hard to believe. After all, this is so explosive. Even a short drama wouldn't dare to write a plot like this. I have trouble accepting it. Being a father out of thin air requires caution. I certainly can't be someone who wears a green hat while raising another person's child. If they really are my children, I will definitely take responsibility. Knowing that my words alone won't convince me, Yukino hails a taxi and signals for me to follow her. I don't know what Yukino wants to do, but to figure out if I have become a father, I get into the car with her. Half an hour later, we arrive at a residential area on the outskirts of the city. The place where Yukino lives is 20 kilometers away from the school, and the commute alone takes over an hour each way. To save money, she has to wake up early every day and transfer through 3 subways to reach the school. She never complains about this and even seems to enjoy it. We're here. Yukino leads me to an old, dilapidated residential building. We climb the stairs to the 3rd floor apartment. Upon entering the living room, I look around. The place is small but well laid out, a simple 2-bedroom apartment. The furniture and decoration are very minimalist, a wooden sofa, a few chairs, and 2 beds. There isn't even a television. At the same time, I notice the coffee table is piled high with diapers and milk powder cans of various sizes. Just as I am looking around, a bedroom door opens and a middle-aged woman around 40 years old walks out. "Miss Tang, you're back. I just finished changing the children's diapers and they are all asleep." Yukino nods and looks at me, introducing, "This is Aunt Wang, the maternity matron I hired." "Hello," I offer a polite greeting. Aunt Wang looks me up and down. Suddenly realizing something, she nods and smiles. "Well, you two talk." With that, she tactfully leaves the living room. Subsequently, Yukino takes me into the bedroom. Upon entering, I am startled by the scene before me. On a large bed, 3 chubby, fair-skinned infants are lying there in a row, fast asleep. The 3 little treasures are delicately carved and polished, especially the little boy in the middle, who looks like a little meatball, making one want to reach out and touch him. Seeing this, I am dumbfounded. I ask in surprise, "Are these all my children?" "Yes," Yukino nods gently. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounds in my mind. "Father's love is like a mountain system officially activated. Congratulations to the host for successfully meeting the children. Reward, 500,000 cash, already deposited into the host's bank account." A system. As a web novel writer, I am very familiar with this, but I never expected that after writing for so long, it would finally be my turn to be bound to one. This system is the "Father's love is like a mountain" system. As long as the host takes care of the children diligently, you can receive various rewards. This system will also issue various tasks from time to time. After completing the tasks, you will receive even richer rewards. After hearing the system's explanation, I roughly understand its functions. Novice Dad Task 1 issued. Please feed the children. Reward, Stock Market Trend Map. With this function, you can obtain the detailed trend of any stock for the next 7 days. A stock market trend map? That's a great item. The stock market has been so hot lately, and everyone is talking about the bull market. With this function, making money in the stock market would be a piece of cake. Thinking this, I slowly walk to the bed, lean over, and look at the 3 babies on the bed with a gentle gaze. They all look so cute. Round heads and pink cheeks, like little meatballs that make you want to kiss them. I don't know why, but seeing them sleeping sweetly, a sense of blood connection instantly wells up in my heart, making me feel incredibly happy. At this time, Yukino walks over and introduces them to me. These 3 are triplets. The one on the far left is the eldest, a boy. The one in the middle is the second, and the one on the right is the third. They are both girls. What are their names? I ask, my voice trembling slightly. Yukino lowers her head and doesn't answer. The children were born not long ago, and she was busy with work. Plus, not knowing where the father was, she naturally didn't have the heart to name them. Can I hold them? Perhaps they sensed their father's arrival. The babies, who were fast asleep, open their eyes and stare at me intently. Yukino can see that I truly like the children, so she agrees to let me hold them. She first picks up the eldest and puts him into my arms. Lift your arm a bit higher. Yes, just like that. Support his head. Yukino patiently instructs me. I am a quick learner. Within moments, I learn how to hold the baby. Although this is my first time, I am very steady. The eldest doesn't cry or fuss. He just stares blankly at the man in front of him who looks a bit like him. Looking at the eldest in my arms, my heart is filled with indescribable excitement. This is my child. Gurgle, gurgle. As if knowing this man is his father, the baby suddenly starts making noises. Seeing this, I can't help but tickle the baby's nose, a doting smile appearing on my face. Seeing this warm scene, Yukino, standing to the side, feels her eyes moisten. She went through 10 months of pregnancy to give birth to these 3 babies. She thought they would grow up without a father's love, but now, by sheer coincidence, she has met me again. It seems this was all fated by heaven. I carefully put the eldest back on the bed and pick up the second baby. Just as I am about to pick up the third, don't. The third one is very shy with strangers, except for me. Even Aunt Wang can't hold her. Before Yukino can finish, I have already picked her up. I turn my head and look at Yukino in confusion. She would what? Nothing. Yukino frowns, looking at the third baby, who is giggling in my arms. She is speechless. Why is this girl suddenly not shy with strangers? It was clear that before, she couldn't be held by anyone but her. Even Aunt Wang would make her cry uncontrollably. Is this what they call the bond of blood? I lower my head and look at the baby in my arms, a smug look on my face. See? Don't look at who their dad is. Seeing me sitting by the bed, happily playing with the three babies. Yukino, seemingly thinking of something embarrassing, bites her lip and walks over. Could you lend me some money? Mentioning this, Yukino's pretty face turns bright red. My salary for this month hasn't been paid yet and the rent is due tomorrow. I'm still short a few hundred. I put the baby down, stand up, and look at Yukino. What is your WeChat ID? Let me add you. Yukino doesn't hesitate. She takes out her phone, opens her WeChat, and adds me. Not long after, Yukino sees that I have transferred 50,000 to her. Before she can be surprised, several more transfers follow, all large transfers of 50,000. A total of 4 transfers add up to 200,000. The daily limit for WeChat transfers is 200,000. I'll give you this much for today. When you use it up, let me know, and I'll send more. Just now, when I saw the children, the system rewarded me with 500,000. Giving 200,000 to Yukino doesn't pain me at all. Besides, this money is for the children. Raising 3 kids costs a lot. Thank you. Looking at the transfer interface on her phone, Yukino is so moved she can't speak for a moment. But soon she remembers something and asks doubtfully, I met you at school today. You must be a student at Jiaotong University too, right? How do you have so much money? I smile. I earned it myself. I say righteously. Earned it? How did you earn it? Yukino is a bit skeptical. Investing in the stock market. It's very hot lately, I explain with a smile. I can't very well tell Yukino that this money was rewarded by a system. I don't plan to tell anyone about the system. Hearing this, Yukino doesn't pry further, although she doesn't play the stock market. She has heard from others how hot the market is lately, as if putting money in guarantees a big profit. Her family doesn't have much money. Her father is an employee of a state-owned enterprise, and her mother is a housewife. The family's monthly income is less than 10,000, so she didn't dare tell them after she got pregnant. She could only rely on herself to make money to raise the 3 children. As a result, she unexpectedly met the father of her children, and what's more unexpected is that he's so good at making money. However, Yukino also knows that stock market risks are high. Therefore, she kindly reminds me, the stock market is risky. You should know when to stop. I nod. I know, don't worry, although I'm not Warren Buffett, my research into the stock market is quite thorough. Mentioning stocks, I suddenly remember the task the system just issued. Feeding the baby gets you the stock market trend map. With this thing, even if Buffett came, he wouldn't be able to beat me. Thinking of this reward, I suddenly say, Yukino, how about this? I'm a junior and don't have many classes. Starting tomorrow, I'll take time off to come here and take care of the kids. You can work with peace of mind, and we can save the money for the maternity matron. Don't, please. Yukino shakes her head and refuses. Your studies are more important. I can just work hard and save the matron's salary. Seeing this, I don't persist. Some things can't be rushed. They must be done slowly. I can see that Yukino is still a bit wary of me. All right. But as the father of the children, I must learn how to take care of them too. Can you teach me how to feed them? Of course, Yukino nods, looking even a little happy. Then, under her guidance, I quickly make the formula for the babies. The babies aren't picky and drink it up happily. Watching the 3 babies feed, I feel like my heart is melting. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, stock market trend map. Novice Dad Task 2, issued. Please change a diaper for the 3 babies. Reward, 1 million cash. This reward is a full 1 million cash. This is so amazing. Hearing the notification in my mind, the corners of my mouth rise involuntarily. Seeing the smile on my face, Yukino thinks it's because I'm looking at the babies. They're very cute, aren't they? Yes, my children are of course cute, I say, looking down at the baby drinking formula, feeling proud. I look up at Yukino and add, and since the mother is so beautiful, it's only natural the children are cute, right? Yukino blushes and glares at me. She feels a sweetness in her heart. Before meeting me, it had been a long time since Yukino felt this kind of happiness. By the way, I'll rent a place for you near the school tomorrow. The place you're living in now is so far away, it's not convenient for you to go to class and it's quite tiring. Hearing this, Yukino feels warm, but she still shakes her head. Forget it. You're still a student. Save money where you can. As for the $200,000 I gave her, she decided to save it and plan it well, using it all for the children. She doesn't mind working hard herself. Seeing her refuse, I don't say anything more. When I rent the place and finalize it, she won't be able to refuse. After feeding the children, Yukino checks the time. It's getting late. You still have afternoon classes. Why don't you head back first? In such a hurry to send me away? While she is distracted, I suddenly reach out and hold her soft hand tightly. Yukino doesn't speak. Facing this sudden happiness, she is at a loss. She wants to pull her hand away, but I hold on, refusing to let go. I know you might think I'm only being nice because of the babies, but you don't know. Since that night, I have never forgotten you. Over this past year, several girls have confessed to me, but I have refused them all. Because I was always hoping that one day, I might meet you again. And the day I've been waiting for has finally arrived. I look at Yukino affectionately. Hearing this confession, Yukino's face turns slightly red. Deep inside, ripples form, and her heart starts beating faster. She has to admit that I am indeed excellent. Not only am I handsome, but I'm also very responsible. Although I don't want to leave, it's obvious Yukino doesn't want me to stay. I have no choice but to stand up and leave. Yukino walks me to the door. Until my figure disappears into the hallway, she sighs and returns to the bedroom. But the next day, something unexpected happens. My roommate joked that, as long as I'm bold enough, the beautiful teaching assistant can go on maternity leave. I never imagined that Yukino, the beautiful teaching assistant, would actually give birth to triplets for me. To ensure the mother and the babies can live comfortably, I immediately rent a 3-bedroom apartment for $5,000. I take out my phone and quickly message Yukino. Hey Yukino, where are you now? I'm eating in the faculty cafeteria. Yukino's voice seems a bit flustered. I see, I say with some regret. I was originally going to ask you to come out to eat with me. No, the food in the faculty cafeteria is quite good, and cheap too. Yukino hurriedly refuses. You have to know that now she has to raise 3 babies, so every cent saved counts. All right then, I nod. I just rented an apartment near the school. If you don't have classes this afternoon, we'll go together to move. Ah, hearing this, Yukino says with some surprise. Why are you renting an apartment? Didn't I tell you it's not necessary? That's too wasteful. I speak forcefully. What's wasteful about it? The place you live now is so far from the school. You waste several hours commuting every day. If you move near the school, it'll be more convenient for me to take care of the babies. Fine. My tough attitude leaves Yukino no choice but to compromise. Soon, it's 4 in the afternoon. Yukino calls me to say she's finished her classes for the day. We agree to meet on the snack street outside the school. Not long after, Yukino appears in my sight. I walk up to her smiling and ask softly, How was the first day of class? Those juniors didn't give you a hard time, did they? It was okay, Yukino says, looking down. Is that apartment you rented expensive? I shake my head. It's not expensive. Don't worry. Just live there. It's a standard apartment complex, only 2 kilometers from the school. It's a 3-bedroom apartment, so there's plenty of space. Hearing it's so close to school, Yukino's expression lights up. After all, being close means she can see the babies earlier after class. She looks at me gently and whispers, Thank you. Don't be so polite. Let's go. I'll take you to move. To save money, Yukino originally wanted to take the subway, but I don't give her a chance and hail a taxi. Half an hour later, we return to Yukino's apartment. As soon as we enter, we see Aunt Wang in the living room coaxing the 3 children. Miss Tang! Mr. Xiao! You're back! Aunt Wang greets us warmly. Aunt Wang specifically pulls Yukino aside to chat for a while. Soon, she learns that I am the father who had been missing all this time. Although she doesn't know much, seeing that I gave Yukino a large sum of money the moment we met, her view of this irresponsible father changes significantly. After all, she knows how hard Yukino has worked taking care of the 3 babies. Now that the father has finally appeared, Aunt Wang is truly happy for Yukino. While Aunt Wang is distracted, I suddenly say, Thank you so much for taking care of our Yukino during this time. Hearing me call her that, Yukino looks at me in surprise, her face flushing red. With Aunt Wang still there, She feels embarrassed. Oh, what is there to thank? Aunt Wang smiles, seeing me walk over and take the third baby from her arms. This is what I should do. It's like this, Aunt Wang. Yukino and I have rented an apartment near Jiaotong University. It's much bigger than this apartment, and the community environment is very good. Can you go there to help us take care of the children? Aunt Wang smiles slightly. Of course, no problem. To be honest, it's actually closer for me to go to Jiaotong University than it is to come here. Hearing this, I immediately decide, all right, let's move now. Aunt Wang, you come with us. From now on, Yukino and the 3 babies will have to trouble you. To celebrate moving to the new house, I'll raise your salary by 50%. Hearing this, Aunt Wang is all smiles. The workplace is closer to home, and the salary has gone up. Who wouldn't be happy? Yukino doesn't object, because Aunt Wang has indeed taken good care of her. A raise is deserved. The 3 of them immediately start packing. I call a moving company and bring Yukino and Aunt Wang to the Rose Garden community near the school. Upon entering the living room and seeing the spacious apartment, Yukino can hardly blink. She looks at me at the door, busy moving the luggage. Suddenly, she hears Aunt Wang say from behind, "Miss Tang, you have a great eye. Mr. Xiao is a good man. Now that your family is reunited, life will definitely get better and better." Hearing Aunt Wang's words, Yukino's face blushes slightly. Thank you, Aunt Wang. At this moment, her heart is filled with happiness. 20 minutes later, we finish unpacking everything. Just then, the second baby, held by Aunt Wang, suddenly bursts into loud cries. Oh, my little darling, did you have a stinky diaper? Aunt Wang prepares to carry the baby to find a replacement diaper. I suddenly remember the task the system issued yesterday, so I hurriedly block Aunt Wang and say, Aunt Wang, let me do it. You teach me how to change a diaper. I need to learn how to take care of the baby too. Hearing this, Aunt Wang is even happier because few novice dads are willing to take the initiative to change diapers. Okay, go get the diaper and I'll teach you. Under Aunt Wang's patient guidance, I quickly learn how to change a diaper. In a few minutes, the second baby is cleaned up. Just then, the system's voice sounds. Congratulations to the host for completing the novice dad task. Reward, 1 million cash. The host has become a qualified novice dad. Bonus, advanced cooking skills and a marrow cleansing pill. Advanced cooking skills. Skills not inferior to a national banquet chef. Marrow cleansing pill. After consuming this pill, the host will undergo a transformation from the inside out, gaining powerful physical strength and improved appearance. As soon as the system finishes speaking, I feel a bottle-shaped item in my pocket, and at the same time, a vast amount of culinary knowledge floods my mind. I feel like I can apply for the position of head chef at a 5-star hotel right now without any problems. Naturally, I want to show off a bit. I look at Yukino and say, Yukino, there's a vegetable market nearby. I'll go buy some food and cook for you all tonight. Hearing this, Yukino turns her head in surprise. You can cook? You know, there are very few college students who can cook. What a hidden gem of a boy. Of course. I raise an eyebrow and say smugly, whatever you want to eat tonight, I can make it for you. Anything is fine, Yukino says with a smile. Actually, hearing that I can cook, she has a small expectation in her heart. She wonders how good the children's father is at cooking. So under the expectant gaze of everyone, I hum a tune and leave the house to buy groceries. After I leave, Aunt Wang can't help but turn to Yukino and say, Miss Tang, it seems you really found a good husband. Oh, stop it, Yukino says, blushing shyly. Although she doesn't know what to say, she feels sweet inside. Look at my husband, let alone cooking for the kids. I've been married to him for so many years and I've never seen him step into the kitchen a few times. Once on this topic, Aunt Wang is like a faucet turned on, complaining endlessly about her husband to Yukino, while not forgetting to praise me. Facing Aunt Wang's flattery, Yukino is calm on the surface, but she is bursting with joy inside. After all, her man is so excellent. How could she not be happy? Soon, I return with bags full of various ingredients. Looking at this, Aunt Wang and Yukino are both stunned. You're gonna cook all this? Can we eat so much? And you know so many styles of cooking? I smile at Yukino. Don't worry, just leave it to your man. I carry the ingredients into the kitchen and start working. Out of curiosity, Yukino puts on her slippers and quietly approaches the kitchen door, wanting to see how good my cooking really is. It doesn't take long for her to be completely shocked. In the kitchen, I handle the knife with ease, chopping, slicing, and dicing. In just a few minutes, I have the meat and vegetables ready. Then I take the radishes and cut them into thin, uniform slices on the cutting board. The sound of the knife hitting the board has a rhythmic, almost artistic quality. I neatly arrange the prepared ingredients on plates, then heat the oil and start cooking. Seeing this, Yukino is completely dumbfounded. She never expected me to be this good at cooking. In the living room, Aunt Wang, who is taking care of the triplets, also smells a rich fragrance. Gulp. She can't help but swallow, puts down the baby, and walks toward the kitchen. When she sees me working my magic in the kitchen, Aunt Wang is stunned. "This young man is truly amazing," she exclaims involuntarily. If cooking for most people is just to fill their stomachs, then I have clearly turned it into an art form. Every movement I make is a pleasure to watch. Why are you standing at the door? Noticing someone behind me, I look back. Yukino has her mouth wide open, saying in disbelief, "How are you so good at cooking? Looking at your movements, it's like watching a movie." No, even movies aren't this exaggerated. Aunt Wang, standing on the side, nods repeatedly. For the culinary skills I'm showing, she says she has never seen anything like it in all her years. "There is nothing special, only practice," I say with a smile. Although I knew how to cook, after receiving the system's reward, my skills have skyrocketed, surpassing even a 3-star chef. Seeing the confident smile on my face, Yukino's long, dormant heart seems to be bumped by something. Meeting my gaze, she feels all flustered and shyly wants to run away. Soon, 8 delicious, visually stunning dishes are ready. Yukino and Aunt Wang enter the kitchen and carry the dishes to the dining table one by one. Sitting at the dining table and looking at the delicious feast, Yukino's appetite is stirred. She impatiently picks up her chopsticks and puts a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs into her mouth. So delicious," Yukino praises while eating. The ribs are crispy on the outside, the sauce is sweet but not greasy, and the meat is incredibly tender and unforgettable. Seeing Yukino eating with such gusto, I feel very satisfied. Don't just eat the ribs. I pick up a ladle and serve Yukino a large bowl of fish head and tofu soup. Aunt Yoko, sitting across from us, looks at us with envy. "Ms. Yukino, Mr. Ren is so good to you. This fish head soup is the best thing for a nursing mother to drink." Yukino looks at me with tenderness. As the saying goes, if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. This applies just as much when it comes to women. After eating the meal I prepared, Yukino feels that everything she ate before was basically pig slop. She realizes she has fallen in love with the food this man makes. Just then, the 3 babies in the crib suddenly start making whimpery sounds. I pause for a moment, then realize they must be hungry. "You guys continue eating, I'll go mix some formula for the kids." I set down my chopsticks and head to the living room. Watching me skillfully mix the formula, Yukino feels as if her heart has been filled with something wonderful, and a happy smile blooms on her face. After dinner, it's about time for Aunt Yoko to go home. Just as she picks up her bag to leave, I stop her and hand her a thick envelope. "Aunt Yoko, this is your salary for last month. Be careful on the way back." Aunt Yoko takes the envelope, feels the thickness, and smiles joyfully. She rushes to say, Thank you, Mr. Ren. I'll be heading off now." I close the door and return to the bedroom, just in time to see Yukino changing the 3rd baby's diaper. She pooped again. Yukino finishes changing the diaper skillfully and says to me, "I need to bathe the babies in a bit. Can you help?" "Of course." I walk over, lean close to Yukino and say seriously, "Don't be so polite with me from now on, understand? We're family. No need to act like strangers." "Oh, okay." Yukino lowers her head shyly and quickly changes the subject. "The babies are still young, so they don't need a bath every day. Twice a week is fine, but they need to be cleaned up every day." I nod, understanding only half of it. Good. I'll help you then. Teach me how to do it. A qualified dad should know how to do these things." Yukino explains the precautions while wiping the eldest baby's bottom, radiating a natural maternal glow. Although the process has some hiccups, we successfully finish bathing the babies together. At this moment, the system's voice rings out. Congratulations to the host for completing the first baby bathing task. Reward, 1 Land Rover Defender. Bonus, a 100,000 fuel card. Note, the car is parked in the underground parking lot of your apartment complex. All relevant documents and registration papers are inside. Please go and check it out when you have time. Hearing the system, I am stunned and then feel a surge of excitement. Just by bathing the babies, I've earned a luxury car like this? This is too good. This is a Land Rover Defender worth $1 million. Thinking of this, I can't help but plant a kiss on the third baby's cheek, then give Yukino a cheeky grin. Yukino, standing to the side, is stunned. Her face instantly turns red. Is the father of the kids going to kiss me too? My roommate joked that, as long as I'm bold enough, the beautiful teaching assistant can go on maternity leave. I never imagined that Yukino would actually give birth to triplets for me. After I finish washing the babies, I pick up the keys to the Land Rover, rewarded by the system. Inside, Yukino is tending to the 3 babies on the sofa, but she quickly notices the set of car keys in my hand. Ren, did you buy a car? I walk over to Yukino and place the keys on the table. I earned some money trading stocks, so I ordered a car at the dealership, and they delivered it today. Ah! Yukino looks at me in shock. You're still in college and you already bought a car? What kind of car is it? She picks up the keys, but she doesn't recognize the Land Rover logo. In fact, for most women, unless it's a BBA, Benz, BMW, Audi, they generally don't recognize other cars. I smile slightly at Yukino. It's a 7-seater Land Rover Defender. It cost about $1 million. Hearing this, Yukino is even more shocked. $1 million? How much did you earn from the stock market? Yukino's eyes widen, her expression one of utter disbelief. I enjoy Yukino's expression. I reach out, pinch her cheek, and say with a laugh, It wasn't that much, but as your man, it's no problem to provide for you and the kids. Yukino's face turns red. She swats my hand away and huffs. What are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. We already have children. How could I not be your man? I tease her. Even though what I said is the truth, Yukino is still too embarrassed. She shyly lowers her head. Seeing her charming look, my heart races. But I know some things can't be rushed. Yukino hasn't truly accepted me yet, so I change the subject. Honey, don't you think this place is quite big? What do you want to do? Yukino suddenly takes a step back, goosebumps rising on her skin. She stares at me with a mix of fear and shyness. I point to the 3 bedrooms in the apartment. Look, I specifically rented a larger place with 3 bedrooms. So what? Does he want to stay here tonight? I don't know what crossed her mind, but Yukino is suddenly flustered. She isn't prepared to live with me yet. No. Yukino tries to refuse instinctively, but she stops before she can finish. Although we have known each other for less than 2 days, my performance has completely exceeded Yukino's expectations. It could almost be called perfect. Yukino can also tell that I am sincere toward her and the babies, so she hesitates. Seeing her hesitate, I walk over and say softly, Don't think too much into it. I'm staying to help you take care of the babies. They are still small, and you're taking care of all 3 by yourself. You have classes during the day and have to feed them at night. You can't possibly be getting enough rest. So I want to stay and help you take care of them at night so you can get a full night's sleep. As I say this, I lean in and gently brush a lock of hair from her face. Yukino's face turns bright red, and her breathing quickens. She doesn't know what to say. Look at you, you've got dark circles from staying up late. How can you take care of the babies if you aren't rested? It's settled. I don't give her a chance to refuse. Learning that I am staying to help her with the babies, Yukino feels a wave of sweetness, but she quickly thinks it's inappropriate. She waves her hand. No, you're still a student. You have classes for your junior year tomorrow. As she says this, Yukino seems to think of something and frowns. Tell me, you wouldn't give up your degree just because you made some money on the stocks, right? I'm warning you, I'm your counselor, and I absolutely will not allow you to skip class. Seeing her look so serious, I laugh. Why are you acting like the counselor now? You're the mother of my children. Yukino is incredibly annoyed and shy. She glares at me and snaps, I'm not joking with you. I surrender immediately. I promise you I will absolutely not fall behind in my studies. If I fail even one subject on my final exams, I'll return to school to study hard. Yukino nods, satisfied. That's what you said. If you fall behind because of the babies, you will move back to school immediately. You must get that degree. I can hear from her words that she is still very concerned about me. After all, I am the father of the kids. No problem, honey. I definitely won't let you worry. Who's your honey? Don't say such things. Yukino's face reddens as she turns away in a panic. Soon, you will be. I mutter, then add, I won't say any more. I'm going back to the dorm to get my luggage. I pick up the car keys and leave the apartment. After leaving home, I head straight to the garage, drive the Land Rover Defender, rewarded by the system, and head back to school. Although the complex is close to campus, I choose to drive to make moving things easier. However, just as I'm about to enter the school, the security guard at the gate stops me. I roll down the window and show my student ID. The guard lets me through while muttering to himself, "Wonder which rich kid this is, driving such a luxury car to class. My God, isn't that Ren?" Just as I roll up the window to drive in, a shout comes from not far away. I look over and find it's my 3 good friends from the dorm. "Hey, you bunch of good-for-nothings. Are you surprised to see your father showing off his ride?" Jiro sees me sitting in the Land Rover Defender, his jaw practically hitting the floor. "Ren, is this your car?" Taizo walks up, strokes the rugged body of the Defender, and says excitedly, "If I'm not mistaken, this is a Land Rover Defender, right? That's $1 million luxury car." My roommate from the Northeast, Liu Chao, is circling the car, just about to say something, when the guard walks over and shouts, move the car, don't block the entrance." All right, get in, I'll take you back to the dorm." I give the guard a nod and wave to my 3 friends. As soon as they get in, the 3 guys look like country bumpkins in the big city, looking around and touching everything, saliva almost dripping from their mouths. "Taizo, you said this car costs $1 million just now? I can't believe it. Our Ren is actually a hidden rich kid," Jiro jokes. I roll my eyes at them, speechless. If I were a rich kid, I would have driven a luxury car when I first started college. Do you think I'd wait until now? "So you bought this car yourself?" Jiro gasps. My God, I never imagined writing web novels could be this profitable. Soon, the Defender arrives at the dormitory building. After parking, the 4 of us quickly run back to the dorm to pack. I don't have much stuff. A single suitcase holds everything. Finally, I put my laptop in my bag and I'm ready. I drag my suitcase and leave the dorm. Watching me go, Jiro sighs. Suddenly, gaming doesn't seem that fun anymore. Look at Ren, he's already driving a Land Rover. We should start thinking about life after graduation. I put my luggage in the car, but I don't hurry home. Instead, I go to a maternity supply store, planning to buy a few strollers and 3 child safety seats. "Hello, sir, how can I help you?" As soon as I enter the store, a sweet-looking sales girl greets me. Her eyes light up when she sees me. Although my clothes are plain, I look handsome and there's a refined air about me. I basically look like Prince Charming. The sales girl is already daydreaming, thinking how wonderful it would be to be with me and how much face it would give her in front of her friends. "Do you sell strollers here?" While the sales girl is daydreaming, I get straight to the point. I want to buy a stroller for my kids. Hearing this, the girl is disappointed. Why do all the high-quality, handsome men get married so young? And they even have kids. Even though she feels a bit dejected, she still shows me around enthusiastically. "Sir, this is our stroller area. Feel free to choose." Looking at the strollers, I frown. My kids are triplets, so do you have one of those multi-seat strollers? Triplets? The salesgirl looks at me in surprise. She didn't expect this guy to be not only handsome, but also so capable. To have triplets in one go, that's truly amazing. "I'm so sorry, sir. Our store only carries double-seaters at the most. Since twins are rare, we don't have any triple-seaters in stock." "Then give me a double-seater and a single one. And give me 3 child safety seats, the kind that can be placed in a car." The salesgirl nods with a sweet smile. "All right, sir, please wait a moment. I'll get them for you." Soon, she packs everything up. After paying, I carry the large boxes out, put the strollers in the trunk, install the safety seats, and drive back to the Rose Garden community. Inside the apartment, seeing me come home with bags full of stuff, Yukino rushes over to take them. "You bought strollers?" "Yeah," I nod. "The babies are 2 months old now, so we can take them out to soak up the sun and get close to nature." Yukino nods with a smile. "I know, but the stroller covers and seat cushions need to be washed with water. I'll take them in to wash them now." Saying this, Yukino takes the covers and cushions off both strollers and heads to the bathroom to wash them. I take my suitcase and computer into my room, then return to the living room to play with the 3 little angels. "Eldest, it's Dad. Come on, call me Dad. Second one, you little cutie, come give me a kiss. Third one, you little sleepyhead, still napping?" While I'm playing with the 3 babies, Yukino finishes washing the covers and cushions and hangs them on the balcony to dry. When she returns to the living room and sees me playing with the kids, she feels a warmth in her heart. I really hope days like this can last forever. Let the babies sleep in my room tonight. Just then, I look up at Yukino. From now on, I'll take care of the babies at night. You should rest well, and get enough sleep so you won't be sleepy during class. Can you do it by yourself? Yukino is still a bit worried, as I have just started with the babies and lack experience. No problem, don't worry, I say confidently. I can handle it by myself. You have to trust your man, right? Thank you. Seeing my firm attitude, Yukino can only concede. Hearing the words, your man, Yukino's face blushes involuntarily. Hearing the thank you, I frown, stand up, walk over to Yukino, and pull her into my arms. Yukino stiffens, her soft body becoming rigid and her breathing quickens. What are you doing? I look down at Yukino. Didn't I tell you that you don't need to say thank you to me? This is what I should be doing. Since I said I wanted to give you and the babies a happy life, I will definitely be able to do it. As I say this, I kiss Yukino's red lips. Yukino trembles. An unprecedented thrill rushes through her entire body. She tries to push me away but is held firmly in place, unable to move. In the end, I give her a few deep kisses before slowly letting her go. Seeing her shy look, I feel incredibly smug. Yukino's face is scarlet. She glares at me and whispers, "Yeah, you are so bad. Don't kiss me without my permission in the future." I didn't expect the sudden attack to actually succeed. As you wish, honey. I agree with mock respect. Who is your honey? Don't talk nonsense. Yukino blushes. Although I have called her that more than once, every time she hears it, she feels an indescribable joy deep in her heart. I chuckle and tease. Whoever says something, that's my honey. Yukino glares at me huffily. However, seeing my harmless expression, she can't bring herself to hit me again. Can you not be like this when we're at school? Of course I know what she means. Before she can finish, I say, don't worry, I know your concerns. I'll keep a sense of propriety. But at home, you are my honey. Yukino replies in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, then turns and runs toward the bedroom in a shy panic. She feels very touched. The baby's father is very understanding. I never imagined that Yukino would agree this time. It seems it's time to move the relationship forward. That night, Yukino stares at the ceiling with wide eyes, all sorts of thoughts flashing through her mind. Finally, she can't hold it anymore and drifts off into a deep sleep. On the other side, I tuck the babies in, place the diapers and bottles by the bed, and once everything is ready, I take a medicine bottle from my pocket. Inside is the marrow-cleansing pill. I take the pill and swallow it. A warm current rushes into my limbs and bones. This feeling is absolutely incredible. I close my eyes and focus, feeling the effects of the pill. A layer of black impurities begins to emerge on my skin. I know the pill is starting to take effect. About 5 minutes later, I rush to the bathroom and take a lightning-fast shower. After washing away the filth, I stand before the mirror and check myself out. I find my physique has become tall and sturdy, my muscles more solid, my skin fairer, and even my features more defined. My looks have reached a whole new level. I clench my fist and feel infinite strength within my body. I pick up a toothbrush cup, and with a slight effort, I crush it. The effect of the pill is even more potent than I imagined. I wonder if the mother of my children will be captivated by this change when she sees it. I need to find a chance to advance our relationship. My roommate joked that, as long as I'm bold enough, the beautiful teaching assistant can go on maternity leave. I never imagined that Yukino would actually give birth to triplets for me. To take care of the 3 babies, I stayed in the rental apartment. Early the next morning, I heard a knock at the door. I reflexively said, "Come in." I look at Yukino as she walks into the room, my gaze falling on her graceful figure, and I'm stunned for a moment. Today, Yukino is particularly beautiful. Her long, slender, fair legs and the magnificent curve that can't be hidden make me take a second look. Ren? Yukino sees me and is equally stunned. This man seems even more handsome and charming. Does he have abs now? How is it? Not bad, right? I grin and laugh. Yukino is momentarily dazed and nods subconsciously, but she quickly feels that her response seems a bit too intimate. She hurriedly shakes her head, her beautiful face instantly flushed with a charming crimson. Seeing this, I suddenly step forward, wrap my arms around her waist, and lower my voice. How about it? It's still early, shall we? You later! Feeling the change in my body, Yukino is so embarrassed that she pushes me away and escapes back to her own room. Closing the door, Yukino touches her cheeks. So hot. Her heart is beating wildly. Ren, this guy is too shameless. We have only known each other for 2 days, and he's already trying to take advantage of me. But after not seeing him for one night, why has he become so handsome? It's like he's inhumanly handsome. Even those popular young idols pale in comparison to him. And that body? Is that even something a college student should have? No, I must maintain my composure. I can't let him think I'm a casual woman. Yukino pats her cheeks, trying to stay clear-headed, but her brain is filled with my handsome, masculine face and the feeling of my strong arms around her. It's over, what am I thinking about? Wah! Just then, a cry from the room pulls Yukino back to reality. She rushes to open the door and runs to my bedroom. By this time, I've gone to wash up, leaving the 3 babies in the crib. 2 are fast asleep, but the 3rd one has her mouth wide open, crying. Seeing this, Yukino hurriedly picks her up and checks her diaper. No poop. She must be hungry. Just then, I finish washing up and return to the bedroom. Seeing the baby crying, I don't tease Yukino anymore. Instead, I pick up a bottle and start mixing formula. Yukino holds the baby, her gaze fixed on me. What kind of magic does this man have? Why am I falling for him so quickly? Yukino feels her girl's heart is being captured by the man in front of her. Help! She keeps telling herself to stop overthinking it. Soon, I finish mixing the formula. I hand the bottle to Yukino and say with a smile, "You feed the baby, I'll go make you breakfast." Yukino nods, her face blushing. Looking at my retreating back, her heart beats even faster. She almost drops the bottle. I'm so embarrassing. Inside the kitchen, I am working my magic, making breakfast for Yukino. Not long after, a rich fragrance wafts out. Yukino smells the aroma and curiously walks to the kitchen door. Seeing me busy inside, she says softly, "Breakfast doesn't need to be so elaborate." It's not just breakfast. I turn back and give her a warm smile. If you eat in the cafeteria every day at noon, you won't get enough nutrition. This is lunch I'm preparing for you. Yukino realizes that I have not only made her breakfast, but also prepared lunch. Yukino is incredibly touched, and a strange feeling arises in her heart. She bites her lower lip, and for the first time ever, she walks up and hugs me tightly from behind, whispering, "Thank you," in my ear. So polite with me? I laugh and flick her nose. Slowly, I notice something different. Yukino seems to be checking out my chest muscles. I smile. "Honey, you can look openly, you know. It seems the effect of the marrow cleansing pill is even more powerful than I thought. It's very attractive even to Yukino." Caught in the act. Yukino's face turns bright red. She hurriedly pulls her hand back and flees the kitchen in a panic. I laugh helplessly and move even faster. In a little while, an exquisite lunch is carefully packed. Before leaving, I hand the bento box to Yukino. Seeing she doesn't seem to have makeup on, I feel a pang of guilt. How can my woman live so plainly? It seems that besides buying things for the babies, I should also buy some daily necessities for their mother. After Yukino leaves, I also head to school. There's an international finance class this morning. I promised Yukino I wouldn't fall behind in my studies, so I wouldn't skip class for no reason. Walking on campus, I think about my future plans. The system has rewarded me with 1.5 million in total. I gave 200,000 to Yukino for living expenses, so I have less than 1.3 million left. Although this sounds like a lot, it's definitely not enough to raise 3 children, let alone buy a house in Shanghai. So I must find a way to earn more money. The money I have on hand is certainly not enough, but fortunately, I have the stock market trend map rewarded by the system. Using 1.3 million as capital and the trend map, earning a few million in the A-share market should be simple. I believe it won't be long before I can earn enough to buy a house. Near noon in the faculty office, a female teacher sitting across from Yukino, Gingyoku, suddenly stands up and cheers. "Work's done, work's done. Ms. Tang, let's go out and get a better meal this afternoon." Yukino, who is grading homework, laughs wryly. "No, I brought lunch today." "You brought lunch?" Gingyoku is surprised. Ever since the semester started, Yukino has eaten in the cafeteria every single day. Why did she suddenly bring lunch today? "It's nothing," Yukino smiles sweetly. "The kids, Dad made it." "Your husband?" Gingyoku's jaw drops. Wow, Miss Tang, your husband makes you a bento? I'm so envious. That husband of mine, when I go to work, he's still sleeping in bed. It really is frustrating how people compare to one another. When these words are said, all the teachers in the office look over. They all know Yukidano has children, but they have never seen them, nor have they ever heard her mention her husband. So everyone assumed she was divorced and raising the kids alone. But now she's bringing a bento to work. This is truly surprising. Facing the envious looks, Yukino quietly takes out her bento box and opens the lid. A fragrance instantly fills the entire office. Gingyoku, who is closest to Yukino, bounces off her chair and stares longingly at the bento box. This smells so good. Is that yellow braised chicken? My favorite. Ms. Tang, can you let me have a bite? Gingyoku is a fellow teacher who just joined the school, same as Yukino, and since they are about the same age, they quickly became close friends. Yukino knows Gingyoku is a foodie, so she picks up a spoon, puts a piece of chicken on it, and hands it to her. Ms. Ging, here, have a taste. Gingyoku doesn't stand on ceremony and eats the chicken in one go. The sauce is rich and fragrant, the chicken is tender, and the vegetable flavors of the green pepper and potato are perfect. Gingyoku's eyes widen. The taste is first class. It's 10,000 times better than anything from the restaurants outside. She's getting a bit jealous now. Gingyoku looks at another insulated container and asks, Miss Tang, what's in that box? Yukino smiles and opens the other box. The aroma fills the room immediately. Inside is a large bowl of pig's trotter soup, rich in collagen. Gulp. Yukino can practically hear Gingyoku swallowing her saliva. Yukino suggests, why don't we eat together instead of going out? The bento I prepared is very generous. It's more than enough for two. I can't let my wife go hungry. Are you sure? Even though she says this, Gingyoku has already sat down. The two begin to eat. There's no harm without comparison. Compared to the usual takeout, my food is like a royal feast. As Gingyoku eats, she's basically floating. Sounds of praise keep spilling from her lips. After finishing the morning classes, I don't hurry home. I find a cool spot to sit and open the stock market software on my phone. I check the time. There's more than half an hour until the noon market break. I have to take this time to study the market well. To earn enough for a house in a short time, I must use the stock market trend map to make a big profit. I open the software, fill in my basic information, and after talking to the client manager, I successfully open an account with the brokerage. The stock market trend map acts like a passive skill. As long as I have this function, the 7-day revenue curve of every stock I see will appear before my eyes. When various stocks pop up on the phone screen, I notice a line of small text appears next to them that only I can see. Seeing these hints, I can't stop the corners of my mouth from rising. This is too awesome. With these hints, isn't this just an open book exam? If I still lose money with these hints, I can only say I'm blind. I click on one stock, and the text disappears, followed by the trend chart of that stock for the next week. The chart even helpfully marks the best point to buy at the bottom, and the point with the highest profit for selling. It's hard not to make money. However, I need money urgently. With this million, after paying the down payment for a house, there won't be much left, so I have to earn quick money. The more money earned in a short time, the better. I start scanning the market to find the stock with the most volatile curve over the next few days. Soon, I find the target stock and buy 1 million worth. If I buy it now, it will reach its peak in 2 days, but it will quickly fall to the bottom again. And what I need to do is dump the stock before it plummets. Buying 1 million now, I should earn at least several million. After buying, I whistle and head to the school gate. By the time I get home, I hear the babies crying. I hurriedly change into slippers and walk into the bedroom. Who's crying? I lean over. Aunt Yoko is soothing the baby. Seeing me return, she says in surprise, Mr. Ren, you're off work so early today? Yeah. I nod, not explaining that I'm still a student, but I reach out and take the child from Aunt Yoko's arms. I was thinking about the kids, so I came back early to check on them. Mr. Ren, you really are a good father. Fathers who care about their children this much are rare these days. Aunt Yoko praises me without stint. I smile and don't say anything, looking down at the child. It turns out to be the second baby. Out of the 3, the second one is the most prone to crying. I just fed him, and I checked his diaper, but I don't know why he's crying. Aunt Yoko explains quietly. When the baby sees his father has arrived, He stops crying and stares at me with big, aggrieved eyes, as if accusing me. Why did you only come back now? Good second baby, don't cry. I stroke his chubby face. Just then, the eldest and the third one see me come home, and they wave their chubby little hands at me too. I put the second baby back on the bed, hugged the eldest and the second one, and kissed their faces before walking into the kitchen to start preparing lunch. Not long after, a fragrant aroma drifted from the kitchen. Aunt Yoko, who was looking after the babies, couldn't help but swallow her saliva, thinking to herself that Mr. Wren's cooking skills were truly remarkable. I smiled and said, "Aunt Yoko, come and eat with us." "Mr. Wren, that's too embarrassing," Aunt Yoko said, but her body honestly walked over. Originally, she had planned to just eat some instant noodles, but my cooking was just too exquisite. Anyone who tastes my food cannot resist its temptation. After lunch, I returned to my room, took out my laptop, and started researching the stock market situation. The afternoon passed quickly. At 5 p.m., Yukino returned home on time. "Babies, Mommy is home," she called out as soon as she walked in. She didn't even notice that I was sitting on the living room sofa, holding the babies and smiling at her. "Yukino, you're back." Seeing this warm scene, a long-lost smile appeared on Yukino's face. Seeing me, her pretty face flushed slightly. She hurriedly changed her slippers and walked into the house, picking up the eldest baby, who was the only one not being held. Everyone has someone to hold them, except the eldest. "Come, let Mommy hold you." Being held in Yukino's arms, the eldest baby grabbed her clothes with its little hands, making whimpering sounds. This action made Yukino blush deeply. After all, I was still right there. "Is this baby hungry?" she said, then put the baby down to mix some formula. I checked the time and saw it was almost dinner time, so I got up and walked into the kitchen. Soon, the sounds of clattering pots and pans echoed from the kitchen. Yukino, who was feeding the eldest baby, saw me busy in the kitchen and subconsciously thought of what happened at noon. Her mouth couldn't help but curve into a sweet, happy smile. "Miss Yukino, what happy thing are you thinking about?" Aunt Yoko asked with curiosity. "Oh, it's just about lunch." Yukino briefly told Aunt Yoko about what happened at noon, vividly imitating the exaggerated expression that Gingyoku had while eating. Her imitation was so vivid that Aunt Yoko couldn't stop laughing. "Mr. Wren's cooking really is excellent. I couldn't help but eat a few extra bowls of rice at noon today. Miss Yukino, your husband is truly outstanding." "Husband? I suppose so." Yukino glanced at me in the kitchen, not knowing what she was thinking, and her face turned red instantly. My roommate joked that as long as I'm bold enough, the beautiful teaching assistant can go on maternity leave. I never imagined that the beautiful teaching assistant Yukino would actually give birth to triplets for me. After dinner, Yukino was in the kitchen washing the dishes. I took the opportunity to walk in and said to her, "Honey, why don't you let me wash them?" Hearing the word, "honey," Yukino's body stiffened, and the bowl she was holding almost fell to the ground. "Inna." "No, that's okay," she said, looking somewhat flustered. Very good. She didn't reject the title, honey. It seems I can take a further step." I gently hugged Yukino's waist from behind. "Honey," my low voice sounded in Yukino's ear. Yukino's body trembled, and she felt as if her heart was about to jump out of her throat. "What does this guy want to do again?" I whispered, "When we have time, let's go register the babies' birth certificates together." Yukino nodded obediently. She didn't expect that I was just holding her to talk about this. However, the babies' birth certificates really needed to be handled soon. Currently, they only had temporary medical records and hadn't obtained official birth certificates. Originally, Yukino had been worried about this. Although she could go handle it alone, she didn't want the father's column on our children's birth certificates to be blank. She had already given up hope, preparing to raise the 3 babies alone, but my appearance had given her a glimmer of hope. Seeing Yukino agree, I continued. Besides the birth certificates, there is the matter of household registration for the babies. I plan to tell my parents about us in a couple of days. What about you? Hearing me mention household registration, Yukino's brows immediately furrowed. The relationship between us was too bizarre. Yukino looked worried. Could Ren's parents accept her? Furthermore, she had already fallen out with her own parents. Don't worry, my parents are very easygoing. They've long wanted me to get married and give them a grandson or granddaughter to look after. But what about your side? Are your father and mother easy to talk to?" Yukino lowered her head upon hearing this. She didn't know how to tell me. She didn't want to bring up the matter regarding her parents. Seeing this, I could guess a little. Yukino must have had a falling out with her parents over something. Otherwise, how could she be living alone in a rented apartment right after giving birth? A year ago, when my parents found out about my accidental pregnancy, they broke ties with me. I left home and gave birth to the 3 babies. As she spoke, tears streamed down Yukino's cheeks. I felt heartbroken. I held Yukino tightly and wiped her tears with my hand. "I'm sorry. It's my fault that you suffered. But don't worry. As long as I'm here, no matter how dissatisfied your parents are with me, I will solve it. We will face everything together. You are no longer alone now." Yukino shook her head and said, "No, it's not your fault. You didn't know at the time. It was my own decision to give birth to the babies." At this point, I felt a bit strange. If a woman has an encounter with a stranger and gets pregnant accidentally, shouldn't she have aborted the baby immediately? Perhaps sensing my confusion, Yukino slowly said, "When I found out I was pregnant at the time, I went to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor told me that my body is special and not easily pregnant. If I had the abortion, I might never be able to conceive again, so After listening to Yukino's explanation, I suddenly understood. I turned my head and gently kissed Yukino's red lips, saying softly, "Honey, you've worked hard." After saying that, I felt a bit proud. But speaking of which, I'm quite impressive too. My honey isn't easily pregnant, yet I managed to get you to have 3 at once. "You stinky rascal!" Yukino was shy and angry, and she pinched me hard. She had been feeling sad, but after being teased by me, Yukino couldn't stay sad anymore. The 2 of us quickly washed the dishes and returned to the living room, gathering in front of the 3 babies. "Honey, it's still early. Why don't we take the babies for a walk in the nearby park?" At this time, the sun hadn't completely set, and the afterglow of the sunset spilled over the city, emitting colorful rays of light. Facing my suggestion, Yukino nodded in agreement. The babies were already 2 months old, and it was perfectly fine to take them out to get some fresh air. Arriving downstairs and seeing the brand new Land Rover Defender before her, Yukino was surprised. "Is this the car you just bought?" Although she knew I had bought a luxury car, seeing it in person was still quite shocking. I placed the 3 babies in their safety seats, folded the stroller and put it in the trunk, then turned to hug Yukino, smiling. "This car isn't just mine, it's yours too." Yukino's face flushed slightly upon hearing this. Looking at the gentle gaze in my eyes, Yukino felt so happy. Just then, someone walked over from not far away. Yukino subconsciously pushed me away and hurriedly said, "Let's get in the car quickly." I smiled without saying much, and then we both got in the car. I started the engine and slowly stepped on the gas, driving with extra care because the 3 babies were in the car. Yukino, sitting in the passenger seat, turned her head to look at the babies and found that they seemed fine, even seeming to enjoy the ride. Only then did she turn back to look at me, who was focusing on driving. This man was becoming more and more handsome. After spending these days together, Yukino had completely let go of her reservations. Now, she really liked me. Without my appearance, she would still be taking 3 subway transfers to work every day, living alone with 3 babies in a dirty and messy rental apartment. And because of my arrival, her and the babies' living environment had changed dramatically. Yukino felt very lucky to have such an excellent man. "Thank you." "What?" I turned my head and asked in confusion, hearing the sudden, "Thank you." I was a bit baffled. Nothing." Yukino hurriedly waved her hand, her face blushing, not knowing what she was thinking about. Just at that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations to the host for completing the first task of taking his wife and children on an outing. Reward: a 280 square meter luxury flat at Golden Domain Mansion. Relevant documents, certifications, and keys have all been placed in the vehicle's storage box. The house is fully furnished and decorated, the environment is excellent, and it is ready for move-in. Additional reward: 2 parking spaces and 5 years of property management fees. A 280 square meter flat at Golden Domain Mansion, plus 2 parking spaces and 5 years of property management fees? My God, system, you are too generous. One must know that Golden Domain Mansion is a famous real estate development in Shanghai, with prices reaching $80,000 per square meter. Converting this flat into cash is over 20 million. System, I really love you. Ren, what are you giggling about? Seeing me giggling while holding the steering wheel, Yukino couldn't help but ask curiously. Nothing. Just as the red light at the intersection turned green, I turned the car and drove onto another road. Wait, you went the wrong way. Isn't the park straight ahead? Yukino reminded me hurriedly. You're right, but this is the road. I smiled and said mysteriously, I bought you a gift, and I'm taking you to see it now. A gift? What gift? Yukino asked with curiosity. Hearing the word gift, she felt a glimmer of anticipation. Whether the gift was valuable or not, it was still Ren's gesture of care for her. I didn't speak, just gave her a mysterious smile. Looking at my expression, it was clear I wanted to give her a surprise. What on earth is it being so mysterious? Yukino muttered, but she didn't continue to ask. You'll know when we get there. I smiled and continued driving. I drove for about half an hour before bringing the family to the gate of Golden Domain Mansion. Since the vehicle wasn't registered, the security guard naturally wouldn't let us in. Honey, there's a file bag in the storage box on your side. Take it out and give it to me. Oh. Yukino opened the storage box and indeed found a leather bag inside. She took it out and handed it to me. I took the bag, tore it open, and looked inside. It contained the property deed, the purchase contract, as well as keys, access cards, and everything else. I took out the access card and showed it to the security guard. Upon seeing the access card, the guard immediately saluted me respectfully. Sir, welcome home. Following that, the community gate slowly rose and I drove the Land Rover Defender with Yukino and the 4 others into the complex. Hearing the guard's words, Yukino was stunned. She looked at me beside her in disbelief, her lips trembling as she asked, What did that guard mean by welcome home? I smiled at her. It means exactly what you think it means. I handed her the leather bag. See for yourself. Yukino took the bag and saw a property deed inside. She opened it and found that it explicitly bore the name Ren, and the property area was over 280 square meters. Seeing this, she was even more speechless with shock. This was a complex on the banks of the Huangpu River, with each square meter costing at least 80,000. Ren, how much did you spend to buy this house? Yukino swallowed her saliva, her eyes wide, staring at me. The children's father is too impressive, isn't he? To have a 280 square meter house in this area. Could he be a rich second-generation heir? This house? I smiled. I wanted to say I didn't spend a penny, but Yukino wouldn't believe it, so I laughed and said, It's nothing. Just over 20 million. Over 20 million? And you call that nothing? Even though she had already guessed the house was valuable, when Yukino heard the number from my own mouth, she was still incredibly shocked. After all, this was over 20 million. As a university teacher, she was considered upper middle class, but even so, her monthly salary was less than 20,000. At 200,000 a year, even if she didn't eat or drink, it would take her 100 years to buy this house. Thinking of this, the look in Yukino's eyes as she looked at me became full of curiosity. Ren, tell me honestly, what does your family actually do? You're not one of those legendary, rich, second-generation heirs out experiencing life, are you? After saying this, Yukino looked at me in disbelief. I was stunned by this question. I thought about it and felt there was no need to hide anything. After all, we were going to meet the parents soon, and it was good for Yukino to know about my family situation in advance. My family is quite ordinary. My father is an employee of a state-owned enterprise, and my mother is a housewife. This house was bought with my own efforts. It has nothing to do with my parents. Bought with his own efforts? Yukino's eyes were full of admiration as she looked at me, but soon she thought of something and frowned. What about the mortgage for a 20 million plus house? That must be a lot of pressure for Ren alone, right? Ren, why don't we return the house? We still have 3 babies to raise. Seeing Yukino's worried look, I smiled helplessly and said, I bought this house in full. There is no mortgage. What? You bought a 20 million plus house in full? Yukino looked at me as if I were a god. However, the property deed was right there, so she had to believe it. Ren, you must not do anything stupid. It's fine if the babies and I live a bit harder. Yukino was still worried. She didn't want me to carry a huge debt for her sake. I parked the car, turned around, and held Yukino's hand tightly. Honey, don't worry, I didn't do anything stupid. Initially, I made over 100,000 writing web novels. Then I took that money to invest in the stock market and slowly accumulated some initial capital. At this point, I paused and joked. It was difficult to save up 20 million, and after buying this house, my pockets are empty. So honey, you'll have to support me in the future. Seeing my goofy expression, Yukino couldn't help but burst into laughter. Stop the nonsense, I'm serious. Alright, just live here with peace of mind. After we meet your parents, I'll add your name to the deed as well. Hearing this, Yukino was incredibly moved. She didn't care about whether her name was on the property deed. The fact that I took the initiative to mention it meant I had her in my heart. Thank you, Ren. Thank you for being so good to me. I feel lucky now. Lucky to have met you. I gave a sly smile and leaned into Yukino's ear. Honey, how do you plan to thank me tonight? Hearing this, Yukino's face turned crimson instantly. You're annoying. You have no sense of decorum. Yukino gave me a coquettish glare, opened the car door, and walked out first on her long, beautiful legs. Watching Yukino's graceful silhouette, a meaningful smile appeared on my face, and I silently swore to myself that I would find a way to win her over tonight. My roommate joked that, as long as I'm bold enough, the beautiful teaching assistant can go on maternity leave. The beautiful teaching assistant, Yukino, really gave birth to triplets for me. I took Yukino and 2 of the babies to see our new house. Unexpectedly, my mother-in-law called today, wanting to see Yukino and the 2 babies. At this moment, I was taking Yukino to room 808 of Golden Domain Mansion, pushing the stroller. Standing at the door, I pressed my thumb against the fingerprint lock. The next second, the door opened. I didn't rush in, but walked over to Yukino. Come, let me add your fingerprint. My fingerprint had already been entered by the system, but Yukino's hadn't. Yukino smiled, her face blushing, and allowed me to hold her hand and enter her fingerprint into the access system. After entering the fingerprint, I stepped aside, gestured to Yukino, and said, Honey, please go in and see our cozy little nest for the future. Yukino pursed her lips, a smile on her face, and said sweetly, Okay, honey. Filled with excitement, Yukino pushed the stroller in first. Yukino calling me honey made my heart soar. Having such a beautiful wife felt like a dream. Wow! As soon as she walked in, Yukino exclaimed. The house was decorated extremely luxuriously, comparable to a 5-star hotel. A huge 100-inch curved screen TV sat in the center of the giant living room. It's really beautiful. Yukino felt as if she were in a dream, unable to believe it was all real. I smiled. How is it, honey? Do you like it? The system was very thoughtful, knowing I have 3 babies, and gave me a 4-bedroom house directly. I like it. Yukino nodded vigorously. This was a scenario she never dared to dream of before. Unexpectedly, it had now become reality. Filled with curiosity, Yukino walked into the master bedroom. Wow, there's even a bathtub! Seeing a giant, round bathtub in the master bathroom, Yukino exclaimed, Ren, this is too incredible! What did you say? Hearing this, I immediately put on a straight face. I walked up to her and blocked Yukino against the bathtub. You called me, honey, just now? And now you're calling me by my name? Yukino blinked, looking a bit shy. Feeling my hot breath, Yukino's pretty face turned red instantly, and her body began to tremble. This man is too bad! Every time, he found an opportunity to bully her. Husband, Yukino said shyly. Good. I lifted the corners of my mouth and leaned down to kiss Yukino's lips. Yukino's brain went blank instantly. She didn't know what to do. Just at that moment, wah! The baby in the living room suddenly cried out. Yukino instantly regained her composure, pushed me away, and ran out. What's wrong, my little baby? Are you hungry? In the living room, the eldest baby was lying in the stroller, twisting its body. Maybe it pooped. I followed her to the living room and said softly. I crouched down, picked up the eldest, and checked. Sure enough, it had pooped. After changing the eldest's diaper, Yukino and I stood on the balcony, overlooking the sunset over Shanghai. It's so beautiful, we murmured, looking at the lights on the Huangpu River. Yukino subconsciously took my arm and slowly leaned against me. Although Yukino and I had already had an intimate relationship and even had children, it felt like our first love. Honey, let's move in tomorrow. I'll drive you to school in the morning, and I'll go to class too. Okay, Yukino nodded sweetly. Soon, she thought of something and suddenly said, If we move tomorrow, Aunt Yoko will have to move again. This is quite far from Aunt Yoko's house. She didn't mind moving with me, But Aunt Yoko couldn't run all the way here every day just to look after the babies, right? It's fine. I touched Yukino's hair and smiled. The babies are still small, and there are so many rooms in the house. We can definitely have Aunt Yoko move in. In the future, the babies can even sleep with Aunt Yoko at night so we won't be disturbed. We should have our own space as a couple, shouldn't we? Hearing this, Yukino blushed slightly, thinking of something. All right then. Just at that moment, her phone suddenly rang. She took it out and her expression changed instantly. The caller ID was Mom. Ren, what do I do? My mom is calling, Yukino said, her voice filled with panic. She might not have realized that whenever she encountered problems, she was now habitually relying on me. I held her trembling hand and said firmly, It's okay. Answer it. I'm here for everything. Yukino nodded, turned on the speakerphone, and pressed the answer button. Hello, Mom, Yukino said nervously. Yukino, where are you now? Yukino's mother's anxious voice came from the other side. I'm in Shanghai. What's wrong, Mom? Is something the matter? Yukino replied without hesitation. I know. I'm asking where you are living. I've already arrived at the Shanghai airport and I'm on my way to your place. Hearing this, Yukino's eyes widened. She began to panic. Mom is in Shanghai? I was also quite surprised. I didn't expect my mother-in-law to come to Shanghai so quietly. Seeing the situation, I took her hand and mouthed to her, Tell her to come here. Then I gave Yukino a reassuring look. Seeing my eyes, Yukino seemed to calm down a bit. After hesitating for a while, she took a deep breath and said into the phone, Mom, I'm at Golden Domain Mansion. Okay, I'll call a cab now. From the airport to the Huangpu River, it usually takes more than an hour, and even more if there's traffic. Therefore, I gave up the idea of taking Yukino to pick up my mother-in-law. After all, there were 3 babies to take care of. Are you doing well lately? How are the children? Just at that moment, Yukino's mother asked again. I'm doing very well, and the children are well too. They are already 2 months old. They're triplets, Yukino replied without thinking. Triplets? Yukino's mother was stunned. You, child? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Your father was angry at the time and scolded you a few times. But with something as big as you having triplets, why didn't you tell Mom? Yukino's mother's voice was full of deep self-blame. Yukino wanted to explain but choked up. She wiped the tears from her face and tried to smile. Mom, don't worry, I'm doing very well now. The children's father is very good to us and we are very happy now. Speaking of this, Yukino glanced at me shyly. You found the children's father? Didn't you say you didn't know who the children's father was? Yukino's mother said in surprise. Mom, this isn't something that can be explained in a few words. I'll tell you when you get here. The children's father is here too, Yukino said to the phone. Okay, I'll be there right away. After speaking, Yukino's mother hung up. She was filled with curiosity about the father of the children. What kind of sacred being was the man who had abandoned her daughter? An hour later, the 2 of us were in the living room, watching TV and playing with the babies, when Yukino's phone rang again. Yukino, I've arrived at this Golden Domain Mansion. Do you really live here? This place doesn't look cheap at all. The voice of Yukino's mother sounded clearly surprised. Yes, this is it. I'll come down to pick you up now. After hanging up the phone, Yukino kissed me quickly, put on her shoes, and ran downstairs. Along the way, as the gate of the complex grew closer, Yukino's mood became increasingly nervous and anxious. She remembered a year ago, when her parents found out about her accidental pregnancy, they told her to abort the baby and even slapped her. She still couldn't forget what happened that night. Finally, Yukino reached the gate of the complex and saw that familiar figure. Mom! Yukino called out. Not far away, a dignified woman turned around and saw Yukino. Because of Yukino's appearance, her mother was also let in by the security guard. She walked quickly to Yukino and examined her carefully. Seeing her ruddy complexion and high spirits, looking nothing like someone who had suffered, a look of relief finally appeared on her mother's face. Mom! Looking at her mother, Yukino couldn't help but rush over, hug her tightly, and burst into tears in her arms. Good girl, don't cry. Her mother patted her daughter's shoulder gently, comforting her. It's Mom's fault. Mom shouldn't have said such harsh things to you, and Mom shouldn't have ignored you after you left home. It's Mom who owes you an apology. Hearing this, Yukino cried even harder. Mom, you didn't do anything wrong. It was me. It was my fault. Sob, Yukino said between sobs. After a while, she slowly calmed down. then shyly took her mother's hand and walked toward the house. On the way back, her mother couldn't help but ask, "Yukino, what is your current situation? What is going on between you and the children's father?" Yukino hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "Didn't I tell you before? I was in a bad mood, so I ran to a bar to drink. Then I accidentally had an encounter with a man." Yukino paused and then explained, "You and Dad both knew about this. Later, I fell out with you, and I ran to Shanghai alone to give birth to the 3 babies. To support the babies, I found a job as a teaching assistant at Shanghai Jiaotong University. Unexpectedly, I met Ren, the father of the children." At this point, Yukino looked at her mother deliberately. Then she continued, "Mom, I know you were all angry at me, but Ren didn't abandon me on purpose. He didn't know I was accidentally pregnant. And that day, he was as drunk as I was. Since I met him again, he has been very caring toward me and the babies. And to take care of me and the children, he even took out all his savings. He bought a house here for over 20 million. Along the way, Yukino told her mother a lot about me. When her mother heard that I had actually taken out 20 million to buy a house here, the shock in her eyes grew even greater. She began to become somewhat hesitant. "Yukino, how old is the children's father? To be able to take out so much money to buy a house here, he certainly can't be young, right?" She didn't want her daughter to marry some old geezer. "Ren is very young. He's a few years younger than me." Speaking of this, Yukino felt embarrassed. Not just a few years younger, he was even her own student. Hearing Yukino's words, her mother's brows furrowed even tighter. "He's younger than you? Where did he get so much money? What does his family do?" her mother continued to ask. After all, her mother had heard too many dirty stories about rich people. She didn't want her daughter to suffer because of him. Yukino didn't notice her mother's abnormality and introduced me joyfully. "His family is quite ordinary. Just like us, they are from Sichuan/Chongqing. His father is an employee of a state-owned enterprise, and his mother is a housewife. All the money he used to buy the house was earned by himself. To buy this house, he spent all his savings." Thinking of this, Yukino felt a bit guilty. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have spent so much money to buy a house here. However, upon reflection, now that she had her own home, she wouldn't have to move all the time, which was a good thing for the babies, growth. After hearing her daughter's introduction, her mother finally felt relieved. This Ren seemed quite decent. He was responsible and capable. However, she decided to observe him in person after they met. If she found anything wrong, her mother would never agree to let her daughter be with me. After all, her daughter really needed to be treated well. There were too many rich people out there. Meanwhile, sitting on the sofa, I was trembling with fear. Although I pretended to be calm in front of Yukino, this was the first time I had faced my mother-in-law. What if she decided to break my legs on a whim? At this moment, the sound of the door opening echoed. I knew that what was meant to happen would happen eventually. My roommate joked that, as long as I'm bold enough, the beautiful teaching assistant can go on maternity leave. The beautiful teaching assistant, Yukino, really gave birth to triplets for me. After finding out that Yukino had triplets, my mother-in-law stormed over. At this moment, I was sitting on the sofa, trembling with fear, terrified that my mother-in-law would break my legs without a second thought. "Woo, we're home!" In front of her mother, Yukino was somewhat embarrassed. "Oh, my husband." In the living room, I was playing with the 3 babies. Hearing Yukino's voice, I immediately stood up and straightened my clothes. Then I walked to the door and opened it. I maintained a smile, trying my best to suppress my inner nervousness. "Yukino, you're back." I saw that beside Yukino at the door was a middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman was about 50 years old, with fair skin and dignified features, looking almost like a noblewoman. This must be the auntie? "Hello, auntie. My name is Ren. I'm Yukino's boyfriend and also the children's father." I walked up and greeted her politely. Looking at me, a flash of amazement crossed her mother's eyes. What a handsome young man. And he looks so young, too. Before seeing me, her mother had also wondered what kind of person I would be. But she never imagined that I would be this handsome. Even compared to those male stars, I wouldn't be much inferior. However, having a handsome appearance didn't count for much. Her mother looked up and surveyed me with a critical gaze, finding that I had a sturdy physique and a masculine appearance. In terms of conduct, I was also very orderly. First impression, full marks. Her mother nodded slowly and said, "Hello, Ren. I'm Yukino's mother. My name is Chen Yue." "Hello, ma'am. Come on in. No need to take off your shoes. Ren and I only just came over today to look at the place. We are planning to move in tomorrow, so we haven't had time to clean up yet." Hearing that it was a newly purchased house, Yoko, Ren's mother-in-law, became even more curious. She followed Yukino and me into the house. Looking at the bright living room, the luxurious decor, and the splendid river view outside, Yoko felt almost dazzled. However, she quickly shifted her attention to the 3 babies not far away. On the sofa, the 3 babies were sitting there, playing to their hearts, content. Aba, mama, whoop-a-ba! Seeing Yoko walk over, the 3 babies seemed a little scared. Yukino and I hurriedly walked over. Seeing Mom and Dad, the 3 babies eagerly waved their little hands. Are these 3 my grandchildren? Oh, how adorable! Seeing the 3 babies, Yoko felt her heart melt. Yes, Mom. Yukino sat on the sofa and began to introduce them one by one. The eldest is the big baby, a boy. The one in the middle is the second baby, and the one next to them is the third. They are both girls. Yukino picked up the eldest and gently placed him in Yoko's arms. Yoko cautiously took the baby, a kind smile appearing on her face. Big baby, I'm Grandma! Come on, say Grandma! The big baby stared with his dark, rolling eyes, looking curiously at Yoko. Then, his little mouth opened slightly, and he giggled. Oh, the big baby laughed, so sweet! Hearing the baby's laughter, Yoko's smile grew even wider. After playing with the eldest for a while, she tried to hold the second and third babies. They weren't as friendly as the eldest and started to wail before she could even pick them up. Yoko had no choice but to give up and asked, "What are the children's names?" "We haven't named them yet." I stepped forward and said, "Aunt, do you have any good ideas?" Yoko thought for a few seconds, then shook her head and said, "You decide the children's names yourselves. By the way, Ren, where do you work?" Hearing this question, Yukino suddenly became nervous. She looked at me with a pleading gaze. I smiled at her, took her hand, and gave her a reassuring look. I have everything under control. What's wrong? Seeing their strange behavior, Yoko had a bad feeling. Could it be that Ren is doing some shady work? Thinking about it, if he didn't rely on his family and saved up 20 million on his own while still young, and then spent it all on a luxury flat in a high-end complex. Seeing the expression on Yoko's face, I hurriedly explained, "Aunt, I don't have a job yet. I'm a student at Shanghai Jiaotong University." Yoko's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, I am a junior at Shanghai Jiaotong University. Yukino is a teacher at our school. That's how we met at the school gate. Teacher and student? Hearing this, Yoko was incredibly shocked, but she quickly regained her composure. Times are different now. Everyone is an adult and at the legal age for marriage. Although she felt a bit awkward, Yoko reluctantly accepted the fact that I was still a student. Soon, a question rose from the bottom of her heart. Ren, since you're still a student, how did you make your money? I had expected Yoko to ask this. Following what I had told Yukino, I replied, when I was in college, I started writing web novels online and made over 100,000. Then I took that money to invest in the stock market and slowly accumulated some initial capital. Later, by letting the money grow like a snowball, it didn't take long for me to make over 20 million. When I met Yukino and found out we had children, I used that money to buy a car and a house. I don't have much money left now. I spread my hands and added, since I can make 20 million, I can definitely make more. I will never let Yukino and the 3 babies suffer when it comes to their quality of life. After listening to this, Yoko was dumbfounded. She knew that the stock market had been easy to make money in recently, but for a young man in his early 20s who was still in college, to make over 20 million from a capital of a little over 100,000 in just a few years, that was too outrageous. Ren, you are really incredible. Although Yoko was a bit skeptical of what I said, with such a large house in front of her, she couldn't help but believe it. However, there are risks in stock trading. You'd better find a stable job after you graduate. Without realizing it, Yoko had adopted the stance of a mother-in-law to lecture me. Hearing this, I nodded repeatedly to show I wouldn't do anything reckless. As for taking civil service exams, that was not something I had ever considered. Now that I have the system and the stock market trend charts to assist me, wouldn't it be a waste of the system's trust if I didn't harvest a big profit from the market? By the way, Aunt, Yukino and I rented a place near the school before. I was originally planning to move here tomorrow, but since you are here today, why don't we move over tonight? There's no spare room for you to rest over there, I suddenly suggested. Sure, Yoko nodded without opposition. Immediately, I drove Yukino back to the Rose Garden complex, while Yoko stayed behind at Golden Domain Mansion to watch the 3 babies. Without the babies to worry about, Yukino and I moved very quickly. Since we had just moved in yesterday, much of our luggage hadn't been unpacked, so it was easy to pack up. It took less than half an hour to pack everything. When we returned home, Yukino couldn't help but sigh. "I can't believe we moved twice in just 2 days." "Moved twice?" Yoko, who came out to help with the luggage, asked curiously. I hurriedly explained, "Aunt, it's like this. Before I met Yukino, she was renting a 30-square-meter apartment on the outskirts of the city alone. After I found out, I immediately rented a 3-bedroom apartment for her near the school. Later, I felt renting wasn't convenient enough, so I bought this one." Hearing this, Yoko's face showed a relieved smile. Ren, you have a good heart," I said with a laugh. "It's nothing, it's what I should do. By the way, Aunt, you haven't had dinner yet, have you?" Just now, when I looked at the house, I checked the fridge and found it was full of fresh ingredients. It seemed the system was very thoughtful. "Ren, you can cook too?" Yoko asked, a bit surprised. Before I could speak, Yukino chimed in. "Mom, you have no idea. Ren's cooking is amazing. It's even better than the chefs at hotels." Seeing that I was going to cook, Yukino's eyes lit up. Afterwards, I went into the kitchen. Hearing the clattering sounds, she knew I had started working. Yukino and Yoko sat in the living room, glancing toward the kitchen from time to time, watching me with dazzling, amazed eyes. With 2 spectators, my cooking technique became even more flashy. My hand holding the kitchen knife seemed to be dancing. The movements were beautiful, flexible, and a pleasure to watch. In less than half an hour, 5 aromatic dishes were served on the table. To please Yoko, I pulled out all the stops to make these 4 dishes and 1 soup. After Yoko tasted the dishes, she couldn't help but praise. "Ren, your skills are truly superb. You could definitely start a restaurant and make a fortune after you graduate." "Aunt, you're too kind," I said with a grin. I'm still lacking compared to real professional chefs. "Ren, you're being too humble." Just then, Yukino interjected while stuffing food into her mouth. Her cheeks were puffed out, looking extremely cute. I didn't expect my wife to have such a silly and cute side. Looking at her cute appearance, I couldn't help but laugh. After dinner, Yoko took Yukino into the bedroom. She pulled the door ajar, held Yukino's hand, and said with heartache, "Yukino, you've had it hard lately." Yukino held Yoko's hand back and comforted her. "I've reached the end of my hardships now. I'm very happy and content being with Ren." As long as you're happy." Yoko took a bank card out of her pocket and tucked it into Yukino's hand. "There's 200,000 here. Your father gave it to me before he left. The pin is your birthday. Don't blame your father. He's just stubborn about saving face. Actually, he forgave you a long time ago and misses you a lot. He regrets slapping you that day." Yukino took the card, her eyes instantly turning red. How could she not miss her father? "Yukino, don't worry. Once I go back, I'll work on that old guy. Once he puts aside his pride, you can go back. By the way, is that Ren really reliable?" Yukino nodded firmly and said, "Ren is very good to me. He is also very attentive to the babies. He is a responsible man." Hearing this, Yoko didn't know what to say, so she just nodded and said, "Fine, keep an eye on things." Although Ren seemed like a good person based on his performance just now, men are often fickle. After being together for a long time, their true colors might be revealed. If you encounter anything unpleasant in the future, remember to tell Mom. With Mom backing you, if he dares to step out of line, I'll be the first not to let him go." Yukino pursed her lips and said, "I know, Mom. After spending this time together, I believe Ren isn't that kind of person." Yoko sighed. "Mom will stay for these few days to help you take care of the babies and also observe Ren. I'll go back once I'm reassured." Yukino nodded vigorously. After all, she hadn't seen her mother for so long, so she didn't want her to leave so soon. At the same time, she was certain I would pass her mother's test. In the living room, while the 2 were talking in the bedroom, I took out my phone and called Aunt Wang to tell her that I had moved. Upon learning that I had bought a house in Golden Domain Mansion and wanted her to move over to look after the babies, Aunt Wang hesitated at first, but soon agreed. After all, being a maternity matron was her job, and the salary I offered was much higher than the market rate. It was quite normal to even provide childcare at my home. After hanging up with Aunt Wang, I returned to the sofa to play with the 3 babies for a while, then took out my computer, opened Bilibili, and prepared to check for any new anime. Just then, Yukino and Yoko came out of the bedroom. Seeing me watching anime, Yukino curiously leaned over and teased, "Oh, you're an adult, yet you're still watching anime?" I shrugged helplessly and said, "Who said anime is only for kids? There are plenty of anime for adults, okay?" Yukino smiled and didn't say anything more. Although she didn't like anime, she was incredibly passionate about Korean dramas. Yukino simply picked up the remote control, pulled her mother to sit on the sofa, and started watching the latest Korean drama. I, on the other hand, watched my shows on the side, teasing the 3 children from time to time. The whole family was happy and harmonious. The beautiful teaching assistant, Yukino, gave birth to triplets for me. After breakfast, I said, "Aunt Wang, Aunt Yoko, I'll leave the babies to you. I'm gonna take Yukino to work." Yukino kept holding my arm, rubbing against it from time to time, which couldn't help but make me have wild thoughts. "How come you're in such a good mood today?" I smiled at Yukino. "Hee, of course." Yukino smiled playfully. Having learned that her father had forgiven her, her mood had been excellent. Looking at this beautiful woman, I suddenly remembered something and said, "I only have 1 class this Friday. I'm free in the afternoon. What about you?" I happen to have no classes that day. Why? Yukino looked up at me and asked with some confusion. "Since that's the case, let's go get the babies' birth certificates." "Okay." Yukino nodded without hesitation. Just then, I stopped, lowered my head, and looked affectionately at Yukino, saying, "After getting the birth certificates, let's find a time to visit my parents, and then go get our marriage certificate. How does that sound?" Hearing this, Yukino's body stiffened abruptly. She widened her eyes and looked at me with a surprised expression. "Of course." I nodded with a smile. "If it weren't for registering the babies, I would have waited until after the wedding to get the marriage license with you. But for the sake of the babies, we have to get the license first. After all, the babies, registration is more important." Although Yukino was very happy inside, she said, Who said I was going to marry you? There wasn't even a proposal ceremony." I smiled and didn't speak. A proposal ceremony was such an important thing. How could there not be one? Seeing that I didn't continue, Yukino felt a little disappointed, but she quickly calmed down. "It's just a ceremony." Ren had already sacrificed enough for this family, so she couldn't ask for more. Seeing the bento box in my hand, Yukino smiled again. She was already very happy and didn't need to force anything else. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the gate of Shanghai Jiaotong University. Seeing the car about to enter the school, Yukino hesitated and said, "Honey, can you drop me off here?" "Why?" I asked, looking confused. "I'm worried about being seen." After saying this, as if afraid I would misunderstand, Yukino added, "You're still a student. If people find out you're with me, it might have a bad influence on you. You are the wife I am about to marry and the mother of my children. What is there to be afraid of? Let them say what they want. I don't care anyway." After a pause, I added, "On the contrary, you are a teacher at the school. If others find out we are together, the influence on you would be even greater. So I agree with what you're doing." Having said that, I stepped on the brake and pulled the car over to the side of the road. However, Yukino didn't get out. She hesitated for a moment and then looked at me, saying seriously, "Honey, since you're not afraid, what do I have to fear? Just drive straight in. If people find out, we'll just admit it. It's not the old society anymore." Hearing this, I laughed and said, "Fine, I'll listen to you, wife." Then I stepped on the gas and drove directly into the school parking lot. Although Yukino said that, she still looked around before getting out. After confirming that there was no one in the parking lot, she pushed the car door open and quickly slipped out. Soon, Friday arrived. I only had 1 class in the morning. The moment the teacher left, I was the first to rush out of the classroom. Watching me in such a hurry, Zangbo frowned. "Ren has been a bit strange lately. Even though he rented a house outside, there's no need to run off the moment class ends every day, right?" Wu Zitao stroked his chin and put on a detective-like air, saying, "I think Ren must be in a relationship." Hearing this, Yu Chao suddenly became interested and chimed in, "Now that you mention it, it's really possible. Otherwise, why would he be in such a hurry to leave class every day? He couldn't be going home to play games, could he? Playing games alone is not as fun as us playing together." Just then, the class monitor, Lu Yue, happened to pass by. Hearing their discussion, she immediately leaned in and gossiped, "What are you guys talking about? Does Ren have a girlfriend?" I was handsome by nature, and after consuming the marrow cleansing pill, my physique and appearance had reached the peak. During public lectures, many girls from outside the school would come to class just to catch a glimpse of me. Some bold ones even confessed to me in public, but I rejected them mercilessly. Yeah. Hearing Liu Yu's words, Zhang Bo hurriedly said, "Ren is living alone outside now, and I bet it's 80% likely he's seeing someone." "You mean he's cohabitating with someone?" Liu Yu said in disbelief. Although college students living together wasn't a rare thing, I was the dream god of all the girls in school. Her finance department was even more so, following the idea of keeping the good stuff for ourselves. Who knows how many girls were ogling me? Class monitor Liu Yue was one of them. Unfortunately, Liu Yue knew her own limits. Although her figure was good, she lost out in terms of beauty. However, she was warm-hearted and often helped classmates solve their problems. Especially those male students, who loved to find excuses to talk to their class monitor. Many secretly liked her, but what they didn't know was that the person she liked was already liking someone else. This guy was taken so quickly. Hearing Zhang Bo's words, Liu Yui pursed her lips in frustration, feeling a bit sour inside. Just as my roommates were discussing this, I had already left the classroom and reached the parking lot. Getting into the car, I didn't rush to start it, but opened the stock trading software on my phone. Following hints from the stock trend chart, the stock I had purchased would reach its peak at noon today. I timed it perfectly and sold it all. Purchased for 1 million, sold at 6.2 million at the peak. In just 2 days, I made a net profit of over 5 million. This feeling was simply amazing. Of course, this amount of money didn't count for much. If I had enough capital, making a few tens of millions would be like taking candy from a baby. After selling the stocks, the system's voice echoed in my mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of earning milk powder money for the babies. Reward, 5 million in cash. Hearing the system, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just made 5 million, and now the system rewards me with another 5 million. System, you are really too generous. Looking at the string of numbers lying in my bank account, my mood was incredibly comfortable. In just a few days, I had transformed from a poor student into a multimillionaire, living in a big house, driving a luxury car, and having millions in my bank account. Even in a place like Shanghai, where rich people are as common as dogs, I could be considered to have some assets. Looking at the phone screen, I counted carefully. I now had over 10.5 million in my bank account. After some thought, I decided to invest 10 million into the stock market and keep 500,000 as a reserve. Having made so much money, it was time to buy something for my wife. I kept remembering how Yukino would go out without makeup and the few clothes hanging in her closet that she wore over and over again. Although Yukino was naturally beautiful and even without much makeup could hide her noble and cool temperament, how could my wife live so frugally? I had to let her wear the most beautiful clothes, put on the best makeup, and be the most dazzling woman. As I drove home, I kept thinking about what to buy for Yukino. However, the most urgent task was to get the birth certificates for the babies. I returned home before long. Yukino didn't have class today, so she didn't go to school. Opening the door, I saw Yukino sitting on the sofa watching TV with Yoko. "Yukino, let's go. Before they get off work, let's go get the babies' birth certificates." She stood up from the sofa immediately and walked to my side with a smile. Seeing this, Yoko also put down the remote and followed Yukino out the door to the underground parking lot. Yukino sat in the passenger seat. Yoko and Aunt Wang sat in the middle, and the 3 little ones sat in safety seats in the back. In this way, our whole family headed toward the maternal and child health hospital on the outskirts of Shanghai. I drove carefully, keeping an eye on the navigation map. "Ren, this car wasn't cheap, right? How much did it cost?" On the way, Yoko couldn't help but ask. "It's all right. A little under 1 million. I drove seriously without turning my head. Hearing this, Yoko showed a look of surprise. For an average family, having a car for around 200,000 was already quite good. But I, at such a young age, not only bought a big house in Shanghai, but now drive a million-level car. For this prospective son-in-law, Yoko was becoming more and more satisfied. "By the way, Yukino, while waiting at a red light, I suddenly said, my junior year courses are basically ending. It doesn't really matter if I go to class or not now. How about I just take leave and stay home full-time to bring up the babies?" "No," Yukino refused without thinking. You should honestly go to school and get your graduation certificate. That's the safe way. Yoko also opposed it from the side. Ren, you're still studying, so your studies are the priority. We'll take care of the children, you don't need to worry. Hearing the three of them talking, Aunt Wang realized for the first time that I was still a student. She looked up in surprise, wanting to say something, but finally shut her mouth. After all, this was someone else's family business. Fine, I'll think about it. Facing their opposition, I didn't insist further. Things like this couldn't be persuaded in just a few words. 20 minutes later, the car reached the Maternal and Child Health Hospital. After parking, I was the first to get out and take the stroller from the trunk, and then everyone took the three babies inside separately. Soon they reached the hospital reception desk. "Hello, we are here to get birth certificates," I said with a smile. When the hospital staff saw that our whole family looked so good, they couldn't help but take a few extra looks, thinking we were some celebrities from the entertainment industry. "Okay, may I ask if you brought your ID cards?" I nodded and took out mine and Yukino's ID cards, handing them to the staff. After checking to confirm our identities, "Wow, your babies are so cute!" Seeing the three babies in the stroller, the nurse at the front desk felt her heart was going to melt. "Wait, are these triplets?" I remember 2 months ago, a pair of triplets was born in our hospital. It caused quite a stir back then. "You two wouldn't happen to be those parents, would you?" Facing the nurse's question, Yukino smiled bitterly and nodded. Her words made Yukino remember the days of giving birth alone in the hospital. Sensing the change in Yukino's mood, I leaned over and reached out to hug her shoulder. After confirming the babies' identities, the nurse at the front desk immediately returned to her station and began operating the computer to handle the official birth certificates. By the way, what are their names? Ren Jinghei, Ren Tianshui, Ren Qingmeng. Yukino and I looked at each other and said slowly. The nurse at the front desk was curious. Is there a meaning behind this? These three names are taken from a poem by the late Yuan dynasty poet Tang Qi. Drunk and unaware that heaven is in the water, a boat full of clear dreams presses against the Milky Way. This is the name we discussed together at home. After hearing this, the nurse couldn't help but give a thumbs up, sighing. To think that Mom and Dad are such cultured people. She had processed birth certificates for many newborns here and had seen all kinds of names. Those surnamed Wu, naming their children Wu Suowei, doesn't matter. Those surnamed Zhou, naming their children Jumo Yukwai, happy weekend. And even more bizarre ones, like those surnamed Du, naming their child Dulacey, Durbai, Durex. With the stamp applied, the three babies' birth certificates were finally processed. Congratulations to the host for completing the life achievement, registering birth certificates, and naming the babies. Obtained critical reward, 1% stake in JP Morgan Chase, valued at $6.3 billion United States dollars. The relevant equity certificate has been placed in the car's storage box. Seeing this reward, I was stunned for a moment, then in disbelief. A 1% stake in JP Morgan Chase. You have to know that JP Morgan Chase is one of the most influential financial groups in the United States. A second ago, I was still thinking about how to feed my family, and the next second you give me such a huge gift. Is the reward for completing a life achievement really this amazing? If I register the babies, send them to school, and raise them to adulthood, wouldn't you end up gifting me the world's industries system? Ren, what's the matter? Seeing me standing there in a daze, Yukino couldn't help but ask. Nothing, I said with a smile. Then I took the 3 birth certificates from the nurse and brought everyone back to the car. The car soon left the hospital and headed in the direction of Golden Domain Mansion. On the way, I glanced at the glove box in the passenger seat. The equity certificate was in hand, but since there were no dividends yet, I still didn't have much money in my hands. Unless I sold this 1% stake, I could immediately be financially free and live the life of a rich person. I'm not a fool. This is a stake in JP Morgan Chase. As a Chinese person, the difficulty of obtaining a 1% stake in a top US financial group is unimaginable. Moreover, JP Morgan Chase has almost infiltrated all walks of life globally. Basically, any industry you can see has its shadow. In other words, if I own 1% of JP Morgan Chase, it's equivalent to indirectly controlling many global industries. These 3 little ones are really my lucky stars. My roommate jokingly said that as long as you have the guts, the beautiful teaching assistant will go on maternity leave. The beautiful teaching assistant, Yukino, really gave birth to triplets for me. After lunch, I planned to take Yukino shopping to let her experience the joy of the rich. Yukino, let's take the babies to the mall. Go to the mall? Yukino was a bit surprised. What are we going there for? I leaned over and reached out to wrap my arm around Yukino's waist. What for? Look at you, you always wear these few clothes, and you don't have much makeup either. Let's go to the mall later, and I'll buy you some daily essentials. Hearing this, Yukino looked a bit shy, twisting unnaturally. No need to spend so much money. Let go of me first. Mom and Aunt Wang are still here. Aunt Wang, who was cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks in the dining room, indicated that she hadn't seen anything. And Yoko sat on the sofa, pretending to be seriously watching TV. Don't be afraid of wasting money. Your husband has enough money for clothes now. My wife is so pretty and has such a good figure. Wouldn't it be a pity if she wasn't dressed up well? Yoko, on the side, echoed, Yukino, it's rare for Rin to have this heart. Why don't you go shopping with him? I'll watch the children with Aunt Wang. But Rin, don't spend too much money. You'll have many places to spend money while raising children in the future. Okay, Aunt, I nodded and agreed. But we can also bring the babies out to stroll. They are over 2 months old now. Contact with the outside world is good for their growth. Aunt, why don't you come out with us too? I won't go. Yoko shook her head, not wanting to go out and act as a third wheel. Hearing her mother say this, Yukino couldn't say anything else, so they took the children, left the complex, and went to the largest mall in Shanghai. Along the way, the combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman soon became the focus of everyone's attention. Passers-by cast their gaze at them one after another. Yukino was already stunningly beautiful, and with a hot figure, even without makeup, she couldn't hide her amazing charm. As for me, it goes without saying. After consuming the marrow cleansing pill, I could be said to be a walking head-turner. Whether old or young, as long as it was a woman, they couldn't help but steal a glance at me. Those who didn't know would think I was some male star. Facing everyone's fiery gaze, I had long become accustomed to it. I led Yukino into a Chanel boutique. As soon as they entered, a beautiful woman came up to them. Distinguished guest, good afternoon. Wow, these 3 babies are so cute. Are they triplets? Yukino smiled and nodded. The saleswoman saw the babies in the stroller and felt her heart melting. Looking up and seeing my handsome face, a flash of astonishment crossed her eyes. My husband is so handsome, and the 3 babies are also so cute. How much virtue did this young lady accumulate in her past life? Help her pick out a few suitable pieces of clothing? I said to the saleswoman. Okay, sir. Hearing this, the smile on the saleswoman's face became even more pronounced. Yukino was still hesitant. She knew Chanel was a luxury brand. Buying a few pieces of clothing would start at tens of thousands. Ren just finished buying a house. How could he have so much money left? However, I waved my hand to signal her not to worry. Seeing this, Yukino had no choice but to brace herself and follow the sales assistant to start picking things out. Taking advantage of the time they were choosing, I found a place to sit down and take care of the 3 babies. The babies lay in the stroller, their eyes rolling around, looking at the surroundings. They didn't cry or fuss. They were very well behaved. A passerby noticed the scene and couldn't help but lean in. Are these triplets? They are so cute. All 3 babies are so chubby and pink. It makes me want to have a second child, a few beautiful ladies said, immediately glancing at their own husbands. The men shrank back, knowing that tonight would inevitably be another hard battle. Before long, Yukino finished changing. She returned to me, shy and hesitant. Honey, does it look good? I looked up, and my eyes lit up. Yukino had shed her usual plain clothes. The new outfit highlighted her exquisite, slender figure perfectly. I couldn't help but swallow, praising her without reservation. It looks great. My wife is enchanting no matter what she wears. As I said this, I stood up, walked over to Yukino, and gently traced her cheek with my hand. Yukine's face flushed instantly. Because she was so shy, she could hardly form a coherent sentence. I smiled, pulled my hand back, and said to the saleswoman nearby, I'll take this set. Could you please pick out a few more for my wife? Certainly, sir. Miss, your husband is truly wonderful to you. Receiving the compliment, Yukino felt dizzy with happiness as she was whisked away to try on more clothes. In less than half an hour, thanks to the saleswoman's recommendations, Yukino had changed into over a dozen outfits. Without exception, every time she stepped out, I would say, "This one is nice too. Pack it up." The other customers in the Chanel boutique watched in stunned silence. They knew this was Chanel. Each item cost at least several thousand to tens of thousands. Why is he buying clothes like he's at the vegetable market? That is way too flashy. By the end, the beautiful saleswoman's legs were almost numb. When she brought all the clothes, shoes, and bags to the counter, I took out my credit card and handed it over. "Swipe it. Also, can you arrange for someone to deliver these to my home?" The saleswoman nodded with a bright smile. "No problem, sir. Forget delivering these. Even if you wanted me to pack myself up and go, that would be no problem at all." As long as she completed this order, her commission alone would be over 10,000. "Sir, your total today is 238,000. Let's just call it 230,000 for you." Hearing this number, Yukino was incredulous and reached out to stop me, but in the next second, the register spat out a white receipt showing a successful payment. I didn't even look at it, shoved the card and receipt into my pocket, and left the store with Yukino. Once outside, Yukino suddenly asked, "Honey, how do you still have so much money?" She remembered me saying earlier that I didn't have much left after buying the house. I wrapped my arm around her waist, leaned into her ear, and whispered, "I meant that compared to the 20 million in savings, it wasn't much. But pulling out a few $100,000 to buy you clothes is no problem." Yukino nodded, then said with concern, "Honey, you are so excellent. I suddenly feel like I'm not good enough for you." She had been feeling this way ever since we bought the house. Her husband had to make money and take care of the babies. It was just too exhausting. "Who says you aren't good enough?" I put on a stern face, flicked Yukino's forehead, and teased, "You are so beautiful, of course you match me perfectly. If you don't believe me, ask the babies." Upon hearing this, the 3 babies chimed in, babbling loudly in agreement. Pfuffed. Seeing the babies and me acting in sync, Yukino couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Her laughter stunned me. My gaze traveled from her beautiful face downwards. "Honey, what are you doing? We're still out in public." Yukino blushed and playfully slapped me. I raised the corner of my mouth and smiled, saying, "I was just thinking, don't you need some jewelry? Let's keep shopping." "Ah!" Before Yukino could react, I grabbed her hand and led her into a jewelry store. Half an hour later, I walked out of various shops with bags piled high. This time, I spent nearly 500,000. I had completely outfitted Yukino, jewelry, cosmetics, bags, anything you could think of, I bought it all. While Yukino was trying on jewelry, I snuck over to a side counter and bought a proposal ring. Of course, I couldn't let her know about that yet. When we left the mall, it was already evening. "Wife, let's eat out tonight. It's too late to go back and cook." Yukino looked at me in confusion. "Right. Come to think of it, we haven't been on a date outside yet." Hearing this, Yukino pouted with a smile, pointed at the 3 babies in the stroller, and said, "Who goes on a date while bringing their babies? Aren't we?" I leaned my face in close. Yukino's heart began to race. Facing my gentle offensive, she felt she was about to surrender. "Honey, what do you want to eat?" She shook her head to clear her thoughts and asked, "It's your pick. My wife is treating and I'm paying," I said softly. Yukino thought for a moment, then blinked playfully. "How about we go for Japanese cuisine?" I nodded with a smile. "All right, I remember there's a very famous Japanese restaurant in Shanghai called Kuroki. Let's go there." Kuroki was the most expensive Japanese restaurant in the city, known as the pinnacle of kaiseki cuisine, with an average cost of 3,000 per person. Having lived in Shanghai for so long, Yukino had certainly heard of it. She had always wanted to try it, but due to budget constraints and the need to support 3 babies, she never had the chance. Hearing me suggest it, she immediately became excited. I drove Yukino and the 3 babies to Kuroki. 10 minutes later, we arrived at the restaurant entrance. As soon as we entered, 2 waiters greeted us, bowing. "Welcome. Are you 2 here to dine?" I nodded. "Yes, I've already booked a table online." "Very well, sir. Please follow me." The waiter gestured for us to follow and led us to a private room. I sat down with Yukino, and we placed the 3 babies in the room to play freely. Just then, a beautiful girl walked past the room holding a selfie stick. "Good evening, friends. Today I'm at Kuroki to show you all some amazing food." As she spoke to the camera, she looked around. She was clearly a food blogger. Her eyes landed on the 3 babies in the room. Seeing the little angels, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, such cute babies!" Yukino, happy to hear her children being complimented, originally intended to close the door so as not to disturb anyone. But seeing the curious blinking eyes of the babies, she decided against it. "Thank you, you are lovely too," Yukino replied politely. "Hee hee." The girl was a bit embarrassed. After all, with my care, the woman in front of her emitted the aura of a sophisticated, cool beauty. "Sister, you are so beautiful," the girl blurted out. Then she looked at me, her eyes filling with hearts. "And this young brother? Are you a celebrity?" "No," I replied, looking up. My perfectly handsome face appeared in her live stream. The entire live stream exploded. "Who is that? He's so handsome. Even more handsome than the star Eddie Peng. Such a handsome guy. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I want to have his babies." Realizing the stir, the girl hurriedly moved her phone away. "Sorry, I accidentally filmed you guys. My apologies." Seeing the girl's guilt, Yukino waved it off. "It's okay, you didn't mean to." "Thank you, miss." The girl nodded gratefully and walked away. The minor incident didn't bother us. Soon, our meal arrived. After a few bites, Yukino frowned. "What's wrong? Is it not good?" I asked, confused. Yukino shook her head. "It's okay, but after eating your cooking, everything else just feels so ordinary. If you like, I can cook for you at home. I can do all 8 major Chinese cuisines, plus international dishes, including Japanese, French, and Vietnamese." "Really?" Yukino looked at me in disbelief, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The system voice echoed, "Congratulations to the host for having a high-end meal out with the babies. Reward: Master-level traditional Chinese musical instrument skill." Returning home that night, I helped Yukino organize the clothes we bought in her bedroom. As she finished putting everything in the closet, she turned around. "Honey, thank you." She looked at me with deep love in her eyes. I wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. I stepped forward, wrapped my arms around her waist, and kissed her red lips. Yukino couldn't resist. She felt like an electric current had hit her body, making her feel soft and tingling all over. Just as she was about to completely melt, I released her. Looking at her flushed face, I smiled. "Wife, tomorrow you won't have to go to work without makeup." Thank you, honey." Yukino was blushing like a bashful bride. My roommates used to joke that as long as you're daring enough, the beautiful teaching assistant will go on maternity leave. And that beautiful teaching assistant, Yukino, really did give birth to triplets for me. But our relationship was eventually discovered by teachers and classmates. Just now, I left the babies with mother-in-law and Nanny Wang to drive Yukino to school for a meeting. While waiting for her in the parking lot, I pulled out my phone to play Genshin Impact. I had just started when someone knocked on the window. I looked up and saw my roommates, Ryota and Kaito. I laughed. "Why are you two here?" Kaito pouted. "Don't ask. Renji hooked up with a freshman. We were supposed to go to the internet cafe today, but he's off being all romantic somewhere." "Oh, Renji is taken? That's great news." I was surprised. He'd found a girlfriend only days after I moved out. "We should all meet up soon. I want to see what she's like." Renji aside, Ryota asked gossipingly, "Did you find a girlfriend too? Is that why you moved out? To live with her?" I nodded. "Pretty much. I didn't hide it." "All right then. Next time we have a dorm gathering, bring her along. By the way, what major is she in?" I paused, thinking. I suppose you could say she's in our finance department. "What do you mean, suppose? Is she a freshman too?" Ryota and Kaito were confused, but they didn't think much of it. They'd find out soon enough. "So, are you parking here to wait for your girlfriend?" Ryota and Kaito gave me a sly smirk. Having lived with them for 3 years, I knew exactly what they were thinking. They wouldn't leave until they saw her. Meanwhile, in the school conference room, "That's it for today's meeting. Dismissed." As the principal spoke, teachers began packing up. Kaori, sitting next to Yukino, nudged her. "Teacher Yukino, why are you dressed so beautifully today?" Kaori's face was full of envy. Yukino was stunningly beautiful even without makeup, but today she was wearing light makeup and a gorgeous outfit. "What do you mean? It's no different than usual." Kaori gave a sly smile, pointing at the necklace and earrings. "This is different. Did your husband give these to you?" Yukino nodded, a beautiful blush appearing on her face. "Your husband is so good to you. These look like luxury goods. I'm so jealous." Yukino smiled and didn't continue the topic. "All right, I have to go back now. She packed up and prepared to leave. Wait, Teacher Yukino. It's a holiday. Let's go eat together tonight. Kaori grabbed her hand and other teachers nodded, but Yukino shook her head. I'm waiting for him in the parking lot. Just thinking of me made her lips curl into a happy smile. Kaori was sour. Smiling so sweetly. Must be dying to go back to your husband, right? That's right, Yukino admitted frankly. Teacher Yumi, sitting across, interjected. Teacher Yukino, you're showing off your love too blatantly. I'm married and I still can't take it. What about the single teachers? Kaori added, Exactly. I'm a single lady here. I need compensation for this emotional damage. Yukino laughed. All right, how do you want to be compensated? Kaori smirked. I want to come over to your house for a meal. Your husband's cooking is legendary. Let me have a taste. Yukino froze. Wait, if she comes over, isn't that going to expose everything? Then she remembered. Kaori only taught freshmen. She shouldn't know Sato. Yumi, who was also a close friend, joined in. That's right, Teacher Yukino, let us tag along. Oh no, Yumi taught juniors, and she was actually Sato's teacher. She would likely recognize him. Yukino panicked. Well, today might be difficult. My husband is... Before she could finish, her phone rang. It was me. She stepped out to take the call. Time's up. Aren't you done yet? Yes, just finished. I'm coming out now. All right, I'm in the parking lot. Also, my 2 roommates are here. Ah. Even though she had previously decided not to worry about being exposed, she felt nervous again. If you don't want to be exposed, I can tell them to leave first. I said, no, it's fine, come over. Yukino took a deep breath. Okay, honey, I'm coming right now. She hung up and signaled for Kaori and Yumi. All right, let's go. But I have to warn you, my husband is very busy cooking, so you all need to behave. HMPH. Already defending your husband before even having a bite? Kaori teased, following her out. On the way to the parking lot, Yukino prayed silently. Please, don't let my husband be shocked. As soon as I hung up, Ryota and Kaito rolled their eyes. Wow, if you don't want to be exposed, you really do forget your brothers once you have a girl. I shrugged from inside the car. I said that because her status is special. Never mind, you'll see when she gets here. But I'm warning you, no messing around, or don't blame me if we aren't brothers anymore. Messing around with what? The two were confused. Soon, 3 graceful figures approached. Ryota's sharp eyes recognized Yukino instantly. Oh my god! Look, isn't that goddess Yukino? Yukino walked over, hand in hand with Kaori, followed by Yumi. Teacher Yukino looks so beautiful today, Ryota drooled. They got closer and closer to my car. Ryota and Kaito started to get nervous. Yukino looked exceptionally sexy and charming today. Teacher Yukino! Teacher Yumi! Ryota greeted them politely as they arrived. Hello, students. Although she didn't know them, Yukino was polite. These must be his roommates. Then, everyone watched as Yukino waved at the car, calling out sweetly, Honey, I'm here! Everyone froze. The room went silent. Ryota and Kaito's brains shut down. Wait, the girlfriend he mentioned is Teacher Yukino? I stepped out of the car and greeted the others politely. Hello, Teacher Kaori. Teacher Yumi? Hello, Kaori greeted me, not knowing who I was. But Yumi's eyes widened. She remembered me because I was exceptionally handsome, even in a huge lecture hall. Are you a student in the finance department? Didn't I teach you before? Yes, Teacher Yumi. Thanks for your instruction in the Situation and Policy lecture. I admitted openly. The words struck everyone like lightning. Teacher Yukino, is he your husband? Kaori asked, turning to Yukino. Yukino nodded, took my arm, and said slowly, Let me introduce you. This is my husband and the father of my children, Sato. Father of your children? Teacher Yukino, you have kids? Kaori was shocked. She never expected the goddess teacher who had just joined the school to already have children. Yes, honey, Teacher Kaori and Teacher Yumi are coming home with us for dinner. Great, you're welcome. I smiled and nodded. Everyone, hop in. Ryota and Kaito scrambled to join in. Wait, we're coming too! I gave them a stern look. You can come, but no smoking at my place, got it? Yes, sir. Anything for the kids, they laughed, piling into the back of my 7-seater SUV. Seeing 3 child safety seats in the car, Kaori gasped. Teacher Yukino, you have 3 children? Yes, triplets. They are very cute, you'll be obsessed with them once you see them. Hearing they were triplets, Ryota and Kaito looked at me like I was a god. Not only did he snag the goddess teacher, but she gave him 3 kids at once. So Sato, when did you two meet? Driving the car, I answered without turning my head. We met a year ago at a friend's birthday party back in my hometown. Everyone assumed they were introduced through friends. After chatting for a while, their shock slowly faded. Soon, the car pulled into the Golden Domain Mansion complex. Wow, Teacher Yukino, you live here? The rent must be expensive, Kaori exclaimed. Yes, it is, Yukino explained. But this house was bought by Sato. I didn't know. If I had, I wouldn't have let him buy it. Is the mortgage heavy? How much is it a month? Yumi was curious about the finances. Yukino smiled. There's no mortgage. Sato bought it with cash. The tone was as casual as buying a cheap head of cabbage. Everyone's jaws dropped. Not a mortgage? Sato, are you that rich? Ryota and Kaito couldn't help but complain. First he buys a Land Rover Defender, now an apartment in Shanghai with a river view. Writing web novels really, is that lucrative? Why am I even in college? After parking, I led the group back home. As soon as I entered, I heard the second baby crying. I rushed to the living room. Mother-in-law was holding the baby, trying to soothe her. Aunt, let me take her. I walked over, took the baby, and gently rubbed her nose. The baby stopped crying immediately upon seeing me. She gripped my clothes tight, staring at me with teary eyes as if complaining why I was back so late. It's okay, Yuna, don't cry. Daddy's home, I said gently. Aunt, why was she crying so hard? She sighed. I don't know. After you left, she wouldn't eat or sleep. But as soon as you came back, she stopped. It seems she really missed her dad. So that's how it is. I looked at the baby, who had already fallen asleep in my arms. I decided that once mother-in-law left, I would take time off to stay home and raise the kids full-time. Mother-in-law looked at the crowd in surprise. Who are these people? My roommates used to joke that as long as you're daring enough, the beautiful teaching assistant will go on maternity leave. And that beautiful teaching assistant, Yukino, really did give birth to triplets for me. But our relationship was eventually discovered by teachers and classmates. Mother-in-law looked at the incoming teachers and roommates, confused. Who are these people? Yukino introduced them casually. Mom, these two are my colleagues, Kaori and Yumi. The other two are Sato's college roommates. Nice to meet you, ma'am. My name is Ryota. Nice to meet you, ma'am. I'm Kaito. The two roommates introduced themselves quickly before Yukino could even speak. They were clearly shocked by the luxury of the apartment. How big is this place? Kaori couldn't help but ask, looking at the massive living room. Yukino smiled. About 280 to 300 square meters. She said it as casually as if she were talking about a cheap vase. How much does that cost? Yumi asked, stunned. A place like the Golden Domain Mansion, right by the Huangpu River, is worth an exorbitant amount. The apartment had a balcony with a panoramic view of the Huangpu River and the bustling nightscape. It must cost tens of millions. Yukino insisted Sato bought it with cash. Too rich. You guys chat, I'm going to start cooking. Yukino, what do you want to eat tonight? I moved toward the kitchen. Anything is fine, Yukino smiled. Hey, Sato, why didn't you ask me? Ryota complained. You're lucky to get a meal at all. Stop complaining. I shot him a look and walked into the kitchen. Soon, the sounds of cooking filled the room. Yukino led the 4 of them on a tour of the home. The more they saw, the more shocked they became. Sato's place is huge, Ryota sighed, filled with envy. Yeah, and this location is amazing, Yumi agreed. After the tour, they played with the 3 babies. Kaori and Yumi were instantly obsessed with the little angels. Even Ryota and Kaito were beaming like proud fathers. Look at these kids. They're even better looking than Sato. Soon I finished dinner and brought the dishes out, seeing the table full of delicious food. Kaori and the others' jaws dropped and their stomachs started growling. Mother-in-law and the others who were used to my cooking were calm, as they were used to it. Seriously, Yukino, I'm so jealous. Your husband is handsome and a master chef? How am I supposed to live? Hearing her husband praised, Yukino felt proud, her face flushing a lovely shade of red. Don't just stare, sit down and eat, Yukino invited them. Make yourselves at home, no need to be polite. Yukino picked up her chopsticks first and put a piece of sweet and sour pork in my bowl. Thanks for your hard work, honey. Eat first. The others couldn't wait any longer and dove in. They praised every bite, completely ignoring the couple showing off their love. So good. This boiled fish is even better than the famous restaurants. I've never eaten anything this good in my life. I'm having another bowl. One don't care if I burst. The atmosphere in the room was warm and filled with laughter. My roommates were particularly surprised by how well the teachers and the babies interacted. As the night went on, we talked about everything from school life to our future plans. It was a rare, peaceful moment that made me realize how lucky I was. I looked at Yukino and the babies, and I knew that no matter what came next, we would face it together. Sato, it's such a waste that you don't open your own shop with your skills. If you did, I'd definitely bring all my relatives here to support you. With cooking this good, everyone should know about it. Facing everyone's praise, I laughed and shook my head. I was long used to it. Joking aside, the bit of money earned from opening a shop. If it were the old me, I might have thought it a good option, but now, I truly don't care for it. Just as everyone was wolfing down the food, Yumi wasn't idle either, constantly piling food into my bowl. You worked hard making all these dishes, eat more, eat more. Looking at the mountain of food in my bowl, one helplessly offered a bitter smile. However, I obviously had to accept all of my wife's heavy, loving intentions. Thus, I picked up my chopsticks and buried myself in the meal. During this process, Yumi acted as if she were afraid someone else would finish the food and leave her husband hungry, constantly snatching dishes from under others, chopsticks to put into my bowl. During this, she even poured me a large bowl of chicken soup. Seeing this scene, Rei couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Teacher Yumi, do you really have to do this? We're still eating. With you acting like this, I'm already stuffed, just from eating dog food." Facing Rei's teasing, Yumi smiled and said, "That's perfect, it means I can eat more. If you keep talking, the food will be gone. Don't blame me for not warning you." "Teacher Yumi, I didn't think you were like this." Rei clutched her chest and began to overact, putting on a very wounded expression. "What's wrong with doting on my husband?" Yumi said with her pretty face slightly red. This was the first time she had officially called me husband in front of so many people. Hearing this, my hand holding the chopsticks paused, and I couldn't help but reveal a smile. It seems Yumi has truly accepted me from the bottom of her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't call me husband in front of so many people. Seeing the two sitting together, constantly showering everyone with dog food and emitting the sour scent of love, Yumi's mother was full of relief and also felt touched that her daughter had found a good place to belong. As for the others, they were incredibly envious and jealous, so they had to turn their grief into appetite, desperately shoving food into their mouths. They had to fill their stomachs before any more dog food was sprinkled over them. After finishing dinner, Rei and the other three stayed in the living room, playing with the three babies for a while before preparing to leave. Before leaving, Rei gathered her courage and said to Yumi, "Teacher Yumi, could you let your husband make me a bento too in the future? I can pay. What do you think?" Yumi gave her a look. The loving bento made by her own husband is obviously only for her. Yumi didn't want to share her husband's thoughtfulness with anyone else. "Fine, but after eating your husband's cooking, I can't eat anyone else's anymore. I'm gonna starve in the future." Rei pouted with a pitiful expression, trying to win Yumi's sympathy. "That's perfect. Aren't you always saying you want to lose weight? You might actually get thin by accident, and you can save a lot on food costs." "Truly killing two birds with one stone?" Yumi replied jokingly. Facing Yumi's banter, Rei hurriedly waved her hands. Forget it, I don't have that kind of luck." "Teacher Yumi, and Sato, thank you for your hospitality today. We'll be going now. Take care." After sending everyone off, Yumi closed the door and turned to hug me, giving me a kiss directly. "Husband, are you tired from making so many dishes today?" Not tired. As long as my wife likes it, I can cook for you every day. My wife's happiness is my greatest joy." In the living room, seeing the two of them acting intimate at the doorway, Yumi's mother felt the desire to return home even more strongly. She felt like a light bulb right now, and a particularly bright one at that. In the evening, the family was sitting on the sofa, happily watching TV. Yumi's mother suddenly spoke up. "Yumi, Sato, seeing you two living so happily, I can rest easy." Hearing this, Yumi and I turned our heads, looking a bit confused, not knowing why Yumi's mother would suddenly say these things. Yumi's mother continued, "I was originally worried about Yumi, so I came here specifically. But now that you are taking care of Yumi, I am very relieved. So I want to go back first. After all, Yumi's father is still at home alone. Hearing her mother say she was going back, although Yumi was a little reluctant, she understood. After all, it was already good that her mother could stay here for a few days. There was still her father at home, and she would have to go back sooner or later. But the next second, Yumi's mother suddenly said, "Sato, Yumi, when are you planning to go home together?" Under Yumi's expectant gaze, I thought about it and then said, "Auntie, the children are still small, so it's not very appropriate for them to take a plane or high-speed rail. So I plan to buy an RV in a while, and when the time comes, I'll take Yumi back," I added at the end, "and go back properly to ask for her hand in marriage." Hearing these words, Yumi covered her mouth, her face full of emotion. Although she didn't say much, what girl doesn't hope for a sense of ceremony in her marriage? Yumi's mother heard this, and the big rock in her heart finally dropped. She nodded. "Sato, since you said so, then I can rest easy. I'll buy a plane ticket tomorrow and go back to properly work on Yumi's father's mindset. Don't worry, Auntie. No matter how much of an opinion the uncle has about me, I will take it. I won't fight back if hit, or curse back if scolded." Yumi's mother smiled until her eyes almost squinted. "That old guy is just all bark and no bite. In fact, he already forgave Yumi a long time ago. You wouldn't know, but this time when I came over, he even secretly stuffed a bank card into my hand, telling me to give the money to Yumi, and not to tell Yumi that the money came from him." Hearing this, Yumi and I both laughed helplessly. Seeing that the situation with my father-in-law wasn't as severe as I thought, I hoped their father-daughter relationship would bury the hatchet soon. Before going to bed, I quietly snuck into Yumi's mother's room, looking like I was afraid Yumi would discover me. "Sato, is something the matter?" Seeing me come to find her alone, Yumi's mother asked doubtfully, "Auntie, it's like this." I looked outside the door and whispered, "When is Yumi's birthday?" Hearing this, Yumi's mother understood immediately. If I remember correctly, in 3 days, it seems to be Yumi's birthday. Upon learning Yumi's birthday, I felt a surge of joy. That's perfect. I was planning to propose to Yumi in the next 2 days. Since her birthday is in 3 days, I'll just propose to her on her birthday. Hearing that I was going to propose to her daughter, Yumi's mother was increasingly satisfied. She really hadn't misjudged this son-in-law. He kept her daughter in his heart, and even had things like the proposal planned early on. Leaving Yumi's mother's room, I returned to my bedroom just in time to see the 3 little treasures having fun on the bed. Just then, someone knocked on the door. I opened the door and saw it was actually Yumi. She was standing outside the door, looking at me with a flushed face. "Husband, are you tired today?" I held Yumi and kissed her on the face. "Wife, coming to find me so late, is something the matter?" "It's just that the cat in my room just did a backflip. Do you want to go see it?" The more Yumi spoke, the redder her face became, and her voice grew softer and softer. Hearing this, I revealed a meaningful smile but still cooperatively made an expression of surprise. "Really? I haven't seen a cat that can do a backflip yet." Saying this, I picked up Yumi and we went back to her room together. When the sky began to brighten, a system voice suddenly sounded in my ear. "Congratulations to the host for completing the 1-week mission of spending time with the babies. Reward, martial arts master." As soon as the system finished speaking, the muscles on my body instantly became tight. A powerful aura surged out from me. I slammed my eyes open, erupting with 2 beams of sharp light, like 2 sharp swords. I felt that now, even if I met boxing champion Mike Tyson or Wudang's Zhang Sanfeng, I could beat them down. After all, in addition to being a martial arts master, I had also consumed a marrow cleansing pill. In terms of physical fitness, I estimate that no one on the entire Blue Star can compare to me. Possessing this skill, if the babies or my wife encounter danger, I also have the ability to protect them. Yumi's mother, who was up early, whispered in the living room, "I was so muddled from sleep last night, it felt like an earthquake." After we finished breakfast, I drove Yumi and Yumi's mother away from home. I first sent Yumi to school, then turned and took Yumi's mother to the Shanghai airport. Arriving at the boarding gate, I looked at Yumi's mother and said with a smile, "Auntie, watch out on the road. Remember to report your safe arrival once you land." "Okay, Sato, hurry back. I'm going in to check my ticket. Take good care of Yumi for me." "Auntie, please rest assured. I guarantee I will take care of Yumi properly." Watching Yumi's mother walk into the boarding gate, I then turned and left the airport. I drove directly back to Jinyu Wafu. After parking the car, I didn't rush back, but took out my phone to look at the stocks in my hands. Last week, the system rewarded me with 5 million, plus the money earned from stock trading. I invested all 10 million of the principal into the stock market. If nothing goes wrong, in a few days, this 10 million will appreciate to 18 million, a net profit of 8 million. Thinking of this, the corners of my mouth couldn't help but lift. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for becoming a master of investment. Reward, a high-end RV worth 5 million. Hearing the system's voice, I froze for a moment. System, have you been a bit active lately? Then, a look of smugness appeared on my face. I was just thinking about whether or not to buy an RV to take the babies to see their maternal grandparents, and now the system has directly rewarded one. This really is like providing charcoal and snow. Sure enough, in another parking space, I saw an RV the size of a shipping container. Pulling out the keys, I walked straight in. Seeing the decoration inside the RV, I couldn't help but exclaim, "This is too luxurious." The spacious interior has no partition in the middle. In the evening, I went to school on time to pick up Yumi. On the way back, I said mysteriously, "Wife, I'll give you a surprise later." "What surprise?" Yumi asked curiously. She was originally thinking about how she could go home soon and see the babies, but hearing this, her attention was immediately drawn away. "You'll know later," I held back. "I believe you will definitely like it." I looked at Yumi's expectant gaze and chuckled. When we got home, seeing the RV parked in our parking space, Yumi was stunned, subconsciously covering her mouth as she said, "Is this our RV?" Yumi was so excited she almost screamed. She ran over impatiently, walked around the entire RV, and then said, "Husband, hurry up and open the door. Let me go in and see." Okay. Like leading a child, I took Yumi into the vehicle to let her tour to her heart's content. Yumi looked left and peered right, running into the bedroom one moment and slipping into the bathroom the next. She excitedly hugged my neck. "Husband, when did you buy this?" "With this car, I can drive it to take you to see my parents and your parents, then go get our marriage certificate. In the future, our whole family can go out to enjoy the mountains and rivers." The look of expectation on Yumi's face grew stronger. She couldn't help but stand on tiptoe and kiss me lightly on the face. "Husband, you're the best. I'm good at a lot of things." Looking at this pretty woman in front of me, I felt a stir, so I casually picked her up and walked slowly into the RV's bedroom. My roommate joked with me, "As long as you have the guts." The beautiful teaching assistant takes maternity leave. The beautiful teaching assistant, Yumi, really gave birth to triplets for me. The day of Yumi's birthday arrived. At home, I prepared a dinner that even a state banquet couldn't compare to. "Husband, why did you make such a rich meal today?" Yumi had been busy with work these past few days and had even forgotten her own birthday. I smiled, "Made it specially for you. Today is a special day." "For me?" Yumi pointed at herself, looking a bit confused, but she was still moved in her heart. "Thank you, husband," Yumi said sweetly. After finishing dinner, I held Yumi's hand and brought her to the living room, having her sit on the sofa, then took out the camera I had specially bought, mounted it on a stand, and pressed the record button. "Husband, what are you doing?" Yumi was a bit dazed, suddenly taking a camera to record. What was she going to do? I smiled mysteriously. "Of course. I want to give you a surprise." "Another surprise?" Yumi blinked, looking at Mrs. Wang not far away, and found that she also had a puzzled look. "You wait a moment." After saying this, I ran into the bedroom. When I came out, Yumi and Mrs. Wang were both stunned. I had changed into a white hanfu, looking spirited and radiant, the whole person emitting a charming glow. In my arms, I was also carrying a zither. Looking at me in this attire, Yumi's eyes kept popping with pink hearts. "Husband, this outfit is just beyond handsome, isn't it?" And the three babies on the side, seeing their father's handsome appearance, also started cooing. Seeing this, I took out the guqin and started playing in front of Yumi. Jing, 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 the zither sound was melodious and moving. With my mastery of folk music, my performance level was already that of a professional master. Yumi was attracted by this beautiful melody, staring at me without blinking. Even if she didn't understand the music, Yumi could tell that this piece I was playing was filled with love. As the song ended, I gently pressed my hands on the strings, then stood up, walked to Yumi, and knelt on one knee in front of her. "Wife, happy birthday." Sob. Yumi was choked with emotion. With tears in her eyes, she couldn't help but hug me. Husband, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have forgotten it was my birthday today. I gently comforted Yumi's back, softly saying, don't be in a hurry. I still have a gift for you. After saying this, I took a delicate little box from behind me. Looking at the box in front of her, Yumi seemed to realize something, her lips starting to tremble. Husband, is he? I gently opened the box. A dazzling diamond ring appeared in front of Yumi. I stood on the spot, looking at her affectionately. Yumi, will you marry me? My words made Yumi's heart beat faster. In the next second, Yumi didn't have any hesitation, shouting, I do! At this moment, Yumi's eye sockets were already red from being moved to tears. Tears couldn't stop dripping out. She nodded and sobbed. Husband, I'm so happy. Being able to marry you is the luckiest thing in my life. Mrs. Wang, watching from the side, was full of smiles. She couldn't help but wipe the corners of her eyes, too. When Yumi first hired her as a nanny, she was still living in a small house of less than 30 square meters. Now seeing Hirasa, bitterness coming to an end, sweetness beginning, finally obtaining the happiness she deserved, Mrs. Wang was also very touched. She silently got up and left the room, leaving the space to the young couple. In the living room, Yumi gradually stopped crying. She wiped away the tears on her face and held out her left hand, saying, Husband, can you help me put it on? Of course. I held Yumi's small hand, then took out the ring and slowly slid it onto Yumi's ring finger. Looking at this dazzling diamond ring, Yumi couldn't help but cry again. Sob, husband. How did you know it was my birthday today? I wiped the tears off Yumi's face, laughing as I said, I asked our mom. Sob, husband, I love you so much. Right, husband, what song were you playing just now? Facing this deep confession, I didn't speak but tightly hugged Yumi, whispering, Feng Chu Huang. The phoenix seeks his mate. Feng Chu Huang. Hearing these 3 words, Yumi laughed foolishly, not knowing what she was thinking. In the evening before going to sleep, I simply edited the video and posted it on the Home with 3 Treasures account. I found that this girl, Yumi, was actually holding a tablet, lying in bed and playing the video I just posted over and over again, with a foolish grin appearing on her face from time to time. Wife, let's ask for leave tomorrow. Ask for leave for what? Yumi asked without raising her head while watching the video. Is her husband gonna take her somewhere? Ask for leave to go home. Now that we have an RV, we can drive and take the babies back for a trip, see both our parents, and then get our marriage certificate. Yumi heard this and nodded sweetly. Since she had already accepted my proposal, the matter of meeting the parents should be put on the agenda. Then we'll go to school tomorrow to ask for leave. The babies are almost 3 months old. We have to hurry and get their household registration done and give them their vaccinations, etc. So the wedding might have to be delayed for a bit. But don't worry, I will definitely give you a wedding you'll never forget. Husband, thank you. Thank you for making me no longer lonely. Thank you for giving the babies and me a warm home. Yumi put down her phone and stared at me without blinking. I supported Yumi's waist and said with a smile, Isn't all this what I should be doing? Still need to say thank you. Yumi let out a laugh, snuggled into my arms, looked up at my face, and her eyes gradually became blurry. Husband, you are really handsome. Not only handsome, but also so good at making money, cooking, and playing music. Husband, you're so excellent. I really feel a lot of pressure. I held Yumi's hand and said softly, Wife, then you also strive to become excellent. Let's become better people together. That way we can set a good example for the babies. Yumi nodded obediently. Then the two hugged tightly and kissed intensely. After lingering for a while, Yumi couldn't take it anymore and fell sound asleep in my arms. The next day, Yumi and I went to school together to ask for leave. As for our situation, the only people in the whole school who knew were Ray, Yuanshan, and my 3 roommates. They weren't gossips, so they didn't expose this matter. Instead, Zhangbo, who was dating his girlfriend that day, learned that I actually had children with the goddess teacher Yumi. That evening, he called me. On the phone, Zhangbo was full of heartache, while also strongly condemning my concealment. After asking for leave, we returned home and temporarily said goodbye to Mrs. Wang, letting her go back to rest for a few days. After all, we were taking the babies back to our hometown to see our parents, and it wasn't appropriate for Mrs. Wang to stay here alone. Before parting, Mrs. Wang looked at the 3 babies with reluctance. her eyes even slightly moist. Having been with the children for so long, she had long since regarded the 3 babies as her own grandchildren. After Mrs. Wang left, Yumi and I packed our luggage, took the 3 babies into the RV, and the car's map began navigating for you. From Shanghai Jinyu Huafu to the Chuanyu Yeyuan residential complex, the total distance is 2,186 kilometers, with an estimated driving time of 20 hours and 38 minutes. Please take breaks on long-distance driving to avoid fatigue. Hearing the voice from the car's navigation, Yumi, who had just settled the 3 babies, came over and asked with concern, "Husband, are you tired after driving for so long? Aren't you clear about my stamina?" I joked, smiled, and stepped on the accelerator, driving the RV out of the basement. Yumi's pretty face instantly flushed, and she walked to the back of the RV a bit shyly, while Yumi sat in the lounge looking after the 3 babies. She muttered in her mouth, "Babies, you must grow up healthy and fast. That way, in the future when we go back to our hometown, Dad won't have to drive out. Dad is very tired driving for so long." The 3 babies stared with their eyeballs, curiously looking at Yumi. Although they couldn't understand what she was saying, they were very happy, waving their arms and kicking their legs. Seeing this, Yumi suddenly thought of something, took out her phone, turned on the camera, and began to record. "Hello everyone, I am the mom of the 3 treasures. Today my husband is driving and taking the babies and me back to our hometown. Let everyone see the 3 cute babies." Saying this, Yumi pointed the lens at the 3 cute kids. Yeah, woo woo, oh, ew. The babies seemed to know there was a lens filming them, waving their little hands desperately, and mumbling in their mouths, not knowing what they were saying. Yumi again pointed the lens at me, who was driving. "Husband, don't drive while tired. If you're tired, go to the service area to rest." "All right, wife, I'll give you a heart." Seeing Yumi filming the video, I also cooperated very well, making a heart shape at the lens. After filming the video, Yumi opened the editing software, modified it slightly on her phone, added subtitles, and then uploaded it to Little Broken Station, Bilibili. With 2 days of accumulation, the Home with 3 Treasures account didn't have many followers. It was probably less than 2,000, so after the video was uploaded, the view count was only a few hundred. Yumi didn't care and exited the back end. At the same time, inside a certain courtyard house in Beijing, Yu Pei was in the courtyard, sunbathing while browsing the Little Broken Station. Suddenly, a video titled, "Driving Across 2,000 Kilometers with 3 Babies Back to My Hometown," caught her attention. She clicked on the video and was instantly attracted. As soon as the video started, Yumi's noble and cold pretty face appeared. Seeing Yumi, Yu Pei was full of envy. She had given birth to 3 babies, and her figure could still be maintained so well. As for the RV, Yu Pei wasn't too surprised, because her own family was also very wealthy. Just this courtyard house was worth several $100 million, so seeing this RV, she just exclaimed a little bit. When I appeared on camera, Yu Pei's eyes widened immediately. Wow, what a handsome little guy. That's right, Yu Pei is a looker. As long as he's handsome, she likes him. The video played quickly. Out of curiosity about me, Yu Pei clicked on the homepage and found another video I had posted yesterday. She quickly clicked to watch it. When she saw me in the video wearing a white robe, appearing in front of her like an immortal, Yu Pei's eyes started popping with peach hearts again. When I held the zither and started playing, Yu Pei was stunned. The more she watched, the more surprised her expression became. After watching the whole video, she went crazy. She jumped off her chair and ran to the center hall of the courtyard. "Grandpa, you have to come see this." In the center hall, a thin-faced old man heard his granddaughter's voice and turned his head curiously. "Pei, what are you in such a rush for?" "Grandpa, you have to see this little guy. The Feng Chu Huang he played is amazing." Grandfather Yu laughed in spite of himself and helplessly took the phone. This old man was the famous folk music performer of Yangsha, known as a national treasure-level master, and also the president of the Yangsha Folk Music Art Association. Known as the high mountains and flowing water seeking a soulmate old man Yu, he had previously been on the Spring Festival galas of various major satellite channels, and even been on the CCTV Spring Festival Gala, with millions of fans on the Little Broken Station. Receiving the phone from his granddaughter, old man Yu didn't take her words seriously at first, thinking she just had little experience and hadn't seen big scenes. But when he saw me on the screen, old man Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "What a handsome young man." Hearing old man Yu's praise, The white-haired old man opposite couldn't help but ask, "Old Yu, what a handsome young man to make you sigh with such admiration." "Old Zhang, see for yourself." Old man Yu placed the phone between them. Not long after, I in the video started playing Feng Chu Huang. Accompanied by the prelude, Old Man Yu and Old Yang, who were originally unconcerned, started tapping their withered hands on the table. When the song ended, Old Man Yu closed his eyes with some reluctance. His originally murky eyes became clear, as if filled with passion. He stood up abruptly and clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Good, good, good!" Truly worthy of the saying, the younger to be feared. He suddenly shouted, startling Yu Pei. "Grandpa, you scared me!" From her grandfather's expression, Yu Pei could see he liked this little guy very much. Old Man Yu laughed heartily. "Grandpa is just too happy. I didn't think that our Yangtze country looks like I have a successor." Saying this, Old Man Yu picked up the phone again and finished the latter half of the video. After watching the whole video, Old Man Yu sighed again. Using Feng Q Hong to propose, this young man is truly interesting. I definitely have to meet him. Old Man Yu put down the phone, stroked the beard on his chin, and then said, Pei, I remember I also have a Little Broken Station account, right? Help me use that account to send a message to this young man. Just say, Grandpa wants to meet him. All right, Grandpa. Yu Pei nodded, then picked up the phone, logged into her grandfather's account, and with a flurry of operation, quickly edited the content and sent it off. After sending the private message, Old Man Yu still felt it wasn't enough. Forwarding the Home with Three Treasures marriage proposal video and attaching a sentence, "The young are to be feared. Looks like I, Old Yu, can slowly retire to the second line." At this moment, while I was driving, I heard the system sounds clanging. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of reaching 5,000 baby fans. Reward, Mastery of Go. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of reaching 10,000 baby fans. Reward, Mastery of Painting. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of reaching 20,000 baby fans. Reward, Mastery of Calligraphy. Hearing the system's voice constantly in my mind, I was dumbfounded, not knowing what the system was going crazy about, actually giving me 3 rewards at once. Looking at the time, we had driven for almost 5 hours and were about to reach the next service area, so I turned on the right turn signal and drove into the service area. Husband, are you tired? Lie down for a while. Yumi thought I was tired from driving, patted the bed, and signaled to me, asking if I wanted to lie down and rest for a while. Instead, I sat down next to Yumi and grabbed her slender waist, asking, Wife, did you post a video just now? Yes, Yumi nodded. It seems quite a few people like watching it. Just now it seems the follower count even grew quite a bit. Husband, Old Man Yu even forwarded our video. Husband, there's a private message from Old Man Yu in the back end. Just then, Yumi opened her phone and saw there was actually a message from Old Man Yu in the account backend. I took the phone and clicked into it, finding it was indeed a private message sent by Old Man Yu himself. Young friend, your zither skills truly make this old man admire you. I don't know when you are free. Can you meet with this old man? Husband, this Old Man Yu seems to want to meet you. Yumi looked at me with full admiration. Such a big shot. Not only actively forwarded her husband's video, but also wanted to meet him. It was truly too cool. I thanked him for helping forward the video, but said that I was busy returning to my hometown right now and would definitely get in touch with the other party when I had free time, and only then exited the Little Broken Station. Husband, aren't you going to add his contact information? Husband, you've been driving for so long, do you want to take a rest? No rush. I supported Yumi, lowered my head, and kissed her. Wife, let's take a rest. My roommate joked with me, as long as you have the guts, the beautiful teaching assistant takes maternity leave. The beautiful teaching assistant, Yumi, really gave birth to triplets for me. I was driving the RV, taking my wife and children home to see my mom and dad. At this time, I casually made a call to my dad. Hello? You brat, what's up? Why are you suddenly calling me? The phone conveyed my dad's hearty voice. Nothing much, Dad. What are you doing? I just wanted to tell you that I should be able to get home around 6 this evening. Oh, I'm at work. You're back? My dad heard this and was obviously a bit happy, but soon he asked doubtfully, Aren't you at school? There's no break now. Why are you back? I hesitated for a moment and then said, You'll know when you get home. I also brought my wife and children back. Tell Mom to cook more rice. You brat, teasing your dad again, right? Apparently, my dad on the other end of the phone didn't take this matter seriously. I didn't care. He would know once he saw the 3 babies. After hanging up, I was wondering if this would be a surprise for my parents. Yumi asked with some worry, "Husband, will your parents accept me? I had the babies without getting married. I don't know if Sato's parents will think I'm a bad girl." "Why wouldn't they accept you?" I laughed and comforted her. "For a daughter-in-law as excellent as you, I don't know how many people would want to find one like you. Don't worry, my parents are very easy to get along with. When I first started university, they wanted me to bring a girlfriend back. Now, not only am I bringing a wife, but I've also brought 3 babies. They will definitely be happily surprised." After my comfort, the hanging heart of Yumi finally let go. I hope it can really be, as I said. In the evening, when the sun was about to set, I drove the RV off the highway. Not long after, I arrived at the entrance of a common residential complex in the old town. I rolled down the window and waved at the gatekeeper. "Tanaka-san, please open the gate." "Oh, isn't this Sato? Why are you back? And your car is really big." The gatekeeper saw it was me and immediately smiled as he opened the gate for me. "Many thanks, old man." I said a sentence to the gatekeeper and then drove to the parking space downstairs of my house. When the car stopped, Yumi, who had already mentally prepared herself, started to get nervous again. "Husband, I'm scared." Yumi grabbed my arm tightly, her voice even trembling. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. My parents don't eat people. Rest assured, my Yumi is so beautiful, gentle, and considerate. My parents will love you too much." Yumi replied as softly as a mosquito, and the hand that tightly grabbed mine also gently loosened, as if having me by her side really made her feel a bit more grounded. I opened the car door, took out the baby carriage, and placed the 3 babies inside. I pushed the baby carriage and soon arrived at my door. Bang, 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 I knocked on the door. Coming. The door opened, and a kind and amiable face appeared in our sight with a smile. "Sato, you're back." Before finishing the sentence, my mom, Wang Fang, was stunned. She widened her eyes and curiously looked at Yumi pushing the baby carriage, while simultaneously lowering her head to look at the 3 babies in the baby carriage. This. She opened her mouth wide in surprise and couldn't speak. "Mom, I'm back." I walked in and introduced to her. "This is Yumi. These are the children I have with Yumi." "Auntie, hello. I am Sato's girlfriend." Yumi followed me in and greeted my mom. My mother covered her mouth in disbelief. After a long moment, she trotted to the kitchen in her slippers. "Old man, this is bad. Our son. What's wrong with our son?" Father, Kenji, standing in the kitchen, looked completely bewildered. "Our son brought back so many sons." Hearing this, my father Kenji, who was busy cooking, froze. He quickly followed my mother out of the kitchen. At a single glance, he saw me and Yukino Tang in the living room, placing 3 children onto the sofa one by one. This. Seeing the 3 adorable babies, my father's eyes nearly popped out. He slapped his forehead hard and demanded loudly, "You brat! What on earth is going on here?" "Mom, Dad." I held Yukino Tang's hand, walked up to them, and introduced her. "This is my girlfriend, and also my fiancé, Yukino Tang. And these are my children, your grandchildren." My parents stood there frozen, staring blankly at the 3 babies, their expressions incredibly complex. My father suddenly pulled me aside and whispered, "Son, did you get stuck raising another man's kids?" I gave a cheeky grin. "Dad, what are you saying? They're all my own flesh and blood. Do I look like a pushover?" "So these are my precious grandchildren?" His eyes lit up, staring intently at the 3 babies. "When did you 2 get together?" I'll tell you about that slowly." I led father back and sat down with Yukino Tang opposite them. "It's like this. Yukino Tang and I met by accident last year, and then we had children. I've been keeping this from you." Seeing that I hadn't told them the whole truth, Yukino Tang realized I was trying to protect her. However, she chose to step forward. "Uncle, Auntie, actually, the truth is," Yukino Tang told them the story of how they met, detail by detail. My parents were filled with deep emotion. My mother, Wang Fang, with reddened eyes, got up, walked over to Yukino Tang and gave her a warm embrace. "My dear, you've truly suffered, carrying triplets for 10 months and then having to take care of them alone. My heart aches for you. You went back to work so soon after giving birth, without even finishing your confinement. Are you sure you didn't leave behind any health issues?" Seeing my mother, Wang Fang, holding her tightly and asking about her well-being, Yukino Tang felt a warmth in her heart. She had worried that revealing the truth would lead to blame. But now, not only were they not blaming her, they were being so kind. The pressure in Yukino Tang's heart vanished. She hugged my mother and murmured, "Sato has been very good to me." "If that brat dares to bully you, you just tell me. I promise to discipline him for you," Wang Fang said, shooting a fierce glare at me. Afterward, my mother shooed me away, sat down next to Yukino Tang, and started chatting with her. Before I left, I winked at Yukino Tang, as if to say, "See? I told you my mom is easy to get along with." Yukino Tang returned the look, smiled, and nodded. A sweet smile appeared on her face, and the heavy burden in her heart finally lifted. "My precious grandchildren, it's Grandma. Call me Grandma." In the living room, my mother watched the 3 babies, pinching the first baby's cheeks, touching the second's nose, and playing with the third's ears, her face full of doting affection. Seeing my mother's childish behavior, I couldn't help but tease, "Mom, I feel like you're treating the babies like toys." "Huh?" Wang Fang paused, then said with absolute seriousness, "If you don't have kids to play with, why bother having them at all?" Hearing such a hardcore statement, Yukino Tang and I were speechless. My mother is full of surprises. Usually, my mother does the cooking, but if there are important guests or if I'm home on holiday, my father Kenji takes over. Clearly, father's cooking skills are higher. I walked into the kitchen, saw father busy, and smiled. "Dad, let me help you prep." "All right, you can slice the carrots." Seeing I wanted to help, father didn't refuse. However, when I picked up the knife and showcased my skills, my father was visibly startled. "You brat, not bad. Did you learn to cook on the side?" I looked smug. No, I'm self-taught. Your son is pretty smart, you know." "Well, if you've got it covered, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm gonna go play with my grandkids." After saying that, father didn't even give me a chance to react before slipping out. I laughed helplessly. My father is in his 50s, yet he acts just like a child. Once I finished cooking and called everyone to eat, only then did my parents reluctantly set the babies down and take their seats. My father brought out the beer and chuckled. "Drink a couple of glasses with me, kid." "Sure." I didn't refuse. It was rare to be home, and having a few drinks with the old man was the least I could do. As we traded drinks, Wang Feng kept putting food on Yukino Tang's plate. "Yukino Tang, don't be formal. Just treat this like your own home. Come, eat more. Look how thin you've gotten." When we were almost finished, I suddenly said, "Mom, Dad, the main reason we came back is to get our household registration book so we can register our marriage." "That's great," Wang Feng nodded quickly. "But what about the in-laws?" She looked at me. "I don't know what their stance is, or if it's convenient to meet up yet." Yukino Tang put down her chopsticks and interjected, "Sato and I plan to go back tomorrow and have a good talk with my parents." "Fine. Once you've met with them, let's find a time for both our families to have a meal together." "Stop talking about that and eat," my father interrupted shamelessly. "This kid's cooking has improved a lot. It's truly delicious. If he keeps this up, he's gonna catch up to my level soon." Wang Fang couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Your skills are barely better than mine. He's already far better than you." Faced with my mother's ruthless rebuttal, father could only lower his head and eat, terrified that one more word would lead to another round of scolding. I smiled. My parents were still the same. They loved to take digs at each other, but it didn't affect their relationship at all. After dinner, Wang Fang and Yukino Tang stayed in the living room to bottle feed the babies. My father pulled me onto the balcony and said in a low voice, "Listen here, kid. This situation you've gotten yourself into, sigh. You're still in school. I just asked Yukino Tang. She's your university lecturer. You don't have a job yet, and you have to raise 3 babies. Here, let me transfer you 100,000 yen to get you started." "Dad, no need. I have money." Before father could finish, I waved my hand. I was joking. I was really not short of cash. "What do you mean, no need? Don't tell me you're planning on being a kept man?" Father glared at me, clearly showing his disdain. I was too lazy to explain, so I pulled out my phone, opened my account, and handed it to him. "See for yourself, am I lying to you?" Father took the phone, and his eyes nearly popped out. Tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, millions in the account. "You brat, where did you get this much money?" "You didn't do anything illegal, did you?" I took my phone back and said with a smile, "I've been writing novels since I graduated high school. You know that, I've earned quite a bit. I added, although it wasn't much to start with, I took that money and earned over 10 million in the stock market. Over 10 million? Father widened his eyes, disbelieving. You're not joking, are you? Not joking. I'll show you something. I opened Bilibili and pulled up the 3 videos. See for yourself. The house in the video is one I bought myself. That RV is also mine. It's parked right downstairs. I bought the house and the car, and I still have millions left. Taking care of my family is no problem. Hearing this, Father stood on the balcony and peeked down, seeing the massive RV parked below. You really bought this? Yeah, I nodded. One day you and Mom can come to Shanghai and take a look. After a long while, Father finally accepted the fact. He patted my shoulder and said with pride, Good. You're definitely my son, Kenji. But the stock market has risks. You're still a student, so keep your focus on your studies and try to land a good job after graduation. That way, even if the stock market takes a hit, you'll have a stable income to support this family. Yukino Tang is a good girl. Don't let her down. Facing my father's earnest advice, I didn't say much, just nodded firmly. We stayed the night, and the next day after breakfast, I took Yukino Tang and the babies to see my father-in-law. And then, something unexpected happened. My roommate once joked, as long as you have the guts, the beautiful assistant lecturer will be on maternity leave. The beautiful assistant lecturer, Yukino Tang, really did have triplets for me, but my father-in-law didn't know about this before today. I was prepared for my legs to be broken. I drove with Yukino Tang and the babies to the apartment complex where my father-in-law lived. This complex was newer than mine and had better amenities. I parked the RV in a public spot, got out, and placed the 3 babies into their stroller. Then, I grabbed the expensive gifts and 4 bottles of mutai I had bought. Yukino Tang and I exchanged a smile, then pushed the stroller to the building entrance. Yukino Tang took a deep breath and stepped forward to knock. She was just as nervous as I was. She was terrified her father wouldn't accept me. Inside the living room, the father-in-law, Tang Dingyuan, was pacing back and forth, looking restless, with worry written all over his face. Yukino Tang's mother sat on the sofa, calmly watching TV, and couldn't help but tease him. Look at you. You were angry yesterday, and today, knowing your daughter is coming back, you're as nervous as a monkey. I am not. Before Tang Dingyuan could argue, they heard a knock at the door. He immediately sat back down, putting on a stern expression. Yukino Tang's mother hurried to the door and opened it. Seeing her daughter, she couldn't help but lose her composure. Seeing her mother, Yukino Tang's eyes turned red. Mom, I'm home. After a year of running away, the daughter, who had been gone so long, was finally home. For parents, this is the greatest happiness. Tang Dingyuan cleared his throat. Come inside already. What are you doing just standing out there? Yukino Tang's mother realized it too and quickly gestured for us to come in. Yukino Tang and I pushed the stroller into the house. Looking at this incredibly familiar home, Yukino Tang's emotions were complex, especially seeing her father sitting on the sofa, staring at her intently. Yukino Tang felt her heart tremble. Dad, I'm home. Her voice was choked with emotion. HMPH, so you still know how to come home. You ran away for so long and didn't even bother to call home once. Whether it was because his voice was too loud or not, the babies in the stroller were startled. At his shout, the 3 babies started crying. Before Tang Dingyuan even finished, Yukino Tang's mother glared at him fiercely. Look at what you've done. You scared the kids. Yukino Tang hurried to comfort the babies. Babies, be good, don't cry, he wasn't talking to you. Tang Dingyuan realized he had been a bit too loud. He had scared his grandchildren on their first meeting, and he panicked, getting up to come over. But he was pushed away by the mother. Go away! You're the one who scared them into crying. Why are you coming over now? You want to make my precious grandchildren cry more? Tang Dingyuan wanted to say something, but he finally closed his mouth. After all, it was his fault. He could only stand to the side, feeling like a child who had done something wrong. I stepped forward, smiling, and reached out my right hand to Tang Dingyuan to break the tension. Hello, uncle, my name is Sato, Yukino Tang's boyfriend. He gave a perfunctory handshake, his gaze immediately shifting to the 3 babies. He really wanted to hold them, but it clearly wasn't the time. Under the comfort of the mother and Yukino Tang, the babies finally stopped crying. Even the timid second baby was lying in the mother's arms, staring with wide, curious eyes at her grandmother. Look, the child is smiling, how cute. Let grandma kiss you. The mother's heart was completely melting. Seeing this, Tang Dingyuan wanted to hold them too, but due to his pride, he could only sit on the sofa. Finally, he managed to move his gaze away from the babies. He cleared his throat and looked at Yukino Tang and me. I can call you Sato, right? I smiled. Of course, uncle. You are the elder. Calling me Sato is only right. Tang Dingyuan fell silent for a moment, then said, I know about you and my daughter. I heard from her mother that you bought a house in Shanghai. Yes, I nodded. I earned a sum of money from stocks. I was going to invest it, but after meeting Yukino Tang and the kids, I used the money to buy a house. After all, money can be earned anytime, but the babies needed a home as soon as possible. I couldn't let Yukino Tang and the children suffer. Hearing my answer, Tang Dingyuan was satisfied. This prospective son-in-law didn't look bad, and he clearly put his daughter and children first. He nodded. I heard you're still a student. Yes, uncle? I didn't hide it, my eyes firm. I'm a junior now. I don't need to attend many of the classes. I have plenty of time to take care of Yukino Tang and the babies. You don't need to worry about that. At this point, Tang Dingyuan had no more objections. Monkey, he shifted his gaze back to Yukino Tang and asked, Do the babies have names? Yes, Dad. Seeing her father take the initiative to talk to her, Yukino Tang said happily, From left to right, they are Dabao, Erbao, and Sanbao. Dabao is a boy, named Xinghe. Erbao and Sanbao are girls, named Tianshui and Qingmeng. The names were chosen by Sato from a poem. Drunk, I do not know if the sky is in the water. The full boat is filled with dreams, pressing down on the stars and rivers. Tang Dingyuan was a teacher, quite learned in poetry. Hearing the names, he nodded repeatedly in praise. Not bad, good names. Then he looked back at the babies. Seeing their adorable, chubby faces, Tang Dingyuan's hands itched again. He really wanted to hold them, but stuck to his pride, he just sat there. Seeing his expression, Yukino Tang and I couldn't help but smile. I picked up Dabao and sat down beside him. Uncle, look, this is Dabao. He's the boldest one. Dabao stared with wide, sparkling eyes, looking at Tang Dingyuan curiously, bubbles forming at his mouth. Seeing how cute he was, Tang Dingyuan's heart melted. Uncle, do you want to hold him? I had already seen through my father-in-law's wish. Since he wasn't going to break my legs, I should put on a good show. Can I? Tang Dingyuan said, but his hands had already reached out, taking Dabao from my arms. Leaving his father's arms, Dabao was a bit afraid at first, but slowly, perhaps feeling Tang Dingyuan's love, he calmed down. Dabao even reached out his chubby little hand, wanting to grab Tang Dingyuan's beard. Ouch! Careful, precious grandson, don't pull Grandpa's beard. Suddenly, Dabao froze. He stared with wide eyes, looking embarrassed. Tang Dingyuan didn't know what happened, thinking he had scared him with his voice earlier. I quickly took Dabao over. This kid must have pooped again. I sat on the sofa and started looking for a fresh diaper. Yukino Tang brought over some cloths from the stroller. We worked together, and within moments, Dabao was changed. Seeing how skilled I was, Tang Dingyuan and his wife exchanged an approving look. Their daughter had found the right man. It seemed Sato helped with the kids often. In the evening, I went into the kitchen and showed off my cooking skills, preparing a table full of dishes. Tang Dingyuan loved it. He nearly swallowed his tongue. He wasn't an unreasonable man. He had only been hostile because he felt sorry for his daughter's struggles over the past year and didn't know me well. Now, watching the two of us acting lovingly at the table, helping each other to food, the knots in Tang Dingyuan's heart slowly unraveled. Uncle, Auntie, the reason we came back this time is because we have something we want to discuss with you, I said halfway through the meal. Go on, Tang Dingyuan said, setting down his chopsticks. Although he had guessed about 70 to 80% of it, he wanted to hear me out. It's like this. Yukino Tang and I plan to register our marriage tomorrow so we can get the children on the family register. As for the wedding, I plan to wait until I graduate from university. What do you think? Tang Dingyuan and his wife looked at each other and nodded. All right. For the kids' sake, we really should get the papers done. Both kids love each other. Maybe it's a good match. Tang Dingyuan pondered, then said, In that case, let's have your parents come meet us in a couple of days to get to know each other. You two are getting married. It wouldn't look right if the in-laws haven't met. Seeing her father agree, Yukino Tang happily took my hand. She was so relieved, She had been so worried her father would disagree or argue. It had gone much smoother than expected. "Okay, uncle, auntie, my parents also said they want to meet you. I'll pick a time soon." The mother looked at me with a smile. "You're getting married, and you're still calling us uncle and auntie?" I paused for a second, then immediately corrected myself. "Mom, Dad, please eat more before it gets cold." "Huh?" The couple responded happily. Everyone enjoyed the meal immensely. I don't know if it was my cooking or the fact that everyone's worries had vanished. The next day, Yukino Tang and I got up early. We hadn't slept in the same room the night before. There's a custom that a married couple staying at the wife's parents' house shouldn't share a bed. I didn't understand the significance, but I didn't question it. However, thinking about registering our marriage today, Yukino Tang couldn't sleep all night. She kept replaying every moment we had spent together. Seeing her emerge with panda eyes, I asked, "Didn't sleep well? Do you want to rest a bit more?" Yukino Tang blushed, eyes darting away, embarrassed to answer. After a long while, she said, "Maybe I'm just used to my own bed. I couldn't adjust." "It's fine," she waved her hand. "I'll just put on some makeup." Soon, she emerged, fully made up. Her features were naturally exquisite, especially her high nose and delicate lips. With the makeup, she looked even more captivating. She had even changed into the outfit I had bought her earlier, wearing a necklace and earrings. She looked breathtaking, like a shining star. Even I, who saw her every day, couldn't help but feel a flash of awe. Truly my wife. She was stunning. She looked at me shyly, then suddenly arched an eyebrow. "Seriously, I was going to help you dress up too. But now that I look, there's no need." I was wearing a white shirt, and with my naturally handsome face, I looked elegant and dashing. Yukino Tang was stunned. Before meeting me, she had been confident in her own looks, but compared to my sharp, star-like features, she felt she was falling behind. After breakfast, we left the babies with her parents and took our household registration books. Because the Civil Affairs Bureau was close and it was still early, we chose to walk. On the way, Yukino Tang clung affectionately to my arm, a happy smile on her face. Passersby couldn't help but look at us. After all, a pair of such attractive people is always eye-catching. We arrived at the bureau before long. It was a weekday, so it wasn't crowded. It was soon our turn. "Hello, we're here to register our marriage." The staff looked up, clearly surprised. She had never seen such a stunningly beautiful couple before. "All right, have you brought your documents?" "Yes." I handed them over. The staff took them and handed over a form. "Fill this out, then go take your photo." We followed the instructions, filled in the info, and took our picture. The photo shoot went smoothly. The photographer looked at the result and sighed. "You two are a match made in heaven." I smiled and said thank you. After handing over the files and photos, it didn't take long before 2 red certificates were placed in our hands. Looking at the marriage certificate, Yukino Tang felt like she was dreaming. "Husband, am I not dreaming?" I pulled her close on the street and gave her a kiss. Yukino Tang blushed. We were legally married now. She took out her phone, opened the camera, filmed our certificates, and said to the lens, "Today is a day worth remembering. Starting from today, my husband and I are officially legally married. Please take care of me for the rest of our lives." Yukino Tang uploaded the video to our Family of 3 Treasures account. This scene made so many people envious. My roommate once joked, "As long as you have the guts, the beautiful assistant lecturer will be on maternity leave." The beautiful assistant lecturer, Yukino Tang, really did have triplets for me. After we got our marriage license, we went to buy diamond rings, only to run into one of Yukino Tang's admirers. Yukino Tang was still looking at the 2 red books, lost in the joy of the moment. "Husband, where are we going now?" "Let's go buy our wedding rings. I wanted a DR, but there isn't one nearby, so we'll just go to this Tiffany store." "Husband, let's not. It's too expensive. Besides, didn't you already buy me an engagement ring?" Yukino Tang hesitated. "That's different," I patted her hand. "The engagement ring is for the proposal. We're buying wedding rings now. Don't worry about the money. Your husband has plenty." We walked into the store. The clerk greeted us warmly. "Welcome! What are you looking for today?" Once inside, I saw that Yukino Tang was immediately drawn to the rings. I smiled and said to the clerk, "We'd like a pair of wedding rings." "Right this way." The clerk had already seen our marriage certificates. Newlyweds were usually the most likely to buy, and she was very enthusiastic. Yukino Tang liked every ring she saw, but she frowned when she saw the prices. I watched her reactions and saw her eyes fixate on one particular pair. I glanced at the price tag, 380,000 yen. You like this one? Yukino Tang nodded, still feeling a bit conflicted. It's 380,000. Hello, can we try this one? I thought, whatever my wife wants, no matter how expensive, I will provide. Marriage is every woman's happiest moment. Hearing this, the clerk took them out and handed the women's ring to me. I took off Yukino Tang's engagement ring and slid the wedding band on. It fit perfectly. I extended my hand. Wife, can you put mine on? Yukino Tang blushed. Under the clerk's envious gaze, she gently put the ring on my finger. She was shy, but very happy. You two are truly a loving couple, the clerk praised. She was envious not only of our looks, but also of how I treated my wife. Thank you, I smiled. Please wrap them up. I didn't hesitate to buy things for my wife. Money is made to be spent. Seeing me pay without blinking, the clerk's jaw dropped. You have to know that consumption levels aren't usually this high. Selling a 300,000 plus yen ring once a year is a big deal, and yet I was a huge client. She immediately broke into a big smile and led me to pay. After paying, we left hand in hand. Yukino Tang looked at the ring on her hand with a blissful smile. Just then, a voice came from nearby. Yukino Tang, still lost in happiness, saw the man and her smile vanished. Her eyebrows furrowed, and she turned back into the cool goddess. Jiro, what are you doing here? The man called Jiro looked about the same age as Yukino Tang. He looked at her, then at me. I was just passing by. I didn't expect to run into you, so is this your boyfriend? Jiro looked at me with hostility. Not my boyfriend. He's my husband. We're already married. Yukino Tang stretched out her hand, showing off the diamond ring. You're married? Jiro looked at Yukino Tang in disbelief, his lips trembling. He couldn't believe his high school goddess had already gotten married. Wife, who is this? I asked, curious. Though I had a hunch, I wasn't certain. Him? Just a high school classmate, Jiro. Yukino Tang replied dismissively. Seeing him annoyed her. He had constantly pestered her back in high school. Hello, Mr. Jiro. I politely extended my right hand. My name is Sato. Though reluctant, Jiro forced a smile in front of the goddess. Hello, Mr. Sato. My name is Jiro. Congratulations. Yukino Tang, you aren't very loyal, are you? You get married and don't even tell us old classmates, Jiro said, turning his focus back to Yukino Tang. Yukino Tang adjusted a lock of hair, a simple action that made her look even more charming. Though she lacked the greenness of her youth, her current mature temperament was even more intoxicating. Seeing this, Jiro clenched his fists subconsciously. The goddess he had desperately pursued and failed to win was now another man's wife. He certainly didn't feel good. Sorry about that. We're married, but we haven't held the wedding yet, so we haven't notified anyone, Yukino Tang said, hugging my arm tightly without looking up. I see. Well, I hope to drink to your happiness soon. Jiro said flatly, then forced a smile and left. Since they were already married, there was no point in wasting words. After he was gone, I asked, he seemed interested in you. I grinned, thinking, this beautiful woman is my wife now. I have no interest in him whatsoever, Yukino Tang said, clearly afraid I might misunderstand. He pursued me in high school, but I didn't agree, so It's fine, you don't need to explain. Do I look like the jealous type? Seeing her anxious, I tapped her nose. Besides, we're already married. She smiled, relieved, and leaned into me as we walked down the street. I am just glad to be with you, Sato, and I'm the luckiest man alive to have you by my side, I replied, feeling complete as we headed home to our children. Trying to snatch you away from me? That won't be so easy. Why would I let such a beautiful wife be taken away? Hee hee. Hearing this, Yukino Tang smiled foolishly. Her current feeling was that meeting me was her greatest stroke of luck. The next day, Yukino Tang and I took the babies and arrived early in front of the Time Hotel. Although we hadn't held our wedding ceremony yet, since we were already legally married, it was only right for both sets of parents to meet and have a meal together. As for inviting a crowd of guests, that was a matter for the future. My parents were the first to arrive at the hotel. Just as they reached the entrance, Yukino Tang's parents arrived as well. Among them was an elderly woman with graying hair. Seeing her grandmother, Yukino Tang immediately went to greet her. Yukino Tang had been raised by her grandparents in her childhood. Her grandfather passed away from illness a few years ago, leaving only her grandmother. Since my father-in-law was an only child, there were only 3 people from the Tang family. Hey, where are my great-grandchildren? Yukino Tang's grandmother's health wasn't great. Supported by her son and daughter-in-law, she walked over tremblingly. Looking at the 3 chubby little cuties in the stroller, the grandmother's face, already full of wrinkles, became even more expressive due to her smile. She looked up at her granddaughter, then at me. Her originally cloudy eyes slowly brightened. She held my hand tightly and praised repeatedly. What a handsome child! Being praised like that by grandmother, I felt a bit embarrassed. I also held her hands and greeted her. Hello, grandmother. My name is Sato. Oh, Sato? A good name, a good name. Yukino Tang's grandmother was a bit hard of hearing and could only make out a general sound. Yukino Tang and I looked at each other and smiled helplessly. At the hotel entrance, the grandmother and my father were chatting. My father handed a cigarette to my father-in-law. Hey, in-law, I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Ha ha ha, me too. Tonight, we won't stop until we're drunk. My father-in-law laughed heartily, showing no sign that he had been angry about this yesterday. I learned later that one was a director at a local, state-owned enterprise, and the other was a Chinese teacher at a key local high school. Both the father-in-law and my father were quite satisfied with each other. On the other side, my mother was warmly greeting my mother-in-law. They were of similar age and had similar hobbies, so they hit it off instantly, and were soon calling each other sister. The 2 families entered the pre-booked private room with the 3 babies in high spirits. Before long, the waiter began serving a table full of delicacies. Everyone enjoyed the meal immensely. Both the father-in-law and my father were speaking loudly and even started playing finger-guessing games. Yukino Tang didn't eat much. Her palate had been spoiled by my cooking, so even food from a 5-star hotel chef tasted bland to her. By the end of the meal, both families were satisfied. Before parting, my mother-in-law took it upon herself to look after the babies, winking at me and Yukino Tang. You 2 go off and have some fun. Enjoy your time as a couple. We'll take care of the kids. It's no problem if you're back late. The look in her eyes was one of, you know what I mean. I looked at the beautiful woman beside me and asked with a smile, Wife, where do you want to go? Yukino Tang tilted her head and thought for a moment. A spark of inspiration hit her. Husband, how about we go watch a movie? After knowing each other for so long, she hadn't seen a movie with me yet. Sure. I immediately pulled out my phone to buy tickets. I checked the latest releases and chose a sci-fi romance film. After all, how can you date without watching a romance movie? We took a taxi to the cinema. Since it wasn't a holiday, the theater wasn't crowded. The movie we chose wasn't a premiere, but a remastered import. It told the story of a newlywed couple struggling to survive in a post-apocalyptic world. From falling in love to raising children. The plot was very twists and turns, and the protagonists' experiences were heartbreaking. As we watched, Yukino Tang began to tear up. She leaned into my ear and whispered, Husband, what would we do if the end of the world actually happened? I held her hand tightly, my expression serious. Then even if it costs me everything, I will make sure you and the babies survive. Yukino Tang nodded, deeply moved. Halfway through the movie, she had to go to the restroom because she'd had too much milk tea. Just as she was finishing up and tidying her makeup at the sink, she suddenly heard a gasp behind her. Yukino? Hearing the voice, Yukino Tang turned around. A tall, beautiful woman was standing at the door, her eyes full of joy and surprise. When did you return to the country? After recognizing her, Yukino Tang was slightly stunned. Xiao, how are you here? After high school, Yukino Tang had gone abroad to study for a few years, then got into Peking University for her master's, so she returned early to finish her studies. Oh, are you here for a movie? With your boyfriend? The girl was Xiao, Yukino Tang's high school classmate. They had been close in school. You too? Yukino Tang asked back with a smile. Mm-hmm. Xiao nodded immediately. It was a rare date for her and her boyfriend today. Seeing this, Yukino Tang showed a smug smile. You guessed wrong, though. I'm not here with a boyfriend. This is my husband. My God, you're married? Why didn't you tell me? Yukino, that's not very friendly of you. Your secrecy is a bit much. Xiao looked shocked. Yukino Tang smiled sweetly. We got our license, but we haven't held the wedding yet, so I didn't tell anyone. Xiao shook her head and sighed. To think you're actually married. By the way, after the movie, my boyfriend and I are going to karaoke. Do you two want to come? A few other high school classmates will be there too. I'm really interested in that boyfriend of yours. Oh wait, husband? Faced with the invitation, Yukino Tang didn't agree immediately. She thought for a moment, I have to ask my husband first. I can't force him if he doesn't want to go. Yo, you've become henpecked so quickly? And to think our goddess Yukino used to be known as the Ice Beauty. Xiao couldn't help but tease. Yukino Tang blushed at Xiao's words and glared at her playfully. Wait a moment, I don't want my husband to be worried. The roommate teased me, saying as long as you're bold enough, even a pretty counselor can go on maternity leave. The beautiful counselor, Yukino Tang, really did have triplets for me. Yukino Tang took me to her class reunion, drawing envious gazes from everyone there. Just as we stepped out of the cinema, Yukino Tang saw Xiao, who had been waiting there for a long time. Beside her was a man in a dress shirt, boredly scrolling through short videos on his phone. Xiao, Yukino Tang called out. Xiao turned around and, seeing Yukino Tang, walked over with her boyfriend. When she got close and saw my face, a flash of awe passed through Xiao's eyes. This is your husband? He's so handsome. Though, my boyfriend is also quite handsome. Xiao's boyfriend smiled awkwardly. He was very self-aware about his looks. Compared to me, it was like comparing the clouds to the mud. The two of them shook hands politely. Hello, I'm Sato. Hello, I'm Fang. Looking at my attire, Fang knew that I was definitely no ordinary person, so he immediately took out his business card and offered it with both hands. I took it and realized he was a lawyer. Sorry, I don't have a card to give you. Fang waved his hand to show it didn't matter. He knew that the truly wealthy elites didn't carry business cards around like working stiffs. While Xiao and Yukino Tang were chatting nearby, I certainly wouldn't go around telling people I made a fortune in the stock market. It would only bring endless trouble. It's probably more than just cruising through life, Fang thought to himself, noting the luxury brands I was wearing. On the other side, learning that Yukino Tang had 3 children, Xiao's eyes grew as wide as cowbells. What? You have kids? And they're triplets? Xiao looked at Yukino Tang in disbelief, as if looking at a goddess. 3 children? That's amazing! I'm always afraid of losing my figure, so even if I got married, I wouldn't want kids. Besides, taking care of them is so troublesome, it must be exhausting. Hearing Xiao, Yukino Tang smiled. It's actually all right. Usually, Sato and the nanny take care of the kids, and I still have to work. I'm so envious, Xiao sighed. She checked her phone and said, all right, it's about time. Everyone else is there. Let's go to karaoke. Just as she finished, Xiao remembered something and looked a bit awkward. Oh, by the way, Yukino, I forgot to mention, Jiro is there too. You don't mind, do you? Why would I mind? Yukino Tang looked back at me, currently talking to Fang, then said, besides, Sato and I ran into Jiro yesterday. He knows I'm married. Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and shouted at Fang. Hey, mister, let's go. What are you standing around for? She's always like this. Fang shrugged helplessly at me. She's always so fierce to me when we're out. Heh, that just means you're close. She's cunning. She acts all gentle in front of my mother, but treats me like a pack mule when we're alone. What did you say? Xiao walked over and glared at him. Are you bad-mouthing me in front of others? No, I didn't say anything. Fang immediately surrendered with a fawning expression. These two are definitely a henpecked pair after marriage. Yukino Tang, and I couldn't help but laugh. Still, the way Yukino and I got along felt more comfortable. Meanwhile, in the karaoke room, a few young men and women were singing. A girl's phone suddenly rang. She checked it and saw a message from Xiao. After reading the message, the girl grabbed the microphone and shouted, Xiao and her boyfriend are coming soon, and Yukino Tang is coming too. Even over the loud music in the room, everyone heard. The room, previously rowdy, instantly went quiet. Isn't she our class goddess? I remember she went abroad to study after high school. I can't believe she's coming today. 8 out of 10 guys in our class used to have a crush on her. Heh, looks like we're lucky today. The men in the room began to gossip. Just then, hearing Yukino Tang's name, Jiro, who had been in high spirits, suddenly turned silent. The guy next to him nudged him and teased, Jiro, I remember you used to pursue Yukino Tang desperately. Maybe you still have a chance? Hearing this, Jiro grew even more depressed. He lifted his glass, took a big gulp, and shook his head. No chance, she's already married. Once these words were out, everyone was stunned. They all turned their eyes toward him. The goddess in their hearts was actually married? Since when? There hadn't been any news. Jiro poured himself another drink and said slowly, I ran into Yukino Tang and her husband on the street yesterday. She's definitely married. The men present felt quite disappointed. Even after so many years, hearing that the goddess they had pined for was someone else's wife still stung. What does her husband do? Someone asked. What kind of guy could win the goddess's heart? Jiro shook his head, distracted. I don't know. You can ask them when they get here. Fine. The guy next to Jiro said indignantly, I want to see what kind of deity managed to marry our class goddess. Jiro didn't speak anymore, just sat there drinking, staring into the distance, his thoughts unknown. Before long, the door to the room was pushed open. Xiao and Fang entered first. Everyone knew them. Hello, gorgeous people. We're here, Xiao greeted everyone. We're not late, right? No. Perfect timing, everyone replied, their eyes fixed on the doorway. Xiao's eyes darted around. She stood at the door and said, I knew it. You guys only have eyes for our class goddess, right? Come on, let me show you what our class goddess looks like. Done. As Xiao finished, the door opened again. A woman in a white top and a short skirt walked in gracefully. Her dark, silky hair flowed over her shoulders, and her face was exquisite, as if carved by a celestial artist. Seeing her for the first time, all the men's eyes widened like copper bells, their faces shocked. Yukino Tang's appearance had already left everyone stunned. But following right behind her was a man with an incredibly handsome face. Seeing this man, over 1.8 meters tall and devastatingly handsome, all the women in the room were instantly captivated. Hello everyone, it's been a while. Yukino Tang held my arm and greeted everyone. This is my husband, Sato. Apologies for the sudden visit. I hope we didn't disturb you, I smiled. Every man I glanced at felt a sudden shiver of fear. Even Fang, who came with us, didn't dare to meet my eyes. After consuming the marrow cleansing pill and gaining the buff of a martial arts master, I radiated a natural aura of authority. The guys who had initially wanted to put me in my place were now too shocked to speak. Seeing this, Jiro felt even worse. Compared to me, he felt like a clown. He clenched his fists, poured himself a drink, and downed it in one go. To think you managed to win our class goddess! Just then, a chubby guy who looked like a businessman walked up to me and happily poured me a drink. Since we're here, we're all friends, let me have a drink with you. As the fat guy broke the ice, everyone else started pouring drinks, women included. Of course, Jiro hid in the corner, drinking his sorrows away. Seeing the woman he once loved standing next to a man 100 times better than him was a massive blow. Come, let's all raise our glasses to welcome Yukino Tang and her husband. Cheers! Xiao, the life of the party, cheered. Everyone downed their drinks, and the room became lively again. I set my glass down and began to observe Yukino Tang's high school classmates. Most of them seemed decent. Even the guys who knew I was married to Yukino Tang and kept coming to toast me did so with good intentions. Only Jiro, who had been drinking moodily from the start, seemed completely out of place at the party. Come on everyone, another round? Someone toasted again. Just as Yukino Tang was about to raise her glass, I stopped her. You just finished your confinement. Drink less, take care of your health, switch to juice. Yukino Tang obediently swapped her glass for juice and toasted happily with her classmates. Jiro, on the other side, watched how obedient Yukino Tang was to me, and then thought about her distant, cold demeanor toward him. It felt terrible. Under the influence of the alcohol, he stood up and said to me, Come on, brother, let's have a drink. Sure. I politely picked up my glass, clinked it with Jiro's, and finished it in one gulp. After one, Jiro poured himself another. Again. The atmosphere started to feel off. The man next to Jiro tried to mediate, lifting his glass. Jiro, let me drink with you instead. This has nothing to do with you. Jiro didn't even look at him. His eyes were fixed on me. Come on, let's continue. I smiled, feeling no stage fright. Please, with my current physical condition, drinking is like drinking water. Even if 10 more of him came, it wouldn't be enough. I picked up my glass and clinked it with Jiro's again. I didn't hold back and finished the rest of the beer. After going back and forth, a dozen bottles of beer were emptied. By the 18th bottle, Jiro slumped to the floor, making a complete fool of himself. As for me, far from being drunk, my face wasn't even red. My eyes remained clear. Jiro had chosen the wrong opponent if he wanted to make me look bad. Seeing this, everyone grew even more respectful. It was one thing to hold your liquor, but it was another to stay composed and handle the situation without using the chance to humiliate the guy who provoked you. After a while, Yukino Tang, fearing I had drunk too much, left early with me. After leaving the KTV, she said with concern, "Husband, why did you get into a drinking contest with that guy? That little bit of alcohol is nothing to me. That guy provoked me in front of everyone. That was a sign of disrespect to you. I did it to give him a lesson." Yukino Tang was deeply touched. "But husband, you drank so much. Are you really okay? I'm worried you'll get drunk and I'll have to carry you back." "I'm fine. With your husband's capacity, I haven't even hit 10% of my limit." Yukino Tang looked suspicious. She stared at me for a long time but noticed I really didn't show a single sign of intoxication. She asked incredulously, "I can't believe you can drink that much. Then how drunk were you back at your friend's birthday party?" I froze. I had forgotten that part. Back then, I hadn't taken the marrow cleansing pill. Naturally, a few glasses had knocked me out. "What if I told you I was just pretending to be drunk back then?" I said with a mischievous grin. "Oh, so you were playing tricks on me." Yukino Tang's eyes blinked, her face turning crimson. She knew I was joking, but that didn't make her any less shy. "All right, let's go home." Yukino Tang hummed, took my arm, and we walked toward home. The dim streetlights cast a beautiful silhouette on the two of us. The roommate teased me, saying as long as you're bold enough, even a pretty counselor can go on maternity leave. The beautiful counselor, Yukino Tang, really did have triplets for me. I hesitated, then said, "Wife, I want to take a leave of absence to be a stay-at-home dad full-time. I've already finished studying most of the materials, so graduation won't be a problem." Yukino Tang's brows furrowed. She looked up at me and said, "Husband, let's still have Aunt Wang take care of the kids. You can't let your studies slide." "It's fine, I can manage both. Even if I study the rest of these courses at home by myself, it'll be fine." I patted my chest, confident. "You think you're in high school? Studying by yourself?" Yukino Tang was a university teacher. She knew exactly how difficult it was to self-study those courses. "It's fine, wife." I gave her a look of reassurance. "Fine." Yukino Tang sighed. "Husband, if you insist on being a stay-at-home dad, I don't have an opinion, but if your grades suffer, you must bring Aunt Wang back and go back to class." I gave her an okay sign, then added, "Wife, since I won't be going to school, we need to buy you a car for your commute. Otherwise, I'll have to drive you to school every day, and there will be no one watching the babies at home. Plus, it'll look stylish for you to drive to work." Yukino Tang subconsciously shook her head. "No need. I can take the subway. There's no need to waste money on another car. We're buying a car. I don't want my wife to have to squeeze into the subway every day to work." Yukino Tang had to give up. After all, her husband cared for her so much. She was afraid if she kept refusing, he would be upset. That afternoon, I drove the Land Rover Defender, with my wife and kids, to a BMW dealership. As we pushed the stroller into the showroom, a female salesperson in a formal suit approached. "Good afternoon, sir, miss. Welcome to the BMW dealership. How can I help you?" Looking at the two of them with their children, a hint of envy flashed in her eyes. This family's looks were simply lethal, especially the father. He was devastatingly handsome. Not only were they good-looking and in shape, but the air of elegance and composure they radiated was matchless. "Hello, I want to buy a car for my wife," I said to the salesperson. "Certainly, sir. What is your estimated budget? We have many models, and knowing your budget would help me narrow it down for you." I thought for a moment. "Price isn't an issue. Which is your best car? Also, it's for my wife to drive." I smiled at Yukino Tang. Hearing me, the salesperson's envy deepened. Why couldn't she find a man who was handsome, rich, and doted on his wife like this? Though her heart felt a bit bitter, she maintained a high level of enthusiasm as she led the couple to a luxury sedan. "Sir, this BMW 760 Luxury Edition is our current best model, priced at 2.42 million yuan. If you feel that's a bit over budget." Before she could finish, I turned to Yukino Tang. "Wife, what do you think of this one?" Yukino Tang's eyes were full of love, but she hesitated at the price. "It's nice, but if it's nice, we'll take it." I waved my hand, ordering the car on the spot, not giving Yukino Tang any chance to second guess. My wife deserves the best. The salesperson stood there stunned, A car worth over 2 million yuan, and they didn't even sit in it, didn't even test drive it. They just bought it? How? Nouveau riche, is that? This is 2 million, not 200. The salesperson's lips trembled. All right, sir, I'll go prepare the contract for you. Before long, she returned with the contract, her excitement barely contained. This was a huge sale, the commission would be substantial. I took a brief look, signed my name, and paid in full. After the paperwork was done, this BMW worth over 2 million was officially ours. Under the enthusiastic send-off of all the staff, I drove the BMW 760 out of the showroom to the parking spot where the Land Rover was parked. I stepped out of the driver's seat and said to Yuki no Tang, "Wife, are you comfortable driving a car back yourself?" Yuki no Tang gave a playful huff and said proudly, "Don't underestimate me. I got my license before you were even an adult." "Ha ha, I'm not underestimating you," I smiled. "In that case, you drive this BMW and follow me. The babies are in my car." I carefully placed the 3 babies into the Land Rover. Then I started the engine and led the way. All along the way, I kept checking the rear-view mirror, observing Yuki no Tang behind me. Seeing that she was driving perfectly fine, I finally felt relieved. The next day, I prepared breakfast for Yuki no Tang as usual and packed her lunch in a bento box. After breakfast, Yuki no Tang returned to the bedroom to put on her makeup. Even though it was a light look, her natural foundation was so beautiful that even without it, she would be breathtaking. Dressed and ready, Yuki no Tang came out. Before leaving, she looked at the 3 babies, appearing reluctant. "The babies are so cute. Looking at them, I don't want to go to work anymore." I, busy feeding the babies, smiled. "If you miss them, you can video call me any time." "All right, husband," Yuki no Tang said sweetly, walked over, gave me a hot kiss, and then left the house. Yuki no Tang arrived at the underground parking lot and got into the new BMW. She felt like she was in a dream. After all, this was a top-tier luxury car worth over 2 million yuan. Before, she wouldn't have even dared to imagine that she would one day drive such a car. She suddenly felt a sense of gratitude for meeting me. Before long, Yuki no Tang arrived at the school parking lot. After parking, she swapped her driving flats for heels and left the car. "Professor Tang." As soon as she got out, a surprised voice came from behind. Yuki no Tang turned around to see it was Jiang, who had just parked her electric scooter and was walking over. "Good morning, Professor Jiang." Yuki no Tang waved at her with a smile. Jiang walked over and glanced at the car beside Yuki no Tang. "Is this your new car?" Yuki no Tang nodded, full of happiness. Sito decided to be a stay-at-home dad full-time, and he couldn't drive me to class, so he bought me a car for my commute. "You call this a commuter car?" Zhang today truly experienced the diversity of humanity. "Your husband is so good to you. I wish I could find a husband who buys me luxury cars just because. By the way, Professor Tang, does your husband have any brothers? Can you introduce me to one? A brother-in-law would be fine too." Yuki no Tang thought for a moment and nodded. "Well, there is a cousin, but he's still in high school." Jiang's eyes lit up, but when she heard the second half, she immediately deflated. "In high school? Then I'd have to wait until the year of the monkey to marry him." Seeing Jiang's disappointment, Yuki no Tang comforted her. "Doesn't our school have a lot of excellent teachers? Have you considered them?" Jiang shook her head. "Forget it. Now, whenever I see a guy, I subconsciously compare him to your husband. After comparing, I lose all interest. Professor Tang, it's all your fault for raising the bar for my standards so high. You have to take responsibility." Hearing this, Yuki no Tang laughed. "Responsible? How should I be responsible?" Jiang smiled cheekily. "Professor Tang, for example. Let me be a little wife." "Go away!" Yuki no Tang glared at Jiang. "I can share other things, but my husband and children, I will absolutely not share them with anyone." Hey, I'm just kidding. You really took it seriously." Jiang laughed, then suddenly thought of something. "Professor Tang, I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Seeing Jiang suddenly become serious, Yuki no Tang asked curiously. "It's about you and your husband. Now the whole school knows." "But I have to say, it wasn't me who told Professor Yuan." Jiang raised her right hand as if swearing. Yuki no Tang frowned. Although she knew this couldn't be kept secret forever, she didn't expect it to be known so soon. Could it be Sato's roommates? But I had already told Yuki no Tang that my 3 roommates had promised to keep it a secret. That left only one possibility: the video on Bilibili. Jiang nodded. I don't know who discovered the video you and your husband uploaded to Bilibili first, but they forwarded it to the school forum. Now the whole school knows. Jiang looked at Yukino Tang with concern. After all, she was a teacher at Shanghai Jiaotong, and Sato was a student there. With their identities as they were, if the outside world found out about their relationship, it would definitely affect Yukino Tang's reputation at the school. Sighing heavily after hearing Jiang's words, Yukino Tang said calmly, "Let them know then. Sato and I are at the age where it's expected to be married anyway. Even if our situation is a bit unique, let people say whatever they want." Seeing Yukino Tang so determined to face the gossip, Jiang looked at her with admiration. "Professor Tang, sometimes I really envy you." Upon arriving at the office, Yukino Tang found that things were exactly as Jiang had said. The moment she stepped inside, the other teachers cast strange looks at her. It seemed that apart from Jiang and Yuan, who already knew, everyone else had caught on as well. Just then, a female teacher approached and whispered, "Professor Tang, did you really get married to a student from our school?" Looking at the teacher who seemed hesitant to speak, Yukino Tang said frankly, "That's right. Is there a problem?" Her tone was so cold that the teacher shrank back. "No, nothing at all. I was just curious and wanted to ask." Yuan stepped in to defend Yukino Tang. "Don't look down on Professor Tang's husband just because he's a student. He's more capable than most people. He bought a 300 square meter apartment on the Bund with his own money. Piffed. In that neighborhood, that's got to be worth tens of millions." Jiang chimed in. "Exactly. And Professor Tang's husband even bought her a commuter car. Nothing too fancy, just a 2 million yuan BMW. Hearing this, the teachers present gasped. They hadn't expected Yukino Tang's husband to be so wealthy. Those single male teachers who had wanted to gossip about what kind of student could win over their goddess teacher now backed off. What if he was a student? Not many of the teachers present could compare to him anyway. Hey, have you heard? Professor Tang is married, and the guy is a junior in our finance department. For real? That's explosive news. Woo, my goddess. Why wasn't I the one she married? It's 100% true. They're not only married, they even have kids, triplets. After school, Yukino Tang packed her things to go home. With everyone now aware of our situation, the burden in her heart seemed to have lifted, and she felt much lighter. My roommate joked, "As long as you're bold enough, even a pretty counselor can go on maternity leave." The beautiful counselor, Yukino Tang, really did have triplets for me. I stayed home to take care of the babies and was analyzing stocks when the phone on the table suddenly rang. I picked it up and realized it was a call from the class monitor, Liu. Liu was the most outgoing person in the class. Although she wasn't a stunning beauty, she was extremely enthusiastic about helping classmates with any difficulties. Because of this, everyone in the class loved this bodhisattva, and her popularity was high. During my freshman and sophomore years, I had received plenty of help from her. I had a good impression of Liu, so I answered with a smile. "Hey monitor, what's up?" "Oh, look who it is! The winner of life is actually answering my call." Liu's teasing voice came from the other side. By now, everyone at the school knew about Yukino Tang and me. "What, winner of life? I'm at home taking care of kids all day." "All right, monitor, stop teasing me. Tell me, what's the matter?" Ha, you've got a wife and kids. What else would you call it?" "Fine, let me get to the point. Sato? I heard you bought a house in Jinyu Mansion and even bought a car?" "Yeah, that's right," I frowned. "What's wrong, monitor? Are you in financial trouble?" No, I just wanted to make sure you were doing well financially. I was worried that with a wife and kids, your expenses would be high, so I wasn't going to tell you. It's not me. You know Zhang, right? Something happened at her home." I thought for a moment and quickly remembered Zhang. She was a representative of students who changed their fate through the college entrance exam, coming from a poverty-stricken area. I had heard about Zhang's family situation. Even though I didn't know the specifics, I knew she was extremely frugal. What happened to her? Her father, the only breadwinner in their family, got injured while working at a construction site. The foreman has no money to pay compensation, claiming the developer owes them money. But now her father needs money for surgery, and it's urgent. I was thinking, why don't we all chip in, those of us who are relatively well off? I understood immediately. I recalled Zhang. This girl always ate the cheapest meals in the cafeteria, and often lived on nothing but steamed buns and pickled vegetables. She was thin and small, looking completely malnourished. Donation, right? I'll transfer the money to you directly. I trusted Liu's character and wasn't worried about any complications. You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I'll pocket it? Okay, just transfer it to my DickU account. No, monitor, that tiny limit won't be enough. Just send me your bank account number. Don't worry, I'm not short on money right now. What? Just use Dichu, that's fine. The limit isn't enough? Leo realized the situation. How much are you planning to donate? Just do what you can. Leo thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. Once I collect all the money and give it to Zhang, I'll send you a donation table. By the way, the school anniversary is coming up, and there's a performance. Aren't you going to sign up for something? Big sister, I'm taking care of babies. Where would I find time to perform? Besides, what can I even do? Don't play dumb with me. I've seen your videos. Your zither playing is amazing. I've watched your videos on Bilibili. I hadn't expected Leo to bring that up. Fine, I'll sign up for a program. Let's go with the Guchin. Soon after, Leo sent her account details and a statistics table of the students who had already donated. I glanced at it. Most were in the range of a few hundred to a few thousand, with a few wealthy ones donating tens of thousands. I transferred a sum of money to Liu's bank card. Meanwhile, in a girls' dormitory at Shanghai Jiaotong University, Liu was holding her phone when she suddenly heard a notification beep. She opened it and gasped. "What's with all the commotion?" a roommate asked. Liu was usually such a composed girl. Liu looked at the 500,000 on her phone in shock, counting the zeros repeatedly. It was indeed 500,000. Liu was thrilled. Sato had donated 500,000 to Zhang. For college students from ordinary families, this was a massive amount of money. Hearing this, the other 3 girls in the room froze, then swarmed over to look at the notification. Real? I'm so rich? No wonder he could buy a house in Shanghai. How did we not realize there was such a rich second generation in our class? What rich second generation? I heard Sato earned all this money himself. I'm so envious of Professor Tang. The girls sighed. If they had known I was this successful when I was a freshman, they would have done whatever it took to win me over. Leo didn't care about that. She was just happy for Zhang. Great. With this money, Zhang's father's surgery is covered. There might even be enough left over to improve their lives later. Sato is really a great guy. Liu immediately updated the donation list. After verifying it, she sent the table to the class DQ group, along with a message. Classmates, thank you all for helping Zhang. The fundraising is complete. Here is the latest table. I will transfer the funds to Zhang later. Please keep an eye on it. The group exploded instantly. My God, what am I seeing? Sato donated 500,000 all by himself? Sato is a rich kid. We were all fooled by his humility. He's married to Professor Tang and has triplets. No wonder he's so impressive. He's rich and generous. He deserves his wealth. In the neighboring dorm, a poor-looking girl with glasses was holding her old phone, tears streaming down her face as she looked at the messages. Zhang, this is great. Your father is saved. Her roommates, who had also seen the news, crowded around. Zhang usually had a low profile but was kind and hardworking. Since starting university, she had never stopped receiving scholarships and subsidies, and she took on every part-time job she could find. Her classmates respected this resilient girl and never looked down on her. Looking at the 3 friends who were genuinely happy for her, Zhang took off her glasses and wiped her tears. Thank you all. At this moment, she felt the warmth of everyone's support. A girl handed her a tissue. Wipe your tears, this is a happy occasion. You don't need to thank us. The one who really deserves the thanks is Sato. Zhang nodded repeatedly. I have to thank him properly. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she realized she didn't know where I was or have my number. Helpless, Zhang sent me a friend request through the class group, waiting anxiously. On my end, I saw the request and guessed what she wanted to say. Sure enough, once I accepted, the chat window showed she was typing, but seemingly feeling that typing didn't show enough sincerity, she called me via voice chat. Hey Sato, it's me, Zhang. After answering, I played dumb. Hey Zhang, what's up? I just wanted to thank you. Thank you for your help. I will definitely pay you back. Thank you so much, my father's medical bills are covered now. Zhang was a resilient girl. She wouldn't accept charity for nothing. I didn't say, you don't need to pay me back. I laughed. Sure, but don't worry about paying it back immediately. Use the money for your father's surgery first, and if there's any left, improve your life. If it's not enough, tell me. I'm not short on money. Also, pay it back whenever you graduate and have a stable income. Zhang's voice was choked with emotion. Thank you, Sato. Thank you so much. Do you have time? I want to treat you to a meal, the kind with 2 big chicken legs. I smiled. No need, I answered while playing with my eldest son. I know you're struggling financially. I appreciate the gesture, but keep your money and get your father's surgery done. Okay. Zhang hung up in her dorm and stared blankly at her chair. She downloaded the donation table and saved it carefully. She started contacting everyone individually, swearing to herself that once her family got through this, she would pay back every single classmate who donated. Watching Zhang save every number, her 3 roommates exchanged glances and went to the hallway. Honestly, I couldn't do what Zhang is doing. Knowing her, she'll probably be eating only pickles and buns for years just to pay us back. How about this? From now on, let's bring Zhang along whenever we eat. We'll just buy her meals in the cafeteria and bring them to her. She's so frugal, she wouldn't throw away food that's already been bought. They looked back at Zhang in the dorm. The girl, though thin and sallow, had a heart of gold. At home, I treated this as an episode. That night, when Yukino Tang returned, I told her about it. My husband is so kind. Yukino Tang, sitting on the sofa with her small feet curled up, laughed and lay down on my lap. I heard about that girl. Someone in the student council was planning to fundraise, but I guess it's not needed anymore. I looked at my beautiful wife, pinched her nose, and leaned down to kiss her. I've been drafted to help at the school's literary evening in a few days. Really? Yukino Tang's eyes lit up and she jumped up, bumping her forehead against mine. Teary-eyed, she rubbed her forehead, looking at me pitifully. Husband, it hurts. Come here, let me rub it. I placed my hand on her forehead and rubbed it gently. Wife, does it feel better now? Does it still hurt? Enjoying my massage for a while, Yukino Tang said happily, It doesn't hurt much anymore. Husband, it's so good to have you. My roommate joked. As long as you're bold enough, even a pretty counselor can go on maternity leave. The beautiful counselor, Yukino Tang, really did have triplets for me. Yukino Tang brought the babies to the school's literary evening, drawing a crowd of students and teachers. Some crazy girls, seeing my handsome face, even joked about wanting to sack me and take me home. Yukino Tang in the passenger seat seemed a bit restless. Husband, I'm nervous. What are you nervous about? I was speechless. I'm the one performing, not you. I'm just nervous, okay? Yukino Tang grabbed my arm. Actually, I knew why she was nervous. Since our relationship went public, this was our first time appearing at school together. It would undoubtedly cause a stir. Even though many knew about us, appearing as a husband and wife couple in front of students and colleagues made her feel like a student sitting for a major exam. Don't be nervous. Whatever happens, the babies and I are here with you. I looked back at the babies in their car seats. At 3 months old, they could be taken out often. Okay, let's go, husband. Yukino Tang took a deep breath, raised her eyebrows with a stern face, as if going to battle, and resolutely opened the door. Zhang and Yuan appeared in the parking lot. Seeing us, they both ran over. Professor Zhang, Professor Yuan, sorry to bother you, but could you help watch the babies tonight? No problem at all. I love these 3 babies so much. Jiang waved her hands, smiling as she took the eldest baby from Yukino Tang. The 4 of them walked toward the auditorium with the babies. Students who saw Yukino Tang and me stopped in their tracks. Some students even rushed over. Wow, Professor Tang, are these your babies? So cute. And you must be Sato, the senior. I've heard so much about you. You're so handsome. Yukino Tang was shy at first, but then she realized something was off. What is with these little girls? Weren't they looking at the babies a moment ago? Why are they all staring at my husband now? Seeing the overly enthusiastic looks those girls were giving her husband, Yukino Tang frowned, her aura of authority instantly filling the space. What are you all huddled here for? Aren't you going to watch the performance? The students who were crowding around went quiet and scrambled away. Better not provoke her. Jiang, holding the eldest baby, teased Yukino Tang. Professor Tang, do you know what you looked like just now? Like what? Yukino Tang's brow twitched. She had a feeling Jiang wouldn't say anything nice. Like a mother hen protecting her food. Jiang laughed so hard she slapped her thigh. It seemed even more entertaining than the performance. Yukino Tang gritted her teeth. If they weren't both holding babies, she would have smacked her. Who talks like that? Mother hen protecting her food? Honestly. Soon, they reached the auditorium. As teachers, the three of them had special seats reserved in the staff section. Sitting right next to Yukino Tang, I naturally drew the attention of almost all the staff. I sat there comfortably, not caring at all. Yukino Tang, however, stayed flushed. Seeing everyone casting strange looks, even though she was mentally prepared, she was still feeling anxious. Aside from the second baby, who was a bit scared and kept burying its head in Yukino Tang's chest, the eldest and third babies were looking left and right, excited by the stage lights. The third baby was even waving its hands happily. Yo, does our third little one like the stage too? Are you going to be a big star in the future? I pinched the baby's chubby cheeks. At that moment, a handsome host and a beautiful hostess took the stage. The evening had begun. I kept an eye on the babies and Yukino Tang from start to finish. When it was almost my turn, I handed the baby to Yuan and headed toward the backstage. Seeing this, Yukino Tang followed with the babies. Jiang and Yuan looked at each other and followed as well. There were many students backstage busy with their performances. A staff member with a program sheet shouted, "Finance Department, Class 2, Sato. Is Sato here?" "I'm here." I walked up to the girl and smiled slightly. The girl with the program sheet blushed. "You're the famous Sato? It's almost your turn. How are you feeling?" She also glanced at Yukino Tang and the babies behind me. "Ready? Where are my things? The performance is starting soon. I need to know where my zither and props are." "Right over there." The girl pointed to a corner. I found my guqin and a set of hanfu clothing. I told Yukino Tang and went to the dressing room. When I came out, the people backstage were stunned. "So handsome!" A girl cupped her flushed face. The phrase, "like a jade like Huonsa," gentlemen, walking out of a scroll, described me perfectly. In my hanfu, I looked like a peerless gentleman from a painting. My eyes, which seemed to contain starlight, scanned the room before landing on Yukino Tang, a faint smile appearing. At that smile, Yukino Tang's legs nearly went weak. Flushed red, she gulped. "Husband, stop doing that!" Suddenly, Zhang shouted at Yukino Tang, her eyes red with envy. "With your husband looking like this, how am I supposed to find a boyfriend or husband in the future? Yukino, let's discuss this. I promise I won't fight you for him. I'll be good, I promise." Yukino Tang became guarded, looking at Jiang and then at the crowd of girls backstage who were looking at me as if they wanted to put me in a sack and steal me. She gritted her teeth. "No, he's too handsome and too outstanding. From now on, I'll just hide my husband away so these random women don't have a chance." I ignored everyone, focusing only on Yukino Tang and the babies. I walked up to her with long, elegant strides. "Well, do you like how I look?" "I like it, and I hate it," Yukino Tang said with a complex expression. "Husband, if you look like this, women outside will go crazy trying to take you from me." "It's fine." I smiled and shook my head. "My eyes and heart only see you and the babies. No other woman is as beautiful as my wife." Seeing me flirting with Yukino Tang, the girls backstage felt sour. The guys also shook their heads and smiled bitterly. It's over. The difficulty of finding a girlfriend at Jiao Tong is about to skyrocket. I've become the standard for girls looking for a partner. Seeing the hearts in the girls' eyes, Yukino Tang stepped forward and stood right next to me. Jolted by her aura, the girl quickly said, I just came to tell you it's your turn to go on stage." "Thanks." I nodded at her with a blank expression, then turned to Yukino Tang with a smile. "I'm going to the front. You and Professor Jiang should go back too." Good luck, husband," Yukino Tang said, then summoned her courage and gave me a kiss on the cheek in front of everyone, declaring her ownership. Not a chance anyone else is competing with me. Next, let's welcome Sato from Finance Class 2 to bring us a guqin solo, cherry blossoms stained with ink. After the host announced the program, a stir went through the crowd. During this time, my name had been mentioned countless times on the school forum. Even those who didn't follow the forum knew about the junior student who had bagged the school's goddess teacher, Yukino Tang. "Sato is so handsome." It's Sato." Two staff members quickly brought out my guqin. As they retreated, the stage lights dimmed. I stepped from behind the curtain, sat down at the guqin, and as the other lights went out, a spotlight fell on me. I placed my hands on the strings and plucked. At first, many were just watching me, but soon, more and more people were drawn in by the sound. Even the professors from the music department closed their eyes, their souls seeming to leave their bodies, drifting into a world where cherry blossoms were in full bloom. As the performance continued, An old music professor actually moistened his eyes. He didn't know much about young people's pop culture, but he could hear a deep, bone-piercing sadness in the piece. If the professor felt this way, the students who loved anime, especially those who knew the story behind the piece, were even more devastated. Finally, I finished. I pressed down on the strings, the music stopping abruptly. The venue was silent. Whether it was the audience, the students watching from backstage, or even the host, they all forgot everything for a moment. By the time they came back to their senses, I had already disappeared from the stage. After a moment of silence, a roar erupted. "This is the Yuyuko I have in my heart! Sato, I love you!" Various shouts nearly blew the roof off the auditorium. The president and leaders of Jiaotong University in the front row were shocked. This is terrifying. After playing, I gestured toward Yukino Tang and headed straight out of the hall. Seeing my gesture, Yukino Tang reacted immediately, waking up Jiang and Yuan. Leaving the hall, she was still feeling a bit shaken. When everyone reunited outside, a roar suddenly erupted from the hall, startling everyone. Yukino Tang patted her chest. If they hadn't left early, they would have been surrounded by those students. "It's all because of your husband?" Yuan rolled her eyes at Yukino Tang. "Seriously, Professor Tang, I'm so envious of you." Just now backstage, Jiang was being reckless, telling Yukino Tang how envious she was. Yuan felt the same way, but Yuan was nearly 40. Her mindset was more mature, so she hadn't expressed all her inner thoughts. With the babies, everyone returned to the parking lot. I put them in their car seats. "Professor Jiang, Professor Yuan, Yukino and I are heading back now. What about you two?" Jiang and Yuan looked at each other and nodded. "We're going back too?" Looking at it, the rest of the performances don't seem worth watching. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. "Congratulations to the host for completing the first task of taking the babies to a performance. Reward: 63% equity in Shangxi Entertainment." Wow! Even though I didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, I knew Shangxi Entertainment was the biggest media group in China, with countless studios and artists. The hit shows on major satellite channels and big-budget films all had Shangxi Entertainment's shadow behind them. Now I owned 63% of it. "Husband, what's wrong? Scared by what just happened?" Yukino Tang looked at me with concern. "Nothing." I shifted gears and turned the corner, feeling somewhat numb. This wealth is unstoppable. Just as I drove Yukino Tang out of school, my phone rang. "Hello, is this Mr. Sato?" "My husband is driving. Who are you?" Yukino Tang answered the phone for me. Unexpectedly for Zie, it was a beautiful female voice. Even though she wasn't there, she bowed quickly. "Oh, my apologies, Mrs. Sato. Hello, madam. I am Shi, the CEO of Shangxi Entertainment." "Shangxi Entertainment?" "Husband, some guy is calling saying he's the CEO of Shangxi Entertainment." "Z? He's not a scammer." "Wife, put it on speaker." Jie was shocked. Judging by the voice, this was just a young man. His attitude became even more respectful. "Hello, Chairman Sato. Congratulations on becoming the largest shareholder of Shangxi Entertainment. I'm bothering you to ask if you have any instructions or plans for our work moving forward. Handle it yourself. Wait, wife, what kind of shows do you like to watch?" Let me think. "Anything that isn't those random dramas with actingless idols is fine." "I understand." I turned to the phone. "Ziye, did you hear that? In the future, shoot more good dramas, use fewer flow idols, and shoot more positive energy shows. Understand?" Yes, we will follow your instructions." Xie wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart racing to the point of suffocation. "I'm hanging up. I'll visit the company when I have time." I hung up. Yukino Tang turned her head and stared at me. My husband is too mysterious? He's the chairman of some group? Being stared at by my wife's bright eyes, I bit my lip helplessly. "What's wrong? Smitten by your husband's handsomeness again?" Piffed. Yukino Tang couldn't maintain her serious expression. But after laughing, she thought of the doubt she had. "Husband, is that guy really the CEO of Shangxi Entertainment?" I blinked. "Probably. The equity was given by the system. I haven't really met this CEO." "Then why did he call you chairman? You're the chairman of Shangxi Entertainment? Husband, you aren't the illegitimate son of some rich mogul, are you? Haven't I been playing the stock market? I bought it and just held on to it without selling. A bit by bit, I became the chairman. Would you believe me if I said that?" Do you think I'd believe that? I'm a university teacher, you know. Yukino Tang gave me a look of disdain. Okay, let me think of another reason to trick you. Husband! Yukino Tang was furious. If I wasn't driving, she would have pounced on me. Seeing her expression, I turned serious. Actually, I bought the shares from the largest shareholder of Shengshi Entertainment. Gulp. Yukino Tang swallowed hard. Even if she didn't know what it was worth, she knew it had to be a staggering amount. Yukino Tang asked cautiously, Husband, you aren't actually running a weapons smuggling ring, are you? That's right. Not only do I smuggle, but I also take on all kinds of business, such as dusting orbital satellites, polishing and waxing nuclear warheads, and painting aircraft carriers. Does wifey want to place an order? Yukino Tang was both amused and annoyed. How had she never noticed this humorous side of her husband before? Saying that I had teased my wife enough, I shook my head and said, Don't worry, I haven't done anything illegal. Otherwise, with such a massive flow of funds, your husband would have been locked up long ago. Husband? I believe you. Yukino Tang nodded and stopped questioning where such a large amount of money came from. She knew I had my secrets. Ever since she reunited with me, I had displayed an almost omnipotent demeanor in front of Yukino Tang. Whether it was making money, taking care of the babies, or doing anything else, it seemed that once I reappeared in her life, Yukino Tang lost all her worries. Oh wait, there was one worry she hadn't lost. In fact, it was growing larger. Her husband's charm was simply too terrifying, to the point where she had to remain vigilant at all times. As a woman herself, Yukino Tang knew exactly how deadly of an attraction a man like me held for women on the outside. But thinking about it from another angle, didn't this just prove how outstanding her husband and the father of her children was? Husband, will you one day stop wanting me and the babies? I'll make sure to go before you, I said, squinting at Yukino Tang. That way you won't be sad because I left this world first. Do you really think I'd abandon you? Yukino Tang's mouth opened slightly. Her husband was really something else. Did he have to throw such a sudden straight ball? Her little heart was pounding wildly. Her eyes quickly filled with moisture. Yukino Tang parted her lips, her voice becoming incredibly sweet. Husband, I love you so much. Driving the car, I let out a slight sigh of relief. Phew, I managed to muddle through. Good thing this girl didn't probe deeper, otherwise I wouldn't know how to handle it. That night, under the comforting and cozy warm-toned lights of the bedroom, after feeding our 3 little angels, I coaxed them to sleep. Only then did I turn to sit in front of the computer. I was checking my recent stock market gains. Although the system had rewarded me with plenty of assets, like shares in JP Morgan and Shengshi Entertainment, those were stocks and bonds that couldn't be cashed out in the short term. I wasn't stupid enough to liquidate those, but as time went on, my liquid capital had rolled up to over 20 million. I continued as before, picking the stocks with the sharpest short-term gains, going all in with a single transaction, and then clearing my position when the time was right. Yukino Tang, having finished her bath, appeared behind me with a puff of heat and fragrance, wrapping her arms around my back. Husband, what are you doing? I chuckled. Making pocket money for you. If a husband doesn't work hard, how can I buy pretty clothes for my wife? And how will the babies have money to buy formula? Thank you, husband. After a quick peck, Yukino Tang smiled and asked, How much did you make? Is 20 million enough? When the time comes, I'll let you buy. Whatever you like, just swipe the card. Don't worry about the money. Yukino Tang's mouth twitched slightly. Fine, she felt she should be used to the things I pulled from time to time. She wasn't as shocked by such a large sum of money as she had been before. But soon, she gently turned my body around so I was looking at her. Husband, do you like it? My eyes gradually darkened. Yukino Tang was wearing a beautiful pajama set. When did you buy this? I love it. Men really are like that. But as long as her husband liked it, the clothes were worth the purchase. The next day was the weekend. After breakfast, I would take Yukino Tang and push the babies in their stroller to wander around the Jinyu Mansion complex. After a while, many residents in the complex recognized this couple with their godlike looks, and their 3 adorable babies who could melt anyone's heart. A while later, passing a garden, Yukino Tang suddenly saw a little girl skipping along while holding a cat. What a cute kitty, Yukino Tang exclaimed. Husband, let's get a cat, okay? I looked at Yukino Tang with amusement. Are you sure? The babies are so young. What if they're allergic to cat hair? As soon as I said that, Yukino Tang scolded herself. The babies were the priority. Thinking of this, she had to suppress the thought. Seeing the dejected look on my darling wife's face, I waved at the little girl ahead. "Little one, can you come here for a moment?" The little girl turned her head at the sound of my voice, then skipped closer with a smile, her braids bouncing behind her head. "Uncle, sister, is something the matter? Why am I the uncle and she's the Ren sister? Is there really that big of a difference in our ages? That's weird." Yuki-no-tang, standing beside me, bent over with laughter. It seemed she was still quite young in the little girl's eyes, even though she was already a mother of 3. The little girl stuck out her tongue, seeming to realize she had made a mistake, and quickly changed it to "Big brother, big sister." "What a sweet mouth that child has," I said. "It's like this, little one. You see, we have babies, and some babies can be allergic to cats and dogs. So I'd like to borrow your cat to test if the babies are allergic. If they aren't, we'll go buy a cat to raise. Can you help us?" "Of course I can." The little girl nodded and handed over the kitten. "Okay, big brother. Dudu is very well behaved, but you still have to be careful." "Thank you, little one." I smiled and took the kitten from her. It was a beautiful white kitten, very cute. I carefully controlled the kitten's limbs and brought it slightly closer to the babies in the stroller, wanting to see if they would react to the pet hair. Upon seeing the animal approaching, the eldest baby curiously reached out to grab it. It seemed the baby really liked this cute little animal. Otherwise, they wouldn't have reached out. I quickly moved the kitten further away. After testing for a while, I noticed no signs of sneezing, so I carefully let the 3 babies touch the kitten's fur. After observing for another while and confirming there was no redness on their skin, I returned the kitten to the little girl. "Very good. It seems the babies aren't allergic." "Thank you, little one." "You're welcome, big brother and big sister. After you get a cat, can you bring it out for me to see?" the little girl asked, eyes wide with anticipation. Yuki-no-tang and I looked at each other and smiled. "Of course, when we get a cat, we'll bring it down to play with you too." The little girl blinked happily. "My name is Sun Yu Duo. My parents call me Duo Duo." After saying goodbye to Duo Duo, Yuki-no-tang immediately grabbed my arm. "Husband, can we raise a cat now?" "Sure we can. But it's better not to take the babies to the pet store. How about this? You don't have class tomorrow afternoon, so you stay home with the babies, and I'll go buy it." Okay." Yuki-no-tang was so happy she stood on her tiptoes and kissed me. Her husband was so good to her. She wanted a pet cat, and he could solve it right away. My wife, Yuki-no-tang, had just returned to the office after class when she saw Jiang with her arms raised, cheering. "Jiang, what's up? So happy?" "It's the New Year's holiday. I've been prepared to go out and have fun for a long time. The flight tickets are already booked. The school is giving us 3 days off." Hearing this, Yuki-no-tang's heart stirred. With 3 days off, should she go out for a trip with her husband and the babies? The babies were almost 4 months old now. 4-month-old babies couldn't fly on planes yet, and traveling still meant having Sato drive the RV, so long-distance travel was naturally out of the question. Going out for fun? That night, I heard Yuki-no-tang's suggestion and immediately became interested. "That's not a bad idea. Where do you want to go?" "I think traveling around the nearby areas is enough. If it's too far, we'll just waste time on the road." Just as she finished speaking, Yuki-no-tang's phone rang. She took out her phone, looked at it, and a trace of joy appeared on her face. "Hello, Yanyan." "What? You're back in the country? I thought you were planning to develop your career abroad, coming to see me during the New Year's break." Yuki-no-tang looked at me hesitantly. She had originally wanted to travel with her husband and kids, but now her plans were likely going to fall through. I understood Yuki-no-tang's helplessness and gave her a nonchalant look. Only then did Yuki-no-tang say to the phone, "I'm in Shanghai. You're arriving tomorrow? All right, I'll pick you up at the airport." Yuki-no-tang leaned in next to me, smiling. "Husband, my best friend from when I was studying abroad, my roommate who is an international student just like me, is coming to see me." "All right then." I shrugged, not minding at all. "Just entertain your friend during this New Year's holiday. You don't need to worry about your husband." "I'm sorry, husband. I originally wanted to travel with you. I didn't expect my best friend to suddenly return to the country and want to see me." Yuki-no-tang looked at me, feeling guilty. "You were the one who suggested going out at the beginning, right? You have me to see every day. We have plenty of opportunities." "I guess that's true." Hey, husband, it's so good to have you. How can you be so understanding? Love you, mwah." The next morning at 10 o'clock, I drove Yuki-no-tang and the 3 babies to the airport. On the way, Yuki-no-tang looked at me. "Husband, do you know?" Her full name is Su Qingyan. When I was studying at the University of Munich, Yan was the one taking care of me at the beginning. She's very capable and went to study abroad before I did. When I first arrived in Munich, I was unfamiliar with everything. It was thanks to her as a senior in the apartment that I got through those initial days. Later, Yan graduated and went to New York to develop her career. She said she wanted to make it there. I didn't expect her to come back now. Coming back is fine. After all, our Yangtze is the engine of global economic development now. When it comes to prospects and job opportunities, our domestic market is far better than abroad. Besides, aside from anything else, the living environment and safety conditions are equally excellent compared to over there. Yukino Tang, as someone who had spent time abroad, agreed with me immensely. Soon, the two arrived at Hongqiao Airport with the babies. As luck would have it, Yukino Tang's phone rang at that moment. "Hello, Yan. Where are you? I'm at the airport. How come I don't see you?" "I've just got off the plane and will be out of the terminal immediately. Just wait a little while. You'll see me soon. Did you miss me?" "Haha," Su Qingyan said jokingly. "All right, I'll wait for you at the plaza outside the airport." After hanging up, Yukino Tang felt a bit of anticipation about seeing her good friend again after so long. Before long, she saw a woman dressed in a very trendy style pulling a suitcase. She was wearing a light green top and a pair of blue jeans. Her pretty face had light foundation. She was sexy, beautiful, dignified, and natural. As expected of her wife's university roommate, her looks were definitely high tier. Seeing Yukino Tang waving her arms, Su Qingyan's eyes lit up and she quickened her pace. Su Qingyan noticed me in the driver's seat. "Not bad, Yukino, you actually have a boyfriend." Su Qingyan looked me up and down, admitting to herself that she was stunned. This man was so handsome that even she, a world-traveled person, couldn't help but exclaim. To think she found such a handsome boyfriend. "He's my husband. I'm married," Yukino Tang answered with a smile. This made Su Qingyan even more shocked. "You're married? Well, Yukino, you didn't even tell me you were getting married. Even if I couldn't make it back, a gift would have arrived. Have you stopped recognizing me as your big sister?" "No way," Yukino Tang shook her head. "Get in the car first. We'll talk slowly once we're inside." Su Qingyan opened the back door and immediately saw the three babies in their car seats. She covered her mouth in shock. "Kids? You have kids?" Triplets," Yukino Tang said proudly. In other aspects, she couldn't compete with Sister Yan and had been taken care of by her, but at least in terms of marriage and having kids, she was far superior to Sister Yan. Because of the babies, Su Qingyan climbed into the car cautiously, staring at the three little balls in surprise. She didn't actually like small children, but looking at Yukino Tang's three babies now, Su Qingyan felt the softest part of her heart being touched. At this moment, I took the initiative to greet Su Qingyan. "Hello, my name is Sato, Yukino's husband." "Hello, handsome." Su Qingyan looked at me with a smile and introduced herself. "My name is Su Qingyan. Back when your wife was in Munich, I was her big sister." "Then should I call you big sister?" This made me a bit surprised. Generally, young women didn't like being called big sister as it made them sound old. Whatever big sister meant, she was a very forthright person, with none of the affectations of someone who claimed to be 18 years old. I laughed. "All right then, big sister. Who are we going to bury today?" I jokingly replied. "Bury those unscrupulous capitalists." Su Qingyan said something that left Yukino Tang and me confused. It showed just how much she loathed capitalism. On the way home, Yukino Tang asked curiously, "Yan, what did that mean just now?" "Don't mention it," Su Qingyan pouted, complaining. "Didn't I go to New York a few years ago? Later, I got a job at a bank on Wall Street. The income was decent, but..." "Yukino, it's lucky you chose to return to China to study for your master's when I invited you to go together. It was really terrible over there." A flash of anger appeared on Su Qingyan's face. "What happened? Who made our big sister so angry? Maybe I can't help much, but you can tell me about it. Don't bottle it up inside." Various types of discrimination. They discriminated against me because I'm from Yangtze, and on top of that, because I'm a woman. Good lord, it was double the discrimination. You have no idea how hard the work was. "Which investment bank did you work at?" I asked casually while driving. "JP Morgan." As soon as Su Qingyan finished, I slammed on the brakes. Good lord, it's actually JP Morgan. The shares rewarded by the system were for JP Morgan. Husband, what are you doing? Breaking so suddenly, you scared me to death. Good thing the babies are in safety seats. My mouth twitched slightly. After all that, it turned out Su Qingyan was working for me. I looked at Su Qingyan in the rear-view mirror with a strange gaze, hesitating to speak. At this moment, Su Qingyan focused her attention on me again. Handsome, what do you do? To be able to win over our Yukino, tell us about it and let your big sister learn a thing or two. Me? I smiled slightly. I'm the unscrupulous capitalist you mentioned. I let out a laugh. I wondered what she would think if she knew I was her boss. As for my answer, Su Qingyan was stunned for a moment before laughing it off. It was clear she thought I was just an owner of a small company and didn't think much further. Half an hour later, we arrived at Jinyu Mansion. Once inside, Su Qingyan was shocked by the scene before her. My God, Yukino, isn't your home a bit too luxurious? Just this living room is larger than my whole apartment in New York. Wow, this floor-to-ceiling window can overlook the entire Bund. And this cat, what a cute ragdoll. Under Yukino Tang's guidance, Su Qingyan toured the house. A while later, Su Qingyan returned to the living room and sat on the sofa, full of envy. Yukino, the life you're living now is so enviable. Yukino Tang, who was accompanying her, smiled. These were all done by Sato. It has nothing to do with me. I don't have such great ability. Mine is yours, so why separate you and me? You're such a silly. I put the 3 babies on the bed in the master bedroom, then walked out and said with a smile, all right, you two talk. I'll go cook. By the way, big sister, do you have any dietary restrictions or preferences? No, handsome. Anything is fine. Watching me walk into the kitchen, Su Qingyan grabbed Yukino Tang's arm. Yukino, does your husband cook at home? Sato's cooking is very delicious, even better than Michelin-starred restaurants. My palate has been spoiled by him. I can't eat anything outside anymore. Su Qingyan suddenly slumped helplessly against the sofa backrest. Yukino, where did you find such a divine husband? Find one for me, too. You don't know what I encountered abroad? A guy invited me to dinner and then actually wanted to bring me home to show me his cat's backflips. Su Qingyan was so angry she wanted to curse. Yan, what are your plans for this return? Are you staying in the country for a long time? Why don't you stay? We can see each other often. I haven't thought about it yet. Su Qingyan frowned when hearing Yukino Tang's question. You know I studied business management. It's impossible to go to those big companies directly. I'll have to find a small one first. Yukino Tang shook her head. Small companies rarely hire professional management talent. Most are managed by the founders themselves. As for big companies, we'll see. I'll play for a while first. You have to entertain me well during this New Year's. Let's not think about those unhappy things during this holiday. Before long, I had prepared a sumptuous lunch. Sitting at the table and looking at the scene before her, Su Qingyan was drooling. A full banquet of Manchu and Han dishes wouldn't be much better than this. Sato, are you a chef? I raised an eyebrow. I am my darling wife's personal chef. Su Qingyan was suddenly fed a mouthful of dog food. I also want to find a man to have a sweet relationship. Seeing you two like this, I'm already full before I've even started eating. Complaining was one thing, but Su Qingyan's hands were already moving. She picked up a piece of rabbit meat and put it in her mouth. Delicious! Too delicious! With that, she stopped caring about anything else and buried her head into eating and drinking. It was true gorging. The speed was so fast it could be described as a whirlwind. I stared, stunned. Slow down. Yukino and I aren't going to snatch it from you. It's really too delicious. This is the best food I've ever eaten. I didn't come back in vain. Yukino, you're not nice enough. You didn't even share such good things. After dinner, Yukino Tang and Su Qingyan discussed going to Disneyland, but something unexpected happened. I took Yukino Tang and Su Qingyan to the amusement park, and to my surprise, my status left Su Qingyan completely dumbfounded. Wow, so many people! How long will we have to queue before we get in? Looking at the many people blocking the main entrance, Yukino Tang instantly wanted to give up. Congratulations to the host for completing the first task of bringing the babies to an amusement park. Reward, 12% shares of the Walt Disney Company. Corresponding contact person's information has been stored in your phone. I raised an eyebrow and looked down at the 3 little angels in the stroller. Little ones, we are visiting our own turf today. Yukino, you wait a moment, I'll make a call. I took out my phone and called the person in charge here in Yangtze directly. In a short while, a man dressed in a suit and looking meticulous arrived in front of me with several people on a park tour cart. After these people got off, they rushed over to me. The leader bowed immediately. "Welcome to Shanghai Disneyland for your inspection, sir." I waved my hand. "I'm not here for work today. I'm here to play, make proper arrangements." The person in charge nodded immediately and called over a staff member. "Today, you will accompany Mr. Sato and his family well. All projects are prioritized, and all projects are free. Understand?" "Understood." The staff member nodded with a smile and bowed to me, then bowed to Yukino Tang and Su Qingyan, who were standing nearby in a daze. After these people dispersed, Yukino Tang asked in a low voice, "Husband, what is going on?" I pointed to the staff member nearby. "Ask her to explain it to you." Hearing this, the staff member smiled and said, "Madam, Mr. Sato is one of the 12 largest shareholders of Walt Disney. Essentially, a part of Disneyland can be considered the property of Mr. Sato and you, madam." "Husband," Yukino Tang stared at me in disbelief. "Is this true? Husband, you are too amazing. We are playing at our own home. Go ahead and play. No need to queue, no need to spend money. You can play however you want." I gently kissed Yukino Tang on the forehead. This behavior gave Su Qingyan another mouthful of dog food, and even her previous shock dissipated a bit. "Yukino, what kind of person is your husband?" Yukino Tang shook her head helplessly. "I don't know either. I only know Sato is very rich, but I didn't know he was a shareholder of Disney. This is no longer something that can be described as just very rich." Su Qingyan had struggled in New York for a while and knew much more about the world of capital than Yukino Tang. She understood well what a Disney shareholder represented. Even if he was only the one with the lowest equity among the 12 major shareholders, his assets would still be at least over 10 billion RMB. Yukino Tang nodded. "Also, Sato told me before that he was the largest shareholder of Shangxi Entertainment." Su Qingyan spat out the milk tea in her mouth. Then she looked at Yukino Tang with a strange gaze and finally sighed. "You're actually a wealthy socialite." "What socialite? Don't talk nonsense!" Yukino Tang blushed and patted Su Qingyan's arm, but a smile hung on the corner of her mouth. She didn't care about being a wealthy socialite or not. No way, no way. I didn't expect you to have a literal gold mine at home. Don't refute it. You're married. If your husband has a gold mine, doesn't that mean you have a gold mine?" "I want to slaughter the rich today." Su Qingyan's heart was unbalanced. She pulled Yukino Tang's hand and started walking forward, eager to find a ride to play. I glanced at the staff member following me. "No need to follow me. Go follow my wife. I won't play the projects here, as long as they are happy." The staff member nodded, feeling disappointed. She had hoped to have something happen with this Sato who was so handsome it made people's legs go weak. Now it seemed she was just an ugly duckling, the kind that couldn't possibly turn into a white swan. On New Year's Day, Disneyland was almost overcrowded. Basically, every entertainment project you could see required queuing. But my group was the exception. With my new status, plus the guide specially arranged by the park, Yukino Tang and Su Qingyan didn't need to wait for half an hour or an hour for a project like other guests during the tour. The crowd waiting in long queues saw Yukino Tang and Su Qingyan being taken directly to the front by the staff without queuing, and suddenly felt unbalanced. "Mom, why don't those two sisters have to queue?" The mother, who was asked by a little girl in the crowd, flashed a trace of embarrassment on her face. A while later, Yukino Tang and Su Qingyan returned from playing. "Husband, you've worked hard. Let me take the babies." Looking at me sitting on the chair with the children, Yukino Tang felt extremely guilty. The excitement brought by the tour instantly subsided like a tide. "What are you saying, girl? Today is to let you have fun. I and the babies also had a great time. Eldest, second, third." Su Qingyan watched the sweet scene between the couple and shook her head. Should she really find a boyfriend? Although she had been in love, those relationships ended in nothing. Su Qingyan snorted in her heart. "Wake up, Su Qingyan. You're just envious because Yukino's husband is so outstanding. You won't find many men like him in the whole world." 2 hours later, they had basically played all the projects in the park. The two satisfied women were finally ready to retreat. Leaving Disneyland and returning to the parking lot outside, I, who was pushing the carriage, suddenly heard a roar not far away. A car speeding at an unimaginable pace crashed into the isolation fence in the middle of the road. The fence thrown up by the car happened to fall towards the group of us. Su Qingyan was scared silly. She stood in place, not knowing what to do. When had she ever seen such a cinematic scene? After a brief stun, Yukino Tang suddenly burst into great courage. Yukino Tang turned around and protected the three babies, while shouting, "Husband, run!" However, I blinked and looked up at the falling fence. I gritted my teeth, stepped in front of Yukino Tang and the babies, bent my legs slightly, and then used force. My body rose into the air. After jumping into the air, I twisted my body with the strength of my waist and abdomen and whipped out a leg. The fence and my leg collided violently. The huge force transmitted instantly from my leg made me grunt, and my body flew back and fell to the ground. But the fence had its downward direction slightly changed because of my kick. It wasn't until this moment that the crowd around reacted. The scene that was like a superhero movie left everyone in the audience shocked. So powerful! This is Kung Fu! Yukino Tang, who had her eyes closed, opened them with doubt at this time. "Husband, you..." She looked up and down, looking bewildered. "So handsome, Yukino! Your husband was really handsome just now." Su Qingyan grabbed Yukino Tang hard and kept saying, "He actually kicked that fence away with one leg." Hearing Su Qingyan say this, Yukino Tang finally understood what happened. Looking at me opposite, Yukino Tang ran over in a panic. "Husband, are you okay?" Yukino Tang threw herself into my arms and looked at me nervously. "Husband, what happened to you? Are you hurt? Don't scare me. I'm fine." I smiled and rubbed Yukino Tang's head. "My leg just hurts a bit. It might be a small fracture. We'll go to the hospital later." My words almost made Yukino Tang cry. He's already fractured and still saying he's fine. Husband was fractured to protect her and the kids. I was just about to comfort Yukino Tang when a huge aura of murder erupted from my eyes. Someone actually wanted to take advantage of the chaos to steal our child. "Scoundrel, stop!" I roared suddenly, startling all the passers-by around. They didn't know what had happened for a moment. The man who had just picked up the eldest baby trembled. But he quickly came to his senses and jumped onto the electric scooter to the side. Seeing this scene, the anger in my heart surged like a flood. I didn't care that my right leg seemed likely to be fractured. I used my left leg to kick the ground, and the huge force exploded instantly. My body shot out like a cannonball. I was already running to the back of the scooter like lightning, then grabbed the tail of the scooter and used force with my right arm. I actually dragged the scooter that hadn't accelerated yet, along with the person and the scooter, back a distance. The man riding the scooter fell to the ground directly, and the eldest baby who was thrown out was caught by me instantly. I looked at the eldest baby. The little guy thought we were playing with him. The man was instantly subdued by me. There was intense fear and pleading in his eyes. I kicked a hardboard today. He actually knows Kung Fu. The people around quickly surrounded us. The series of events that happened just now were too shocking. This father used Kung Fu like a superhero to kick away the fence, and then subdued the kidnapper. Various commotions occurred continuously. The security guards at Disneyland arrived late at this time. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, the person in charge of the park who saw me was scared out of his wits. This was one of the 12 directors of Walt Disney. To think that this kind of thing happened at their park entrance by such a coincidence. The person in charge felt he was going to say goodbye to this high-paying job. He took a deep breath, pushed aside the crowd surrounding me, and came in front of me. "Mr. Sato, I am very sorry for the shock you received. We have contacted the police and the hospital. Do you need to go there to rest first?" "No need." I stared coldly at the kidnapper on the ground. "This person is handed to you to deal with. We have something to do, so we will leave first." Everything happened too fast. Su Qingyan on the side finally reacted. "Yukino, your husband is too amazing, right? Does he have a sense of security?" Yukino Tang also nodded deeply. Truly the man she chose. So outstanding and had a strong sense of security. "It's over, Yukino. How can I find a boyfriend in the future? Your husband is so outstanding. I want to use him as a standard to pick a partner. I guess I'll be alone for the rest of my life. By the way, does your husband have any brothers from different parents? If so, introduce one to me. One shouldn't dump out the fertile water for outsiders." I'll be satisfied if he's even 1/10 as outstanding as your husband. Yukino Tang giggled. Don't say that. There really is. Heh, just joking. My husband is one of a kind. Because I kicked the fence and was injured myself, the campus beauty Yukino Tang accompanied me to the hospital for an examination. Husband, does it hurt? Yukino Tang looked at me with concern. It doesn't hurt, don't worry. I rubbed Yukino Tang's head and smiled. Your husband is very powerful. Yukino, you didn't see it. Your husband just now was exactly like shooting a martial arts movie, jumping into the air and using a whip kick. He kicked away such a big fence. Midway through speaking, Kyokan-Su spread her arms wide to gesture how big it was. Enough, I get it. You've already said that several times. Yumi Tang sighed as she said this. I'm sorry, husband. I wasn't watching the babies closely enough just now. It's not your fault, I said softly. The situation was too chaotic. It would have been the same for anyone. Aren't the babies safe? Yumi gently rested her head on my chest, greedily breathing in my scent, which made Kyokan-Su roll her eyes from the side. Just then, a doctor in a white coat walked over with a report. Mr. Sato, your results are out. How is it? Yumi quickly stood up and asked. Doctor, is my husband's leg okay? It's not too bad, just a slight hairline fracture. The doctor looked up at me with astonishment. Mr. Sato, your body is truly incredible. I can't imagine it. Based on what you said, you kicked the fence away and it's still only a slight fracture? This already exceeds medical common sense. But the world is full of wonders. Mr. Sato must have unleashed his latent potential as a father and husband during that critical moment, resulting in such extraordinary performance. Yumi nodded and then asked, Does he need to be hospitalized, doctor? Will my husband have any lasting damage or something? The doctor smiled and shook his head. Mrs. Sato, that's not necessary. Mr. Sato's body is excellent, and there won't be any lasting damage. Just pay attention to resting, and he'll be fine before long. I knew my body's condition. Even without any treatment, with my current physical fitness, I could fully recover in a few days. However, to keep Yumi from worrying, I still had the doctor put a plaster cast on my leg, and I got into the car under Yumi's care. Because I was injured, Yumi had to be the one to drive. Soon, the three of us returned to the Jinyu residence with the babies. That evening, Yumi took the initiative to offer, Husband, I'll cook tonight. Let me let you taste my cooking. Are you sure? Don't blow up the kitchen. Underestimating me, huh? Yumi put her hands on her hips, pouting. Don't forget, before I met you, I lived on my own. However, Kyokan-Su, who was by the side, suddenly thought of something and her expression became strange. Yumi, are you really going to cook? Don't think I'm still the same as I was when I was studying abroad. I can cook now. You guys actually dare to look down on me? It seems it's time for me to show you. Hearing their conversation, I realized something was wrong. Big sister Kyokan, can't Yumi cook? I wouldn't say she can't, Kyokan-Su said, choosing her words carefully. At least in terms of nutrition, it's guaranteed. Maybe, probably, possibly. Ha ha ha, forget it, I'll cook. It'll be my payment for staying at your place these past 2 days. Since you have an open kitchen, it's fine if I make some Western food, right? My wife and I expressed that we had no objections. It's rare to have someone cook, so satisfying our appetites is also good. Husband! Come quickly, you're on the trending list! Sitting on the sofa, Yumi looked at me with sparkling eyes. I thought for a moment and opened the video site, typing in a few keywords. Sure enough, there were already many related videos uploaded by various bloggers. I clicked on one at random. The screen was covered with dense comments, all of them full of amazement. Is this the legendary 12-way tan leg? Nonsense, it's clearly my Foshan shadowless kick. It's over. The fact that all Chinese people know Kung Fu can no longer be hidden. I opened the shared account that Yumi and I used, and sure enough, I found that the number of followers had skyrocketed, reaching nearly 200,000. At this time, Yumi's phone suddenly rang. It was Teacher Jiang. Yumi answered it casually. The voice of Jiang Tama immediately came from the other side. Teacher Tang, is that your husband on the trending list? This is too amazing. Looking at Sato's gentle appearance, I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. The speed of this spread is too fast. My God, with such a big deal, how could I not know? Jiang Tama excitedly talked with Yumi on the phone for a long time before hanging up. As soon as she hung up the phone, Yuan Tomo called in, also to confirm the video on the internet. At the same time, I found that my class WeChat group was exploding, all discussing things about me. and some people were crazy tagging me. As for Yumi, she was still tirelessly scrolling through videos, looking at the messages left by netizens. This father is so handsome. Why are such handsome guys already married with children? Luxury apartment, luxury car, so rich and handsome. Why did he marry young? Woo woo woo. I'm a cute girl who wants to know all the information about this handsome guy. I'm gonna poach him. Actually, I don't mind being the stepmother of the 3 babies. I'm different. I'm here to learn from him. Yes, learn from him. And added a doge emoji. Yumi was full of confusion. What the hell are these guys? They all want to poach my husband? Yumi looked at me with a grieving face. Husband, you're famous. Many people want to poach you. If you get snatched away, the children will have no father. I laughed. They can't shake me. This isn't just a wall corner. This is a foundation driven by a 10,000-ton piling machine. Who could shake that? Yeah, ha ha ha. Kyokan-Soo held her stomach and laughed, rolling off the sofa to the ground. She hadn't realized before that her husband was so funny. You two are so funny, really. Do you have to be like this? I'm an outsider here, and you're already flirting. Or are you purposely showing off to me? Then why don't you hurry up and find someone? Don't blame me. I remember when we were studying abroad, there were quite a lot of men chasing you. Kyokan-Soo felt she had taken 1 billion points of damage. She didn't want to talk to these two at all. It was just too bullying. All right, wife, don't worry. This kind of heat on the internet will die down in a few days. You don't need to pay attention to it. Kyokan-Soo looked at Yumi and then at me, suddenly feeling like a third wheel. She simply stood up and went into her guest room, closing the door behind her, out of sight, out of mind. That night, I was originally not planning to take a bath because of the cast on my leg. Suddenly, I saw Yumi, blushing, say, "Husband, do you want me to help you wipe your back? Otherwise, it won't be comfortable to sleep covered in sweat. Since you have a cast, you can't touch water, so I thought I'd help you wipe your back." Husband, don't think too much. I don't want to see your 8-pack abs. It's rare for my wife to be thoughtful, so I was happy to enjoy it. I'm fine, I can do it myself. Husband, just let me do these things for you. This girl started acting spoiled. Otherwise, she felt she was incompetent, not being able to help take care of her husband when he was injured. I couldn't bear to look at Yumi's disappointed little eyes, so I could only agree to her help. Suddenly, it felt quite nice to be taken care of, especially since the person was the girl I loved. Finally, Yumi even tucked me in, and, like coaxing a child, kissed my forehead. Sleep well, I rolled my eyes. Sleep well? I still have to wake up to watch over the babies at night. I don't know who sleeps like a little pig every night lately. HMPH, I will definitely wake up tonight. I used to do this when you weren't there, husband. You are the little piggy husband. Piggy Yumi. After saying this, I held Yumi in my arms. Thank you, Mrs. Wife. Thank you for your delicate care. Hate you. Although she said that, the upward curve of her mouth was harder to suppress than an AK, and she felt sweet inside. After the New Year's holiday, Kyokan-Soo bid farewell to Yumi with reluctance. Now she has to plan her future life path well. Yumi returned to school to start classes, and I also had to prepare to go back to school for exams. After all, it was already January, and the exams for each subject had begun, one after another. It was just lunchtime, and thinking that I hadn't eaten, I smiled and walked towards Yumi's office. I arrived at Yumi's office, knocked on the door, and then opened it. Yumi, who had just taken out the thermal food container, looked up and saw me. The frost on her face quickly melted, turning into a breathtaking smile. Husband, you're here! I came to see you. Besides, I have an exam this afternoon. I walked over to Yumi and moved a chair to sit next to her. Wife, I haven't eaten lunch. Let me have a bite too. Yumi opened the container, took out the lunch I had prepared for her in the morning, and then set the bowls and chopsticks in front of me. Husband, you eat first. I'm kidding. I'll just have a couple of bites. After all, this is made according to your appetite, and I don't want my beloved wife to go hungry. Won't you be hungry? Yumi didn't eat alone, but fed me from time to time. Ouch! I thought if I went out to eat, I wouldn't be nauseated by your loving lunch, but I didn't expect that after coming back, I would see an even more heartbreaking scene. Young Tama's voice sounded. Yumi's face was slightly red, but she still fed me. She couldn't let her husband go hungry. What others think is their business. Yuan Tomo followed Jiang Tama inside, saw me, and immediately gave a thumbs up. Hiro Sato, Hiro Dad, hello, can I have your autograph? Teacher Yuan, don't tease me with such things. Yesterday, my deeds were already on the news, and teachers and students have all seen it. Yuan Tomo shook her head and said seriously, "News, I've seen it all. I didn't expect Sato to be so powerful. Did you study Kung Fu before?" I smiled. "I just exercise frequently and have a good body. Where would I have studied any Kung Fu?" My words caused a flash of doubt in Yumi's mind. Does her husband exercise often? Why has she never seen it? On the other side, Jung Tama couldn't help but complain. This can't be explained just by having a good body, right? Tell me, are you a legendary martial arts master? There are no martial arts masters in this world. You have to believe in science. Believe in science, martial arts masters don't exist. Jung Tama blinked. You just flew up with Lightfoot skills. Jung Tama is not old. Just like Yumi, she is one of the youngest teachers and often has a personality that is as lively as a student. I didn't want to discuss this topic too much. After chatting with Yumi in the office for a while, I said goodbye and left. After the exams, the school finally had a break, and Yumi and I took the babies on a plane back to Sichuan. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, "Congratulations to the host for completing the first flight with the babies, awarded proficiency in piloting all vehicles, and a private Gulfstream G650 jet." I hadn't had a chance to share this good news with Yumi when the plane suddenly shook violently, scaring all the passengers. My face changed drastically, and I immediately checked the child safety seats the flight attendant had delivered earlier, confirming that the 3 babies were safe. Yumi grabbed my arm tightly, her face pale. "Husband, what should we do?" "Don't worry, it's okay, it's okay." I comforted Yumi and looked up at the flight attendant who had almost fallen earlier. What happened? At this time, 3 siren blasts sounded in the cabin, and the flight attendant quickly said, "I'm sorry, sir. Our plane has encountered strong turbulence." Before she could finish speaking, the plane shook violently again. Now even a fool knew it couldn't be turbulence. The plane had crashed. The chief flight attendant, stumbling and holding onto chairs, shouted at all passengers to sit down and fasten their seatbelts while struggling toward the cockpit door. She entered the password, then looked up at the TV on the cockpit door. The TV immediately displayed the scene inside the cockpit. Seeing the scene on the screen, the chief's face changed drastically. Both pilots were slumped over the control panel, unconscious. And worse, a huge hole appeared in the left windshield, and there was a strange-looking bird's carcass in the cockpit. The plane had hit a bird. The chief's heart was filled with despair. The flight route was carefully selected. In theory, there are birds that can fly to this altitude, but it is very rare. I also saw the scene on the TV. I gritted my teeth and suddenly unbuckled my seatbelt and rushed up. "You go and watch the babies for me." I staggered to the chief's side and shouted. "I can fly a plane!" I shouted. At this moment, I couldn't care about anything else. My beloved woman and babies were on the plane. I had to step forward. "You can fly a plane?" Hearing me say this, a glimmer of hope immediately appeared on the chief's originally despairing face. In an emergency, the chief couldn't care about anything else. She quickly climbed up from the ground, lay on the cockpit door, and entered the opening password. "Sir, please, you must succeed." I nodded and reached out to grasp the door handle tightly, so as to avoid the imbalance of air pressure inside and outside after the lock was opened. Relying on all the strength of my body, I pulled the door tight. "Hurry up and help me watch the babies." The chief deftly climbed to my seat, fastened her seatbelt, and then joined Yumi to protect the 3 babies. "Husband." At this moment, Yumi was already crying into tears, but she didn't know what to say. She knew that her husband was doing something very dangerous, but he had to do it. I shouted to Yumi, "Wife, please believe in me. I will come back safely. For you and the babies, I can definitely do it. Watch out, I'm going to open the door." As soon as I said this, the surrounding passengers and flight attendants immediately bent down, held their heads, and tensed their entire bodies. I slammed open the cockpit door, and the instantaneously created air pressure difference caused the entire plane to shake violently again. The howling wind poured into the first-class cabin and then quickly filled the entire cabin. Even the economy class behind became chaotic. The flight attendants screamed, trying their best to calm down the passengers who were crying out in terror. Gritting my teeth, I used all my arm strength to control myself as I squeezed into the cockpit, and then with a bang, the door closed. Only then did the cabin finally calm down. "Husband." Yumi was already tearful, holding the babies tightly and praying in her heart. Inside the cockpit, I was stunned by the scene before me. The bird that collided with the airliner at high altitude had smashed through the co-pilot's windshield. I roughly looked at it. The two pilots were slumped over the control panel, unconscious, and I didn't know if they were still breathing. I resisted the wind pressure with all my might. At this moment, I couldn't care about anything else. I slowly unbuckled the captain's seatbelt and quickly sat in the pilot's seat. Then, I placed both hands on the plane's control stick. The system awarded proficiency in piloting all vehicles, let alone a civil airliner. Even if you gave me a space shuttle, I could handle it. At this time, the plane was falling rapidly and it was about to hit the mountain ridge below. I pulled the control stick with both hands. Rise for me! Under my control, the plane finally began to lift its nose. Fortunately, only the co-pilot's windshield was broken and all engines were normal. At this moment, I also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the plane was normal. On the other side in the cabin, after clearly feeling the plane begin to climb, the chief flight attendant wept with joy. That man was telling the truth. He really could fly a plane. Everyone was saved. At the same time, the Ground Aviation Administration in E Province, which was responsible for the airliner I was on, suddenly saw the air traffic controller Go Eye's brow furrow. The altitude and route of the plane on the coordinate map were changing violently. He picked up the microphone and quickly connected the contact. China Air 6. China Air 6. This is E Province Ground Aviation Administration. Please answer if you hear. The radar showed that the altitude of the plane was constantly decreasing, and there was no response. I immediately realized that something was wrong. Director, something is wrong. Director Ma Tae-jun, who was in charge on the scene, heard Go-ai's voice and immediately turned his head to look. Director, China Air 6 is deviating from its course, and its altitude is dropping rapidly. We cannot reach the crew. Ma Tae-jun's brow immediately furrowed, and he continued to contact. Sure enough, after seeing the abnormal and rapid decline in the plane's altitude, Ma Tae-jun couldn't help but gasp. Something was wrong. On the plane, I was resisting the cold wind, constantly pouring in from the broken windshield while trying my best to control the plane. The temperature at an altitude of 10,000 meters is too low. If it weren't for my physical fitness being far beyond that of a normal person, I would likely have lost consciousness due to the low temperature and strong wind by now. The whistling wind kept echoing in my ears, but amidst this sound, I vaguely heard the call from ground control in my headset. In the plane's current state, it was impossible to fly to Sichuan. It could only make an emergency landing at the nearest provincial capital of E Province. But the problem was, the plane was originally fully fueled to fly to Sichuan. If it landed in E Province, it would inevitably carry an excessive amount of fuel, which meant landing overweight. I didn't hesitate to hang up the emergency code 7700. This was to declare to all ground and aircraft that the plane was in an emergency. Almost at the same time, the ground control center immediately noticed this. After discovering that the plane had set the emergency code, Ma Tae-jun's heart, which had been raised, relaxed slightly. The ability to set an emergency code shows that the crew is not incapacitated. Continue calling and have other aircraft in the air also call. After setting the emergency code in the sky, I still faced a huge problem. At 10,000 meters, without aircraft instruments to assist in displaying the route, I had no idea where I had flown to. The original flight plan was to Sichuan. It obviously could no longer be used. To fly to E Province, the flight plan had to be changed. China Air 6 requests to change flight plan to land at the capital airport of E Province. Approved. Continue calling. The tense expression on Ma Tae-jun's face did not relax. He knew that this was a critical moment and could not be slackened. Seeing that the route change was approved in the sky, I breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, other equipment on the plane was normal, which saved me a lot of effort. Only then did I have the energy to respond to the calls on the radio. Because the wind was too loud and the noise severely interfered with communication, I could only do my best to shout, E Province, China Air 6. Piloting the plane, I alone allowed China Air 6 to just drag itself out of danger. On the plane, the chief flight attendant kept comforting Yumi, "Don't worry, we will be fine." Yumi held the babies tightly and nodded vigorously, tears swirling in her eyes. "I am her and the babies, hero. Since I appeared in Her and the Babies' lives, I have been a harbor that sheltered them from the wind and rain. Now, I have stepped forward like a hero once again. And this time, What I am shouldering is no longer just our small home, but also the more than 100 passengers on the plane. Husband, come on! Yumi trusted me wholeheartedly and prayed silently in her heart. On the ground, it was already in a state of emergency. Security, fire, and hospital departments were ready to provide first aid if the China Air 6 I was piloting encountered an accident. In the sky, I was flying towards Jiangcheng Airport, but I glanced at the fuel gauge and shook my head. The fuel that was originally expected to fly to Sichuan had now consumed less than half. Landing in this situation was undoubtedly an overweight landing, which would bring huge safety hazards to the plane. After checking, I found a headache. It did not have an aerial fuel dumping system. For this reason, I had another method. Since there was not too much fuel, I just needed to circle in the air for a while to burn off the excess fuel. Suddenly, I discovered 2 planes approaching on the radar. Then, a message came through. China Air 6? China Air 6? This is the Central Theater Air Force. We are ordered to escort you. Hearing this news, I understood. With the technology of Air Force fighter jets, it would normally be impossible to appear on the radar of a civil airliner. To appear openly, the other party must have actively turned off the stealth system. At this moment, sure enough, I saw one of the most advanced Chinese fighter jets appear on the left and right sides of the plane. With my eyesight, I could even see the pilot in the cockpit making a thumbs-up gesture to me. At this moment, the 2 Air Force pilots escorting me also finally saw the situation inside the cockpit, and each couldn't help but gasp. Under the conditions of a broken windshield, high altitude, low temperature, low pressure, and low oxygen, I was still able to steadily control the plane. Looking at my condition, it seemed like there was nothing wrong with my body. This brother is really a fierce guy. Even these well-trained Air Force pilots couldn't necessarily do this kind of thing. And I still had the leisure to make gestures to them. The pilot suddenly noticed that the gesture I was making was the internationally recognized pilot communication gesture. I was going to circle to consume fuel. The pilot passed his observations to the ground. Ground, this is Winged Bird. We have approached China Air 6 and are escorting it. Co-pilot windshield broken, 2 pilots in the cabin incapacitated. Pilot preparing to circle to consume fuel to avoid overweight landing. Over. Knowing that I was preparing to circle to avoid an overweight landing, Ma Taejun's heart on the ground rose again. The plane's landing was extremely dangerous. An amateur enthusiast who has not undergone orthodox training and has only simulated flying on a civil flight simulator. Can he do it? Gradually, I finally flew over Jiangcheng. As I circled, the fuel of the plane gradually decreased and finally dropped within the range of a safe landing. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, the outskirts of Jiangcheng Airport were already crowded with aviation enthusiasts who had rushed over. Journalists from major media were already ready, and security, fire, and doctors were watching on standby. The aviation enthusiasts on the outskirts looked at the scene of the broken windshield through telescopes, and their faces instantly turned pale. My God! In this situation, how did this fierce guy fly the plane back? After the 3 alarms sounded, the chief flight attendant immediately made a gesture to a flight attendant at the cabin control position. The latter immediately took down the microphone hanging on the wall next to her and shouted to the passengers in the cabin. Attention all passengers! The plane is about to make an emergency landing. Please bend down and lower your heads. I began to decelerate the plane. I quickly opened the speed brakes on the wings, carefully reducing the plane's speed bit by bit. Under my control, the plane, which was moving rapidly, finally had a trend to decelerate. Everyone stared intently at the plane sliding on the runway. The runway was almost at the end. Once it reached the end without successfully decelerating, the plane would rush off the runway. Many people were praying for China Air 6 in their hearts. Finally, just as the plane was about to rush to the end of the runway, after a brief silence, thunderous cheers erupted throughout the airport. The ambulance quickly drove to the side of the plane, opened the car door, and countless doctors lifted stretchers and jumped out of the car with first aid kits. A reporter who was live streaming had even started reporting. Dear viewers, China Air 6, which has been highly concerned by the whole society, has now successfully made an emergency landing at Jiangcheng International Airport. On the other side in the cabin, Yumi couldn't care about anything else. At the moment the plane stopped completely, she put the babies in her arms on the seat. Then she unbuckled her seatbelt, stood up, and stumbled towards the cockpit, even bumping her forehead because she was too anxious. Yumi frantically beat the cockpit door. Husband, how are you? I, in the cockpit, stared blankly at the stopped plane. The sirens of fire trucks and ambulances quickly approached my ears. I was a bit dazed. Although the system allowed me to master piloting skills, I never thought that faced with a plane with a broken windshield, I would actually succeed in landing it safely from 10,000 meters high. Husband, open the door! Yumi's voice brought me back to my senses. My wife was still outside. I quickly unbuckled my seatbelt, stood up, came to the cockpit door, and opened it. The next moment, an extremely familiar figure threw herself into my arms. Husband, are you okay? Are you hurt? Yumi held me tightly, but soon let go and looked at me blankly. My body was too cold. I exhaled a breath, rubbed my hands, and smiled with a mouthful of white teeth. Wasn't I blown cold by the wind? If you let me hold you, I'll be warm. I originally thought Yumi would be shy, but she didn't hesitate to hold me tightly again, and the force was as if she wanted to crush me in her arms. Feeling a bit wet on my chest, I gently hugged the crying Yumi. All right, let's go see the babies. The babies are still crying. Babies! Right, the babies! Reminded by me, Yumi realized. Yumi and I walked hand in hand to the 3 babies. I spread my arms and hugged 2 of them at once. Da bao, air bao. Daddy is back. Daddy successfully brought you back to the ground. And Sanbao was also picked up by Yumi. Sanbao, isn't Daddy great? He saved a whole plane of people, and of course, our whole family. The chief flight attendant watched this scene, feeling 1,000 emotions. She rubbed her leg, which had been injured due to the collision, and came to me. Sir, thank you for saving all of us. Little brother, thank you. At this time, guests in the first-class cabin who hadn't gotten off the plane gathered around one after another. Everyone came forward to hug me, even several little girls. This time, Yumi had no dissatisfaction or jealousy, only full pride. Watching me hugging everyone in turn, Yumi wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. My husband, the baby's father, is truly a great hero. He not only can give me and the babies a warm home, but is also an unbreakable high wall. Finally, after everyone had left, Yumi hugged me again from behind. Husband, thank you. And those guests who got off from the first-class cabin heard a piece of news from the reporters that made them unbelievable. The 2 pilots on the plane were unconscious when the accident happened. And this plane was piloted by a single passenger from start to finish, successfully making an emergency landing. At the same time, a man in a uniform appeared beside Yumi and me, and the man reached out to me. Kiyome Ketsu, Administration. I smiled and shook hands with Kiyome Ketsu. I know you. You are now famous nationwide, the popular blogger on the video site. Kiyome Ketsu smiled, retracted his hand, and walked into the cockpit, looking at the tragic scene in front of him. Kiyome Ketsu and the several administrative staff behind him were stunned. The windshield was broken, and the 2 pilots in the cockpit were unconscious. Kiyome Ketsu quickly let the medical staff go in, then looked around the cockpit again. When he walked out of the cockpit, he looked at me with deep amazement. Air Force background, I smiled. As I said, I'm a civilian. I've only played flight simulators, never truly trained. Gifted. Kiyome Ketsu patted my shoulder. Do you want to fly a plane? I think with this experience, you don't even need to be assessed, even if you weren't a pilot before. No, thank you. I gently wrapped my arm around Yumi's waist. I want to spend more time with my wife and children, Kiyome Ketsu nodded. All right, let's go together. Everyone outside wants to see you, this great hero. From the moment I appeared, all cameras were aimed at me. Flashes kept lighting up, and a large group of reporters swarmed up, pointing microphones at me, wanting to conduct an interview. At the same time, at home in Sichuan and Chongqing, my father and mother, who were watching the live broadcast, saw me appearing on the TV. Old Xiao, it's our son! Also in Sichuan and Chongqing, Father Tang and Mother Tang held hands, wiping their tears continuously. Both children were fine, and the whole family was safe, which was really great. At the airport, Ma Taejun came over. Sir, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, all these 100 people, our China Air would have become... I was just protecting my wife and children, and it was just self-preservation. By the side, Yumi looked at me, her eyes filled with little stars. Her own husband is really great. With him by her side, she and the babies feel full of security. And what I didn't know was that at this time, 4 old people had already hurried towards the Sichuan and Chongqing airport. I pushed the baby carriage with Yumi and walked out of the airport in Sichuan and Chongqing, and soon I heard a call. Sato, Yumi. I looked up and discovered that my parents and Yumi's parents, all 4 of them, were actually waiting outside the airport to pick us up. Mom! Dad! Yumi and I held hands, each of us pushing a stroller as we approached the 4 elders. Mom and my mother-in-law swarmed around Yumi, looking at her with concern and greeting her repeatedly. Are you okay? I saw it on the news. Your plane was in an accident. Are you hurt? Are the babies all right? Feeling the elders' concern, Yumi smiled brightly. Her fear had dissipated. She no longer felt the panic from when the plane was in danger. I'm fine, don't worry. On the other side, as my family appeared, my father and father-in-law patted my shoulders. They didn't say much, but the concern in their eyes was self-evident. My father-in-law was extremely satisfied with me as his son-in-law. He sighed and said, "As the old saying goes, if you survive a great disaster, you will surely have later blessings." You old man, what are you talking about, disaster? How unlucky! As soon as he finished, my mother-in-law slapped his face firmly. My father-in-law glared at her but didn't continue. Instead, he changed the subject. All right, we're here to pick you up. Let's go home. Yumi and I looked at each other. Home. After the incident on the plane, we both felt the preciousness of family even more. Being alive to see our loved ones was more important than anything. My father was the one driving. He had a business van that could seat everyone. On the way, my father couldn't help but ask, "Kid, when did you learn to fly a plane?" "Just messing around with a flight simulator?" "I wanted to be a pilot when I was a kid, Dad. Have you forgotten? You can reach that level just by playing a simulator?" My father didn't know what to say. Planes are supposedly the safest mode of transport, but when something goes wrong, it's a huge deal. My father-in-law, sitting in the passenger seat, wanted to take out a cigarette but remembered the 3 babies and could only touch his empty pocket, smacking his lips. After thinking for a moment, he said, "How about this? On New Year's Eve this year, let's go to Buer Temple to burn incense to ward off bad luck and pray for blessings." Yumi looked at her father with some surprise. He usually didn't believe in these things, so it was unexpected that he would take the initiative this year because of this event. I, sitting next to Yumi, immediately smiled. "How about we spend New Year's Eve together? We can go burn incense together then." This was the first New Year Yumi and I would spend together since getting married. If both families could spend it together, it would be even more meaningful. Furthermore, my father-in-law and mother-in-law were only children. If Yumi spent the New Year with the Sato family, the 2 elders would be all alone at home. Hearing my proposal, my father, who was driving, immediately agreed. "Good idea. In-laws, let's spend this year together and every year after that too. This year at our place, next year at yours. We're all in the same city anyway. In-laws, what do you think?" My father-in-law pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Good, let's spend it together. It's settled." Whether it was him or my mother-in-law, after experiencing this, they doted on their daughter even more. Being able to spend the new year with their daughter, son-in-law, and in-laws would make them less lonely. Before long, my father drove back to the city area of Sichuan and Chongqing. It was dinner time. "In-laws, let's eat out tonight. Consider it a welcoming celebration for the 2 kids." No one opposed my father's suggestion, so he turned the steering wheel and drove to a restaurant he frequented. The owner knew him well. Seeing my father bring a large group of people in, the owner greeted them enthusiastically. "Yo, Director Sato. Come in, come in. How many of you?" My father smiled. 6 adults and 3 kids. "Got it!" The owner led everyone toward a private room and laughed. "Sato, haven't seen you in a while. You're married now?" "Really? How could you not send an invitation to your Uncle Wang?" "Forget it. This meal is on me today. Besides, you're a big shot who's been on the news now." Clearly, he had seen the news. Not everyone had seen it, and even if they had, not everyone could recognize me in real life. But Uncle Wang already knew my father and me. He even often invited my father to play cards, which was why he recognized me immediately as the person from the news. During dinner, Uncle Wang came in to toast everyone in turn. I knew my father and the others liked to drink, so I said, "Dad, go ahead and drink. I'll drive when we go back." With that, my father began to toast with my father-in-law and Uncle Wang. That night, my parents left the master bedroom for me, so Yumi and I naturally slept there, while the 3 babies were placed in a crib beside the bed. At this time, Yumi was lying in bed, leaning against the headboard, scrolling through her phone. The internet was full of news about today. Even foreign media had reported it. Meanwhile, in the master bathroom, there was the sound of splashing water. I was taking a shower. Yumi's gaze landed on the direction of the bathroom. A moment later, a cunning smile curled at the corners of her lips. She went barefoot, tiptoed, and secretly walked to the bathroom door. Everything prepared, Yumi blinked. Operation Husband begins. An hour later, Yumi, in her pajamas, was humming a song in high spirits while blow-drying her hair. Because she was worried the hairdryer would wake the sleeping babies, she went to the living room, and I was dragged along by her. While drying her hair, Yumi looked at me on the sofa from the corner of her eye, giggling occasionally, looking just like a little fox. I found it amusing. This girl would actually do something like that while I was showering. Yumi dried her hair and cuddled up next to me, burrowing into my arms. Yumi smelled the fresh scent on me and shifted to find a comfortable position. Every time she lay in my arms, Yumi felt like her whole body was warm. What's wrong? Suddenly becoming so clingy? Even the cute cat at home isn't as clingy as you? Watching Yumi, I couldn't help but tease. I'm clingy to my own husband, who does it bother? I just like being clingy to my husband. If a husband isn't for being clingy, what is he for? That's quite a big tone. I couldn't help but want to tease her when I saw this girl. Big? Is it big? Yumi tried hard to open her eyes wide, turning her pretty face toward me, and then started breathing on me. Smell it, isn't it not bad? And it's fragrant, smell it. Oh, husband, you dislike me. Have you changed your heart? Keep your voice down, mom and dad are asleep, and the babies are asleep too. How can I change my heart? Such a good wife can't be found anywhere. Only a fool would change his heart. Oh, Yumi responded timidly, and then she suddenly had a thought. Husband, do you think we should buy a house here in our hometown too? Why would you say that suddenly? Don't you want to live with mom and dad? Isn't it lively with many people? I pinched Yumi's nose. No, fearing I might misunderstand. Yumi waved her hands quickly. It's just... Her face grew redder and redder, and finally, her voice was like a mosquito. It's a bit inconvenient. This girl even winked at me. I burst out laughing. However, what Yumi said made sense. After all, we were adults and married. Although we didn't stay in the hometown long, we couldn't go without a place. Living with parents did indeed have many inconveniences, and Yumi clearly hoped to have our own world for two. I looked down at Yumi. After the plane crash, she became even clingier. It must be some kind of stress reaction. For a period, she would be extra sensitive to everything. I held Yumi's waist and let her lean on my shoulder, thinking about her suggestion. We didn't lack money now. It would be easy to buy a house in the hometown. We could live separately when we came back, and if we wanted to see mom and dad, we could see them anytime. It wouldn't be a problem. As for mom and dad, my father was a very open-minded person, and my mother would just go with the flow. Yumi saw me deep in thought and started obsessing over me again. Husband, why can you be so handsome and attractive? Husband, you smell so good. Wife, what are you blindly sniffing? This girl really had a big change after this incident. Yumi's face turned red, but she really didn't want to leave my side, so she rolled her eyes and suddenly reached out. Husband, I'm so tired. Let's go to sleep together. Early the next morning, Yumi had already made breakfast, though mom wasn't up yet. No, she's up. My mom gets up very early every day. By this time, she should almost be back from the vegetable market. Yumi seemed to be struck by a huge blow. What? I thought I could get up before mom and be a good daughter-in-law. At this moment, the sound of the door opening came from the living room. Mom walked in carrying a bag of groceries. Yumi, why are you up so early? Why don't you sleep a little longer? No, Mom, I've already made breakfast. You go eat. Yumi was already prepared to accept praise. Breakfast? Is that the legendary breakfast you eat before lunch? I hadn't eaten breakfast in a long time. At home, Sato's dad cooks better than me. I usually just deal with it myself. And then, I don't know when it started, 3 meals a day somehow became 2. Yumi was shocked. Why don't you make breakfast, Mom? Mom laughed. Because I'm lazy. Yumi made a decision on the spot. In the future, the 3 babies absolutely must not be left to Mom to take care of. After breakfast, Yumi pulled me into the bedroom with a serious expression. Husband, what is going on with your mom? You found out? I smiled. My mom was protected too well by my dad. Because regulations weren't strict back then, she married my dad when she was 18. Before that, she was protected by my grandparents. After marriage, she was protected by my dad. She didn't need to work or worry about any household chores, so she's still like a little girl even now. That is truly quite innocent, ha. Yumi thought for a long time before using that word, but soon she showed an expression of envy. Dad must love her very much. I stroked Yumi's waist and grinned. You'll be like that too in the future, Yumi pouted. She felt the same way. When we were outside, it didn't matter, but as long as she was at home and with me, she felt she was still a baby. I took Yumi to my high school reunion. Yumi's appearance left the classmates stunned. Learning that I had become a father before even graduating from college left them even more dumbfounded. I suddenly received a phone call. Ryu, why are you calling me suddenly? Hey Sato, Happy New Year. Since it's New Year and I'm back, I thought we could get together and bring some other high school classmates along. Hearing this, I subconsciously looked at Yumi. A year ago, I got drunk at a high school birthday party, and that was how Yumi and I ended up in this situation. Now that I heard something similar, I couldn't help but think of the bits and pieces between Yumi and me. Yumi, who was playing with the children, noticed my gaze. After turning her head and finding me looking at her, she immediately gave me a big smile. I smiled. All right then, pick a time. We'll meet up then. How about tomorrow night? I've already contacted a few people. I'll send you the address once I've found a place. You can just come over then. After I hung up the phone, Yumi asked softly, Husband, who was that calling so late? A high school classmate, probably my best friend in high school. He's back for the new year, and he said we're all getting together tomorrow night. Yumi nodded. Then, husband, when will we be back? She didn't ask if I would bring her along. Subconsciously, Yumi already believed that wherever I went, I would be with her. This was a manifestation of total trust. I had never considered going alone either. Hearing this, I laughed. It won't be too late. After all, we still have to come back to take care of the kids. Playing too late won't work. The next day, after learning that I was taking Yumi to see my classmates that night, my parents didn't object. Instead, they took the initiative to say they could help look after the kids so we could have a good time. Before dinner, Yumi and I took a taxi to the front of a self-service hot pot restaurant. The restaurant was called Mountain City Tripe King. It was almost always packed, not to mention during the new year. Yumi and I held hands and arrived at the door of the pre-notified private room. I gently pushed the door open. The group of people who were originally chatting enthusiastically all looked over. The silence in the room suddenly fell into an eerie quiet, and all eyes were on us. What's wrong, don't recognize me? I pulled Yumi inside and smiled at these faces I hadn't seen for a long time. Ryu was the first to react. He gave a strange cry. Sato, you kid! You've changed too much! Is this your girlfriend? I lifted our joined hands and smiled slightly. This is my wife. Sato is married? When did that happen? A chubby boy looked full of envy. He looked at Yumi, then quickly forced himself to look away. Yumi was simply too beautiful. So beautiful that this chubby guy felt a huge amount of pressure. Got married not long ago, haven't held the wedding yet. When we do, we'll invite you all. By the way, my wife's name is Yumi. Nice to meet you all. Yumi responded generously, but because she was used to not talking much to strangers, she just gave a brief greeting. I noticed a few unfamiliar faces at the table. It went without saying that they were the boyfriends or girlfriends of some of them. We all thought, you're actually married? Good guy, skipping the line like that. A boy wearing glasses adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and couldn't help but shake his head. Sato, I remember asking you if you were single at my birthday party last year, right? And you're married in just a year? I said happily. Speaking of which, I have you to thank for it. It was because of your birthday party, Kyo, that I was able to meet Yumi. The group suddenly became interested, listening with ears pricked, all wanting to hear the scoop, but I didn't say much. These things were sweet little secrets between my wife and me, and I certainly wouldn't blab about them in public. Seeing I wouldn't say anything, everyone started teasing me, starting to toast one after another. Good boy, not telling us? We'll just have to drink you under the table then. Don't. Yumi and I don't drink. We have to go back and take care of the kids tonight. It wouldn't be good to go back smelling like alcohol. What? You even have kids? Ryu was full of envy. No way, Sato, I'm still single? And you've already upgraded to being a dad? Do you have photos? Can I see them? A girl sitting right next to Yumi leaned toward Yumi, wanting to see photos of the babies. Yumi simply opened the video site and brought up the video to show them. Everyone scrambled to see it, but as they watched, the atmosphere changed. Sato, the person known as the hero captain a few days ago. Is that you? My God, I thought it was just a coincidence of names. The dinner didn't have any dog-eat-dog situations, no one was intentionally showing off to get slapped in the face, and no one was being passive-aggressive and getting sarcastic comments. Everyone was friends from high school, and it hadn't been long since they graduated. Most were still in college. There was no need for any infighting. However, even so, Yumi and I were undoubtedly the center of attention. First, because of our outstanding appearance. Second, because from Yumi's previous video, they found that I seemed to be particularly rich now. Just because I had previously stated I wouldn't drink because I had to go back to take care of the kids, no one toasted Yumi and me. Sato, can you let me be the godfather to the babies? Ryu, who had the best relationship with me, suddenly said during dinner. Because he exercised for a long time and was big and burly, he looked a bit fierce, but in fact he was a very gentle person. I'm afraid you'll scare the babies. Let's just forget about that, I teased Ryu. Ryu suddenly looked like he had been dealt a huge blow. Just because I look like this, girls in college keep their distance from me. I'm actually a super gentle person. As he spoke, Ryu suddenly set his sights on Yumi. I'm a bit older than Sato. Can I call you sister-in-law? Yumi nodded with a smile. The title of sister-in-law sounded quite nice and made her seem younger. All right then, sister-in-law. Ryu rubbed his hands craftily. Do you have any resources you can introduce to me? The girls around you must be beautiful too. After all, birds of a feather flock together. Don't even think about it, I said, rejecting him on Yumi's behalf. This guy must have thought Yumi and I were college classmates. Why not? Can't sister-in-law introduce a few female classmates to me? You kid, you got out of the single life and became a dad? You're just gonna leave your brother to suffer? Ryu looked dissatisfied. I hummed. Female classmates? Yumi isn't a student. She's a teacher at Jiaotong University. There are no female students. Can you handle a female teacher? Everyone's attention fell on Yumi. My God, a teacher? One look and you know she's a good student who studies hard. A girl opened her mouth, staring at me in extreme astonishment. Sato, we all went through 9 years of compulsory education. How come I feel like you secretly went to cram school? You're ahead of us by more than one step, good guy. Ryu then sighed. But it's fine anyway. I'm leaving soon. I'm planning to join the military. With Ryu's words, everyone understood. If joining the military, dating was indeed very inconvenient. This was a good development path. It's hard for college students to find jobs now. I lifted my glass of fruit juice. Ryu, I wish you the best. Thanks. Ryu finished the beer in his glass in one gulp, then sighed again. Thinking about not seeing a single girl for the next few years, I feel all kinds of conflicted. Who joins the military for girls? Your ideological consciousness isn't high. The chubby boy shook his head, then looked envious. I want to join the military, but this body won't pass. I've been trying hard to lose weight, but the fat on my body goes against me. No matter what, it won't go down. The heavens are jealous of my talents. After the fat guy finished speaking, he started praying with his hands together. Great old Ma, I am willing to trade all this fat on my body for the realization of a great and wonderful dream. Then everyone burst into laughter. The fat guy was really too funny. I truly suspected he was the comic relief sent by a monkey. Yumi was in a great mood. She was a bit worried when she first came to join me, but now it seemed these people were all easy to get along with. Gradually, Yumi started chatting with the girls next to her. The girl was that good student named Towa. She was thin and small, wearing round-framed glasses that were obviously a size too big, which gave her an unexpected cuteness. Because Yumi was a college teacher, Towa, as a student, was a bit stunned in front of Yumi at first. Added to that was Yumi's extreme beauty. Towa was nervous and couldn't speak smoothly several times. Is teacher Yumi also studying abroad in Munich? Hearing Yumi say this, Towa gave a little gasp. I also have the idea of going to Munich to continue my studies after graduation. If I go there, is there anything I should pay attention to? That there are many places you need to pay attention to. Yumi slowly taught Towa her experience, looking just like a teacher giving a lecture to a student. The latter listened and didn't know where she took out paper and pen, like a good student taking notes, carefully recording these things. As they spoke, Yumi turned back to get something to eat, only to see me put several pieces of just blanched tripe into her bowl. Don't just talk, eat something too. Thank you. Yumi smiled at me. This smile was breathtaking. If they didn't know Yumi was my wife, those boys would definitely have been unable to help but look a few more times. Before they could finish marveling, they saw Yumi pick up a piece of tripe and put it into my bowl in reverse. Husband, you eat too, don't give it all to me. Their interaction with no one else around made Toa yearn for such a sweet love. Do you two have to be like this? It started. A true military fan doesn't need love, the fat guy wailed. Waiter, I want lemonade. Everyone started to protest. The food being thrown was too much. They couldn't even eat the hot pot anymore. Ryu raised his glass with a hopeless expression, making eye contact with a few other singles. I feel the deep malice of this world, and it's coming so fast. After dinner, I declined Ryu's invitation to the second round at the KTV. Yumi and I walked home together. To celebrate the new year, neon light strips were hung on the trees along both sides of the street. So full, husband. Yumi suddenly pinched her waist, her head bowed, her brows slightly furrowed. Clearly, she had eaten a lot, but her belly didn't look bloated. It was just that feeling of fullness that made her a bit uncomfortable. It was all the husband's fault for constantly putting food in her bowl, making her eat mouthful after mouthful unconsciously. By the time she realized it, she was almost stuffed. Suddenly hearing Yumi's voice, I looked over in a daze. My gaze fell on Yumi's eyes first, then uncontrollably shifted to her bulging cheeks. You look a bit like a pufferfish that bulged up rapidly after being irritated, just without the prickles. I reached out my finger and poked her. Yumi's pink cheeks were poked by me, and she was stunned. Her eyelashes trembled gently. Then her 5 fingers curled into claw shapes, and she rushed into my arms. I carefully caught the little one in my arms, resting my chin on the top of her head and rubbing it gently. Yumi buried her face in my arms, her muffled voice coming out. It's all your fault, husband. You let me eat so much. I'm going to turn into a little pig. It's okay, just exercise after we get back. Are you afraid you can't digest it? Yumi suddenly raised her head. You can even... She paused. Husband, you really are... Detecting my dazed expression that gradually turned suggestive, Yumi realized she had misunderstood, but she refused to admit that she was thinking about something strange just now. Wife, what were you thinking just now? I didn't hear anything. We were clearly just walking. Why did it turn into a dirty road? No, I wasn't thinking about strange things. You must have heard wrong, husband. You definitely heard wrong. I didn't say you were thinking of strange things. Wife, are you admitting it yourself? I didn't expect you to be that kind of person, but I like it. Yumi rushed over, claws and teeth bared. Finally, she took the initiative to hold my hand again, shaking her body gently as we walked. I even heard her humming a song faintly. Wife, you're in such a good mood. Thinking of something happy? Tell me, and let me be happy too. Because I'm with you, husband. A direct shot without any warning. This girl was always like this, attacking suddenly without a word. Young people these days don't follow the rules of martial arts. I touched Yumi's head, watching her enjoy being touched. I patted her gently, then made an expression of carefully tasting it. Yumi bit her lip. She knew I was teasing her again. Damn it, she didn't want to be passive like this. Thinking about it, Yumi suddenly blinked her eyes, raised her hands to her ears, made a cat paw gesture, tilted her head, opened her eyes wide, and meowed. Watching me stunned in place, Yumi couldn't help it anymore and covered her belly laughing. The interaction between the two attracted a lot of attention from passers-by. I sighed helplessly. If your students and colleagues saw you like this, I don't know what would happen, Ice Goddess Teacher Yumi. Yumi hummed, proudly lifting her swan-like fair neck. I won't let them see. Only you, husband, can see it. Feeling like I had been hit by a direct shot again, I wondered if this precious wife was doing it on purpose or unintentionally. If it was on purpose, it would be terrifying. But if it was unintentional, it would be even more terrifying, wouldn't it? Yumi, who was holding her head high, suddenly had a gust of cold wind blown into her neck, and she immediately shrank and burrowed into my arms. After I hugged her neck to warm her up for a while, this girl became active again. At this time, where did the ice goddess appearance go? She was completely just a child. Several little girls passed by, wearing cat ear-shaped sparkling headwear, which attracted Yumi's attention. Seeing my wife standing there, her eyes following the cute girls as they passed by, I smiled and asked, "Want one?" No, Yumi's eyes drifted. So a few minutes later, she had an ornament on her head exactly the same as the cat ear headwear we just saw. This type of ornament was extremely cheap, completely incomparable to the thousands of dollar clothes and hundreds of thousands of dollar jewelry I bought her. But Yumi was very happy, even deliberately standing in front of me and shaking her head, intentionally showing off the pair of cat ears in front of me. If you wear this home, you'll definitely attract all the babies' attention. Maybe the babies will even come over to snatch your cat ears. Hey, hey, hey. Yumi laughed foolishly and continued walking toward home. Before long, we passed a snack street, and the smell of food from the street stalls made Yumi unable to move. Husband, I want to eat. Wasn't it just a moment ago that you felt full? Why is wife's digestive ability so strong? Hungry again when you see something good. Snacks, main courses, and desserts are stored in 3 different stomachs. Yumi was speaking nonsense seriously. Her serious appearance made people feel like it was true. If you eat too much and get a stomachache at night, I won't feel sorry for you. Just don't come looking for me in the middle of the night. I'll probably be sound asleep by then. Is that so? Yumi blinked. But why, husband? When you say this, your eyes are drifting. Can you look into my eyes and say it again? If you get a stomachache, I won't feel sorry for you. Halfway through, I sighed. All right, there's nothing I can do about you. Who wouldn't really care about their own wife? It's just that I'm worried she'll be uncomfortable and don't want her to eat it. So husband will feel sorry for me. Being tsundere is not allowed. He, husband, is also tsundere. You're tsundere. Your whole family is tsundere. If you get a stomachache, you'll be the one suffering, not me. Have you thought about it? Isn't my family just you, husband? So husband, you're admitting you're tsundere yourself? I don't care if I'm uncomfortable. I'll just look for husband. It's always right to look for husband when you run into things you can't solve. Ugh, you wrapped me in again. I shook my head and walked to a snack stall. After a while, I held a handful of grilled skewers in my hand. Yumi followed by my side, holding one in her hand and eating as she walked. After finishing it, her little mouth was greasy, and she immediately turned her head to look at me with anticipation for more food. However, a few hours later, in the bedroom at home, Yumi hugged her belly. Husband, my stomach hurts. See? I told you so. Let me rub it for you. Those who don't listen to their husband will suffer before their eyes. That's exactly you, my dear wife. Wow, husband is the best. I know I was wrong. Who asked her to be a glutton? Now she's the one suffering, not anyone else. One morning, I felt a sense of suffocation and was jolted awake from my sleep. Once I calmed down, I realized Yumi's arms were tightly wrapped around my neck. With her forehead pressed against the back of my neck, I could clearly feel every one of Yumi's breaths. To avoid being strangled again, I slowly turned over without waking her. I gently moved Yumi's arm from my neck. However, the moment my hand touched her arm, she suddenly tightened her grip. Husband, don't leave me. Fortunately, my reaction was fast enough to tilt my head away, avoiding the chokehold. Good grief, she was trying to strangle her own husband. It's okay, I'm right here. A moment later, the strength in Yumi's arms lessened. Perhaps because she was uncomfortable, she finally retracted her hands, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Looking at the light outside the window, the day had dawned. Today happened to be the Lantern Festival. More than half of the New Year holiday had passed. In a few days, everyone would have to return to work. Although Yumi was a university teacher and I was still a student, as long as it was winter break, we could stay in our hometown, but those who worked would return after the festival. After getting up, washing up in the bathroom, and changing clothes, I went around to the crib to look at the 3 babies who were still fast asleep. Second-born, the most troublesome child of the lot. When I looked up, I found that Yumi had already woken up and was sitting at the head of the bed watching me. Why not sleep a little longer? No. Yumi shook her head and then opened her arms. Come, fall into your sister's embrace. Although Yumi was indeed a few years older than me, it was fine for her to call herself sister. Sensing something unusual, I still walked to the bed to hug her. Yumi took the opportunity to lie in my arms, a happy smile blooming on her face. I pinched her ear and lowered my head. Is there anything you want for breakfast? If the missus speaks, I'll get you whatever you want. Anything is fine. I love whatever you make, husband. As long as it's made by you, that's enough. After breakfast, I started feeding the 3 babies. However, the firstborn, who was usually very obedient, suddenly started acting up while I was feeding him. The little one kept twisting and turning, looking quite uncomfortable. I noticed he was even constantly pushing his tongue against his little mouth. At this moment, my mother, who had finished breakfast, walked over. "What's happening?" "Mom, firstborn doesn't seem comfortable. He's always been cooperative with feeding, but this time he's refusing." Hearing this, Yumi, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, quickly ran over. "What's wrong with firstborn?" Mom bent down to examine him carefully and teased him a little. She gently pried open the baby's mouth and looked inside, then laughed. "The little guy is teething." "Teething?" Yumi and I were startled. As new parents, we thought there was something wrong with him. It was a false alarm. Looking at the scene before me, I felt an inexplicable emotion. The feeling of witnessing an important milestone in a baby's growth gave me a sudden realization. This is what it truly feels like to be a father. At that moment, the system's voice sounded, "Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of witnessing the baby's first tooth. Reward: 12% equity in BYD Group and a new energy battery technology file." System, you're not playing by the rules with these gifts, are you? You can even award BYD shares? That's too generous. Besides the equity, the system also directly included a technology package. I realized that this 12% equity made me the second largest shareholder of BYD. I would find a time later to hand over this new energy battery technology and exchange it for even more shares. With that resolution, I gently picked up firstborn. "Firstborn, fly high, you really are daddy's lucky star." Other people give their wives gifts like flowers or diamond rings, but I'm different. I directly gifted my wife, Yumi, a private jet. After the Lantern Festival, I said, "Mom, Dad, we're leaving. That's enough for the send-off." Yumi and I held hands, each pushing a stroller. "Sato, you've grown up, and I'm confident in how you handle things. But since you are a husband now, you must prioritize your family." "Don't worry, Dad, I know. You don't trust your own son? You passed all your good qualities down to me." "Sweetie, don't just push everything onto Sato. Mom knows it's hard for you to teach students, but when it comes to things at home, try to share the burden with him," my mother-in-law said. "Mom, I know. You don't need to worry about that. Your daughter isn't the type to be lazy." The parents on both sides gave their children advice, the reluctance to part visibly apparent. My mother looked at Yumi and then the babies with teary eyes. "I'm so reluctant to see you go. Doesn't the school's winter break have a few more days? Can't you stay a few more days? What nonsense are you talking about?" Before Yumi and I could answer, my father snorted in annoyance. Mom pouted and slapped Dad on the arm. She was truly reluctant to part with Yumi. She liked this daughter-in-law too much. Not only was she beautiful, but her personality was great, and the two of them got along so well that when they went out, they were often mistaken for sisters. "All right, Mom and Dad, we need to go through security. If anything comes up, call Yumi and me. If you miss us, you can come over anytime." "Oh, right. If you're coming to Shanghai, you must tell us in advance. No need to buy plane tickets," I added mysteriously. The four elders didn't understand, but nodded anyway, and then they slowly and reluctantly left the airport. Yumi leaned against my arm, watching her parents' backs fade away, her eyes slightly red. After a pause, she looked up at me and smiled gently. Although she was leaving Mom and Dad, her most beloved husband was by her side, and the 3 babies were there too. She had her own home now. Later, in front of the security officers, I took out a credential under Yumi's puzzled gaze. Upon seeing this document, the security officer's eyes widened, and his attitude immediately became respectful. He spoke into his walkie-talkie. A moment later, a beautiful flight attendant in high heels came tap-tapping toward me. She bowed and said, "Mr. Sato, the plane is ready." "Husband, what are they talking about?" Yumi asked curiously. The flight attendant to the side felt a bit strange. Mr. Sato's wife didn't know they had bought a private jet. The attendant glared at Yumi, undetectable by others, her eyes filled with deep envy. It's one thing to be this beautiful, but her husband is also this handsome, and they are rich enough to own a private jet. She considered herself a goddess in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the end, she was just a private jet attendant for someone like them. Of course, those who could serve on a private jet were far better in salary and ability than ordinary flight attendants. "Remember when we were preparing to come back? I said I had a gift for you? You'll see it soon." Yumi thought for a long time before remembering. "Oh right, I totally forgot. Husband, what is the gift?" "You'll know in a moment." I led Yumi, following the attendant. Our family went through a special private channel and quickly entered the boarding gate. After passing through the cabin door and entering the plane, several flight attendants stood in a row. They bowed in unison. Hello, Mr. Sato. We are the one-on-one cabin crew assigned to you and your family by the private aircraft management group under Gulfstream Airlines. We are happy to serve you. Until they finished introducing themselves, Yumi stuttered. Husband, is this plane? Do you like it? This private jet is the gift I'm giving you. Are you satisfied? Why are you speechless? After taking a few deep breaths, Yumi asked, When did you buy this? What a huge gift. I tapped her nose. I told you before we came back that I wanted to give you a surprise. You might not know, but this plane is under your name. Let's go. I'll take you for a tour. I haven't really looked at the layout inside yet. Yumi, still excited and thrilled, naturally didn't refuse my suggestion. It wasn't that Yumi hadn't heard of private jets, but hearing about one is one thing, and seeing one in person, especially one in your own name, is another. This private jet gifted by the system had an interior designed entirely according to my and Yumi's aesthetic tastes, and it fully accommodated the 3 babies. Besides the huge lounge area, there were several bedrooms on the plane. Even the bedroom specifically prepared for Yumi and me had a panoramic skylight. Husband, you are too amazing. How did you know I liked this layout? This is so great. I love you, husband. 2 hours later, 2 flight attendants walked in front, pushing the stroller with the 3 children, while one attendant helped Yumi and me with the luggage. Before returning to Sichuan, I had driven directly to the airport, so my Land Rover Defender was left there. I drove the car and soon arrived back at the Gold Domain mansion. College was about to start, and the 3 babies were almost 6 months old. From the moment firstborn grew his first tooth, the 3 children had all started growing little teeth. I consulted a doctor and was advised not to be in too much of a hurry to add solid foods, but rather to observe the babies during meal times to see if they were interested in what the adults were eating. If the babies showed signs for a continuous period, we could gradually add small amounts of solid food. Most interesting part was that the babies could now sit with back support, though only for a few minutes before they would flop over. The more I looked at them, the cuter they became. I wished I didn't have to let them out of my sight 24 hours a day. Yumi felt the same way. Finally, the day of the new semester arrived. Wife, time to get up. School starts. You have to go to class. Yumi, still dazed with sleep, let out a moan. I don't want school to start. I don't want to go to class. Yumi's eyelashes trembled as she opened her eyes. Still dazed, she looked at me and flashed a beautiful smile. Good morning, husband. Good morning, my foot. Look at what time it is. School is starting. You need to go to class. Wake up. You are a teacher. If you don't get up, you'll be late. Yumi blinked. Oh, right, I'm a teacher. Even though she said that, she didn't move. I've been sealed. I need a hug from my husband to get up. I had no choice with this wife who loved to act like a baby, so I picked her up horizontally. Princess, time to wake up. Fearing Yumi would be late, I went to the bathroom to help her squeeze the toothpaste. Wife, if you don't hurry, you really will be late. You don't want to be late on your first day back, do you? Oh, right, I need to maintain my image. Seeing this, Yumi rushed in and brushed her teeth at lightning speed. 10 minutes later, Yumi stood at the front door with teary eyes, hugging me tightly. Husband, I don't want to leave the babies. I don't want to leave you. Husband, when I'm not here. I rubbed my forehead, laughing and crying. You're just going to teach a class, not going abroad. Why are you acting like we're being parted by death? When did my ice beauty become like this? Yumi immediately pouted. So why do I have to go to school as a teacher, and you can stay at home without going to class? Finally, Yumi put on her high heels, opened the door, and then turned back to wave at me. Husband, your wife is off now. Though the mountains are high and the waters are long, we are husband and wife. Before Yumi finished speaking, her cute mouth slightly open, she saw the door close. Open the door! Husband, open the door! I know you're home. If you have the ability to abandon your wife and children, you have the ability to open this door. I closed the door and leaned against it with a smile, listening to my wife's various thumping sounds against the door. This girl had become more and more of a drama queen lately. I shook my head, turned around, and opened the door. Yumi, who was just about to slam her palm against the door, didn't notice, and her hand hit my chest instead. I took the opportunity to pull her into a hug. Act! Keep acting! I'm watching. Yumi rolled her eyes and immediately beamed. Husband, give me a parting hug before I go. I hugged Yumi for a good while before she happily got into the elevator, all the way to the parking lot, and sat in the car I had bought for her. She drove that BMW, the one she hadn't driven for a while, and before long, Yumi entered the school. After parking in the lot, she took out a small mirror to check herself. She put the mirror away and patted her cheeks. "Good ice, teacher. Yumi is back." The cute smile on her face gradually faded, and the now transformed Yumi opened the door and stepped out. As Yumi walked proudly in her high heels, people passing by began to discuss. "I feel like Teacher Yumi looks much prettier after a holiday, and her aura is becoming more and more powerful. I almost didn't dare to say hello just now. She's the perfect cold goddess." No one knew that Yumi, whom they saw as a queen, was thinking to herself, "I wonder what husband made for me for lunch. I want to open it and see right now. Damn it, I have to go to work, but husband can stay home with the babies. I want to eat ribs at noon. I hope husband made that." Teacher Yumi? Yumi was lost in her own world, and Jiang Yu called her several times without a reaction. After a long while, Yumi was startled. "Oh, it's you, Teacher Jiang. You scared me." "Teacher Yumi, you seem to have become much prettier. Cosmetics are really becoming more and more powerful nowadays." As she spoke, Jiang Yu couldn't help but reach out to poke Yumi's face. But as soon as her fingertip touched it, Jiang Yu's eyes widened. "No makeup? I thought you used some high-end products. This skin is too good." Yumi's face turned slightly red. "My husband is the best cosmetic. While I was at home taking care of the kids, I suddenly received a phone call. Is this Mr. Sato? I am Wang Chuanfu, the president of BYD." I was startled, only then remembering that I had previously obtained shares in BYD. I looked it up later. I discovered that I had become the second largest shareholder of BYD, right after the founder, Wang Chuanfu. "So it is, Mr. Wang. I don't know what you need?" "Mr. Sato, it's like this. The new board of directors meeting for BYD is about to be held. I hope to meet with you and chat before the meeting." I immediately understood Wang Chuanfu's thoughts. The BYD shares the system gave me were collected from several small shareholders. Before it took control, no one owned more than 10%. Now that a second largest shareholder with 12% suddenly appeared, Wang Chuanfu was feeling a bit uneasy. Thinking of this, I smiled. "Actually, I also have some things I want to give Mr. Wang." "I wonder what Mr. Sato wants to give me." Wang Chuanfu was confused. What could this new second largest shareholder give him? For example, some battery technology that is more advanced than what is currently on the market. This technology can significantly improve the charging efficiency and battery capacity of new energy vehicles. After I finished speaking, Wang Chuanfu's breathing on the other end of the line became rapid. What was the biggest limitation for new energy vehicles? Without a doubt, it was battery technology. I wonder if Mr. Sato can talk about it. Wang Chuanfu couldn't help but feel expectant. This was likely a leap-forward breakthrough. With a dedicated charging station, it can charge for 10 minutes and cover 500 kilometers. Such technology wouldn't be too far beyond current battery science. Even if I didn't provide it, BYD, with its scientific research investment, could barely achieve it eventually. But if BYD could get this technology 5 or 6 years early, it would instantly leave all other car companies in the dust. Wang Chuanfu could almost see a future where BYD swept across all other car companies. "Mr. Sato, where are you now? I will come to see you in person to discuss it in detail." I smiled. "I am at Gold Domain Mansion in Shanghai. I will be waiting at home for your arrival." "Good, Mr. Sato. I will be there tomorrow." Wang Chuanfu's excited voice couldn't be suppressed. This problem that had been plaguing their company was likely about to be solved. After finishing, I hung up the phone. I believed that with this technology, I could definitely exchange it for more shares from Wang Chuanfu. I only needed the dividends. I'd leave all the management to him. In the evening, Yumi came home happily after class. Husband, tomorrow is Saturday. Should we take the babies out to play?" I shook my head. "Tomorrow won't work. We are having a guest over tomorrow, a very important VIP." Yumi looked at me with curiosity. "We rarely had guests at home, so who could it be?" "You should have heard of him, BYD President Wang Chuanfu." Yumi's mouth went wide. "Why would he come to find you?" "Did I not tell you?" I smiled and put a piece of beef she loved most into her bowl. "I am the second largest shareholder of BYD." "You didn't say that." Yumi looked at me with puffed cheeks. Then her gaze suddenly became strange. Husband, do you have any other hidden identities? A few, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. What are they? What are they? Yumi's eyes shone. Are you a hidden cultivation master in the city? Or a 1,000-year-old demon crawled out of an ancient tomb? Are our babies mixtures of humans and supermen? Will they suddenly fly into the sky and turn into light at 18? I looked at Yumi, who was full of wild imagination, and felt my head covered in black lines. This girl's imagination was too rich. That night, the 3 little angels were fast asleep in the crib, while Yumi faced me with a pair of beautiful, wide eyes. I looked helpless. You've been staring for almost 10 minutes now, wife. What are you thinking? Yumi blinked and then said, Husband, when are you going to transform? She truly believed I was Superman. Before she finished, I gently tapped her head. Does your mouth not have a steering wheel? Or does your brain not have brakes? Where did you learn to run off at the mouth like this? Born with it, Yumi hummed proudly. Of course, it might also have been passed down from Mom. My mouth twitched slightly. Speaking of which, my mother, Wang Feng, was indeed a bit of a chunibyo, delusional teen, but her attributes were well hidden because of her age. Around 10 o'clock the next morning, I suddenly received a call from Wang Chuanfu. The other party had not only arrived in Shanghai, but their car was already in front of the gate of Gold Domain Mansion. I glanced at Yumi, who was wearing home pajamas, sitting cross-legged on the bed and munching on melon seeds while watching a drama with zero regard for her image. I'm going downstairs to pick up a guest. Okay, husband, go on, go on. Yumi kept her eyes on the TV and waved her hand dismissively. I left the house and soon arrived at the entrance of the residential area. Wang Chuanfu was about 50 years old, but he looked younger than his actual age and showed no signs of aging or weight gain. Wang Chuanfu, who had recognized me from photos in advance, immediately showed a bright smile and walked over to shake my hand. Mr. Sato, hello. It is better to meet in person than to hear about you. Mr. Sato, you are even more charismatic than in the photos and news. Merchant's praise cannot be entirely believed. I smiled slightly and let go after shaking his hand. Mr. Wang, because I am at home taking care of the children, please forgive me for not welcoming you from afar. Not at all. Mr. Sato, this is my assistant. This is the head of the group's legal department, and this is an expert in the field of battery research. Mr. Sato, where shall we talk? Let's talk in detail at my home. I led the 4 of them back to my place. Husband, you're back! Yumi came out. This must be President Wang of BYD? Hello, I am Sato's wife. My name is Yumi. Yumi completely dropped the sloppy posture she had when I left. She was clearly dressed up and had changed into a decent and slim-fitting outfit. Although she smiled, her temperament was cold, making it clear that the smile was out of basic politeness. Wang Chuanfu recovered after a short period of distraction, but the people behind him, even his female assistant, were stunned. They stared at Yumi blankly, first shocked by her heavenly appearance, then feeling breathless due to her high cold temperament and powerful presence. Seeing this, Yumi secretly glared at me, thinking, Husband, did I give you a lot of face? Ahahaha. Even without verbal communication, I clearly understood the meaning in their eyes. Excuse me, this is my wife. Mr. Sato, you are so lucky to have such a beautiful wife. Truly enviable. Wang Chuanfu followed me into the house. Upon arriving in the living room and seeing the 3 babies in the activity area, Wang Chuanfu was shocked. Are these triplets? Twins are not rare, but triplets are a rarity. Mr. Sato, you really make people envious. You flatter me, Mr. Wang. Let's talk in the study. Under my guidance, everyone walked into the study. Yumi soon came in with a tray, put down a few cups of tea and said softly, Husband, Mr. Wang, you talk, I'm going to check on the children. As soon as she left the study and closed the door, the cold temperament on her face instantly vanished. She ran to the 3 babies and hummed happily. Babies, babies, did you see that? Mommy was super amazing just now. Daddy must have been shocked too, ha 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 ha. At this time, I opened the safe in the study and took out a thick file. Mr. Wang, this is the brand new battery technology I mentioned yesterday. Seeing this, Wang Chuanfu and his group sat up straight. Their spirits instantly lifted. Wang Chuanfu took a deep look at me and opened the file after receiving it from my hand. He jumped over the technical details and skipped directly to the final summary, then handed the file to the battery expert beside him. Wang Chuanfu stared at the expert's face and found his expression becoming increasingly excited. He made a decision in his heart. Since that's the case, let's get straight to the point. Mr. Sato, what are your insights into the future of BYD? As soon as these words were spoken, a flash of amazement crossed the eyes of the female assistant. They had followed Wang Chuanfu for so long and had never seen him ask someone else for their opinion on the future of BYD. As the founder and president of BYD, Wang Chuanfu appeared amicable, but when it came to BYD, he had always been absolutely decisive and arbitrary. I wouldn't dare give insights. I shook my head. My greatest hobby is accompanying my wife and children at home. With 3 cute babies, what more could I ask for? I have no interest in BYD's management rights, and I will not threaten you. That was the signal I was conveying. Things didn't need to be pointed out too clearly. Wang Chuanfu understood, so he turned and nodded to the lawyer. They had prepared several contracts before coming, with slight differences in detail. A while later, the expert finally finished reading all the technical documents. He looked up excited. President Huang, this data is feasible. It not only includes the principles of the new battery, but even the specific design plans and production processes are complete, along with the matching new charging pile technology. Suppressing his joy, Wang Chuanfu asked, "Can the new charging piles be improved on the basis of old ones?" Absolutely. The difficulty of modification is not high. We don't need to struggle to rebuild new charging piles from scratch. Hearing this, Wang Chuanfu finally laughed heartily. Mr. Sato, what do you want in exchange for this technology? I smiled. 10% of the equity. Of course I only want the dividend rights. I don't want anything else. Wang Chuanfu thought for a moment and made a decision in his heart. Regarding the distribution of shares and rights, it needs to be written into the contract. That is natural, including the management rights of the shares I already hold. It can also be stated in the new contract that I don't want them. Thinking of an additional source of income, I felt great. Yumi, who was enjoying a love-filled lunch in the office, was currently worried about my birthday. What are you thinking about? Jiang Yu, who walked in after eating, happened to see Yumi deep in thought. Yuan Tong, who followed Jiang Yu, also looked over with a curious gossip expression. Yumi thought for a moment. It wasn't something that needed to be hidden, so she waved to Jiang Yu and Yuan Tong. Sato's birthday is coming soon, and I don't know what to give him. Hearing this, Yuan Tong sighed. I really envy your relationship. At least you still want to give each other birthday gifts. That man in my house, he only made special preparations in the first few years of marriage. And now it's all just calling people out to eat. I can't do this, I'm being sourdosed. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes. Why does a single girl like me have to eat your dog food every day? Even if the two of you aren't both here, you can still feed me dog food. This is too much. Dog life is life too. So what exactly should I give Sato? Yumi asked for help. She really couldn't think of what to give. Yuan Tong thought seriously for a while and asked, Sato? Calling him that feels so strange. Never mind, let's put it this way. You know what your husband likes, right? What does he like? She certainly knew, but Yumi found it hard to say out loud. She became evasive, and her face turned slightly hot. Yuan Tong and Jiang Yu looked at each other. Something's fishy. Yuan Tong was in her 30s, but Jiang Yu was about the same age as Yumi. She was a young girl without as many inhibitions. Seeing this, she immediately prepared to tickle Yumi. Your expression is very interesting. Hurry up and say what your husband likes. Yumi immediately surrendered with both hands. That, Sato likes watching various anime. Yuan Tong didn't react, but Jiang Yu's eyes widened, as if she realized something. No way, you have such a beautiful wife, and he still likes paper people? 2D characters? What, paper people? Yuan Tong was confused. She didn't watch anime and didn't understand young people's slang. Is it some kind of card game? Jiang Yu quickly explained the slang to Yuan Tong. After hearing it, Yuan Tong's expression became subtle. Well, that's even easier to handle. Just dress up as a paper person yourself. It's such a simple matter. No, it won't work. Yumi quickly shook her head. Even though she didn't do this often at home, she would do it from time to time. It wasn't fresh anymore. Kyo was oblivious. She tilted her head in confusion. Usually this teacher was airheaded and careless, yet she always seemed unusually sharp at critical moments. She felt as if she had discovered something incredible. I say, Teacher Yukino, surely you don't woo-woo-wah at home too, right? Yukino, blushing furiously, quickly reached out to cover Kyo's mouth. Fortunately, only the three of them were in the office. Otherwise, if an outsider had seen Yukino like this, it would have been another headline. Although Kyo was silenced, Yukino's expression confirmed that she had guessed correctly. Kyo opened her mouth, eventually sighing. You two really know how to play. So suggest something else. This one has no originality. Help me think of something quickly. Kyo scratched her head, feeling a headache, and eventually gave up in frustration. If all else fails, why don't you just wrap yourself in silk ribbons and tie a big bow? Then just tell your husband, the gift is me. Won't that work? Tell me you aren't being serious. Yukino stared at Kyo with a stern face. Under Yukino's gaze, Kyo instinctively shrank her neck, putting on an "it has nothing to do with me" expression. Tawa suddenly laughed. This is how you do it. And that's how you do that. Yukino's eyes began to sparkle. After hearing Tawa's advice, Yukino was in high spirits. Over the next few days, she began preparing secretly. Doing this behind my back made Yukino feel very excited. But no matter how thrilled she was inside, she didn't show much on the surface. Her actress side seemed to be getting stronger. Finally, in Yukino's immense anticipation, the night before the scheduled Saturday arrived. Husband, I'm home! As soon as she entered the door, Yukino quickly changed into her slippers and ran into the house, throwing herself into my arms. I skillfully caught Yukino and took the opportunity to spin her around a few times, making her emit a bell-like laugh. Why so happy today? Yukino blinked, her eyes curving into crescents. She reached out and gently pinched my cheek. Because tomorrow is another happy day to rest, isn't it? Just that? I felt something was off. Even though Yukino was hiding it well, I sensed something unusual from the traces, but I didn't think too much of it. Yukino stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed my cheek, then said happily, Husband, how about we go out to play tomorrow? Looking at you, you've already chosen the place. Sure, my dear wife, wherever you want to go, your husband will accompany you. MMHMM! Yukino nodded her head and took out a flyer from somewhere. Sichi Forest Hot Spring Resort. Going to a hot spring in spring? I'm a bit surprised. Don't you know? Yukino started counting on her fingers. Spring hot springs have so many benefits. You can regulate your body, treat insomnia, and calm your mind. Looking at my wife's longing, I couldn't help but feel the same. I looked at the 3 babies. At 6 months old, they clearly weren't suitable for hot springs. 4 hours is neither long nor short. It's inconvenient to drive the Land Rover, especially with the kids, so I decided to use the RV for a change. You agreed. Yukino was overjoyed. Everything was within her expectations. She knew I wouldn't refuse, so she had everything ready early on. I agreed. I pinched Yukino's nose and laughed. I'll go book the room now. No need. I already booked it in advance. Yukino looked at me with surprise, her expression saying that if I refused, she would start acting out. I felt I had less and less of a way to deal with my wife, but I have to spoil her. As long as it isn't an unreasonable request, I usually won't say no. Hey, I knew my dear husband would never reject my proposal. Here's a kiss as a reward. After that, Yukino hugged me and planted a kiss. The next day, after the couple had a wonderful lunch at home and fed the babies their solid food, we prepared to set off with the little angels. Entering the underground garage, as soon as I sat in the cockpit, my phone chimed. I pulled it out and saw a text from my mother, Wang Fang. Son, happy birthday, wishing you a happy life and a happy family. Reading the long list of blessings, I was stunned. Today is my birthday? I felt a bit emotional. Since graduating high school and coming to Shanghai for college, I'd been away for every birthday, only receiving messages and calls. In fact, I never remembered the date of my own birthday, and I don't know when I lost interest in celebrating it. I quickly replied, "Thank you" to Mom, reminded her and Dad to take care of their health, and then turned on the GPS, started the RV, and drove out of the garage. Following the navigation, I finally arrived at Seichi Forest Hot Spring Park around 6 p.m. It was called a manor, but it was actually a resort hotel built in a pseudo-antique style. The surroundings were lush with forests. Stepping out of the car, I took a deep breath. The air here was truly fresh, away from the hustle and bustle of the city, which lifted my mood. "Welcome to Seichi Forest Hot Spring Park, sir." As I stepped out, a waiter who had been waiting for us immediately bowed. I nodded and tossed him the keys, then returned to the car to help Yukino unload the stroller. We put the babies in and pushed them through the gates. We handed our small suitcase to another attendant and followed the first one into the manor. "You have booked our top suite. Welcome, and we hope you have a pleasant weekend." I stood beside Yukino and smiled. She'd booked the best one, but money wasn't an issue, and comfort was what mattered most. Standing in the room, Yukino looked out at the sea of trees, swaying in the spring breeze, and cheered. "I think the environment here is great." Yukino walked around the room and suddenly heard a voice from afar. Husband, there's a kitchen here, and the fridge is fully stocked with ingredients." I walked over, arms crossed with a playful look. "All right, what do you want to eat tonight?" Hey! Yukino's eyes twinkled. "It's a rare trip. Why would I let you cook? There are professional chefs in the hotel. Just have one come over." As it was a hot spring hotel, I hadn't seen a hot spring since I arrived. So I asked Yukino, "By the way, where is the spring? Our courtyard has an independent spring. I don't want to go to the public ones." Yukino pouted. Since she finally came out with me, she naturally wanted to enjoy the springs together. If we went to public springs, there would be others around. She only wanted a world for the two of us and didn't want to be disturbed. "I'll take you to see the spring." Yukino took my hand and led me through the living room. I was stunned. The scene before me was beautiful. The garden without walls was full of blooming flowers. "It's even better than I expected. You have great taste." "Of course." Yukino immediately put her hands on her hips, feeling smug. "Doesn't it feel great to have a wife like me?" After looking at the spring, Yukino and I returned to the room. A chef in a tall hat was busy in the kitchen. The two of us sat opposite each other, immersed in the sunset, chatting while eating. Occasionally, our eyes would meet, and Yukino would immediately offer a beautiful smile. Suddenly, Yukino's phone buzzed. She took a peek and saw a message from the hotel. "Ms. Yukino, all arrangements are ready." Yukino started giggling. "I'm gonna give husband a big surprise tonight. After dinner, it wasn't good to jump into the hot spring immediately." So Yukino and I weren't in a hurry. We pushed the stroller and walked along the path with the 3 babies. Suddenly, a man and a woman walked toward us, arm in arm. After getting closer, the woman froze. Yukino heard someone calling her. She turned, her expression changing slightly. "Meng Shueki, is it really you?" The woman called Meng Shueki smiled. She had short hair and exquisite makeup. Seeing Yukino, Meng Shueki's smile was a bit strange and forced. "I didn't expect to run into you here. It's been years." "It has been years. Is this your boyfriend?" "My fiancé," Meng Shueki said with a smile. "Hello, I'm Wei Hui." The man called Wei Hui was dressed like a successful person, a tailored suit and a clearly expensive watch on his wrist. He stared intently at Yukino. This woman is much more beautiful than my fiancé. But soon he sensed a gaze that made his skin prickle. Wei Hui shifted his gaze to me, stunned. As for the man standing there, height, body, and looks, he was crushed in every aspect. "I hope he's not richer than me." "Hello, I'm Sato, Yukino's husband," I introduced myself. Meng Shuichi's eyes were practically glued to me. This man fulfilled every fantasy she had for a male god. Unfortunately, from start to finish, I only kept my gaze on Wei Hui for a few seconds, while she was but a flash of light. "She's married," Meng Shuichi thought, "and she even has 3 kids? I didn't expect that Yukino, whom I once looked down on, would find such a great husband." Yukino and Meng Shuichi were having an awkward conversation, totally different from how she was with Su Qingyan earlier. It was clear their relationship wasn't great. I looked down at Yukino. "Wife, let's go." I wrapped an arm around Yukino's waist and kissed her on the forehead right in front of them. Meng Shuichi and Wei Hui's mouths twitched. Good grief, they're showing off their affection right in front of us. Yukino smiled, nodded, waved to Meng Shuichi, and left with me and the kids. On the way, I looked at Yukino, puzzled. "Honey, you two don't get along?" "She's the one who started it," Yukino pouted and explained. "Before I went to Munich to study after high school, I spent a year at a university in China. She was my roommate then, the one from the wealthiest family. She was as proud as a peacock and always gave me cold, sarcastic remarks. Maybe it's because you're prettier than her, so she's jealous. My wife's excellence is incomparable." "Hee, are you praising me?" "But I like how well you speak, husband." "Say more, I love hearing it." I'm telling the truth. I never hold back on praising my own wife. If I don't praise you, should I praise other women? Hee hee, you sound so sweet. Here's a kiss. And she gave me a peck on the cheek. You're quite impressive, though. Normally, people finish their doctorate at 30. You're a doctor, you spend a year in college here before going abroad, and you're still only 26. Now you know I'm a genius. Yukino became even smugger, looking up at me. Husband, I've crushed you in terms of education. That's how it is now. I raised an eyebrow. But the future isn't certain. Yukino was startled. Husband, are you planning to continue your studies? She never doubted that her all-powerful husband could achieve an even higher degree. Taking last semester as an example, I spent almost all my time at home, yet I got full marks in all subjects on the final exam. That caused quite a stir among the faculty. Once I earned a doctorate, the only thing she had over me would be gone. Still, Yukino naturally wouldn't stop me from being better. I was also seriously considering continuing my studies. While for most, a degree is about making money. From my perspective, I don't lack money now. But people need spiritual pursuits. Self-improvement is a good thing in itself. The sky is getting dark. Husband, let's go back for the hot spring, Yukino said suddenly. The environment at the resort was excellent. Because there was no light pollution, you could see the stars at night. In my memory, besides seeing stars at my grandmother's home in the countryside, I hadn't seen so many since middle school. I had planned to go with Yukino, but she acted mysterious and told me to go ahead while she went back to the room to fiddle with something. I stepped into the hot spring. Phew. After my whole body was submerged, I sighed, leaning my back against the edge and looking up at the starry sky. A moment later, I heard footsteps. I turned and was instantly stunned. Yukino had piled her long hair up and was carrying a tray with red wine, 2 glasses, and some small snacks. Husband? Looking at me, Yukino's smile was like a flower. She carefully tested the water temperature with her toe and stepped in little by little. She reached my side, sat down, and let the tray float on the water surface. One shouldn't drink in a hot spring if they care about their health. I checked. I tilted my head to look at Yukino. Her hair was wet, with beads of water sliding down her beautiful neck to her shoulders. What's wrong? Stunned? Yukino kissed me cheekily, poured 2 glasses of wine, and said, "Come on, husband, let's drink." I followed her lead and drank. Who drinks red wine in a hot spring? Aren't we doing it? Yukino put down the glass, picked up a flour cake, and held it to my lips. Come, husband, have a bite. I kissed her finger. Is this the legendary life of an immortal? Yukino laughed and rested her head on my shoulder. We leaned against each other. Silent, but nothing felt strange. They say the best friends are those who don't feel awkward even if they say nothing. This applies to a husband and wife too. Yukino enjoyed the feeling of resting on me. No need to find topics, no need to think about anything. Just enjoying the peace. Suddenly, Yukino pointed at the night sky. So many stars, husband. That's Venus, that's Polaris, I explained to her. Then a meteor streaked across the sky. Wow, a meteor! A meteor! Husband, make a wish. Yukino grabbed me excitedly, folded her hands, and closed her eyes. After making the wish, she opened her eyes. Husband, what did you wish for? Didn't you say if you say it out loud, it won't come true? Heaven's secrets shouldn't be leaked. I want to know. Tell me secretly, heaven won't know. Yukino made a secretive gesture. She looked adorable. I smiled at Yukino. I wished for the babies to be safe and healthy for their whole lives. Eh? What about the babies? Where am I? Yukino widened her eyes, sounding dissatisfied. Seeing the smile in my eyes, she gave me a headbutt on the chest. HMPH, husband. You're teasing me again. She submerged herself in the water, bubbles popping from her lips like a cute little girl. Suddenly, a sharp whistle broke the silence. I looked up to see a beam of fire rising, then exploding against the stars. Fireworks bloomed. I froze. The blooming fireworks formed 2 lines. Happy birthday, dear husband. Sato and Yukino must be together forever. This is what Yukino prepared. I linked her abnormal behavior over the last few days. Had she been preparing for weeks? Husband. Yukino's voice echoed in my ears. She looked at me with happiness. Happy birthday. And I love you, love you, love you so much. This is really... Wife, don't cry. I'm not crying. The wind blew sand into my eyes. Yeah, sand. A man wouldn't cry. But inside, I was truly moved. Yukino kept laughing, but her eyes moistened too. She gently wiped the tears from my eyes. Husband, thank you for appearing in my life. I love you. Thank you. I held Yukino, kissing her forehead. Thank you for appearing in my life too. After calming down, I asked, this shouldn't have been your idea, right? Tell me, whose was it? Yeah, you caught me. Yukino returned to her silly self. It was Teacher Toa. Yukino explained how she had asked Kyo and Toa in the office about what to get me. So it was Teacher Toa. I didn't expect her to be so romantic. Actually, I contributed too, Yukino hummed. Teacher Toa only suggested that since your birthday falls on a Saturday, we should have a romantic trip. Everything else was my idea. You've put a lot of heart into this. I pinched Yukino's nose. This silly girl made me love her more every day. I was moved. I know, I saw. You were moved to tears, husband. If I had known, I would have filmed it to watch every day. You dare bully me? See if I don't teach you a lesson. I picked her up and headed back to the room. The next morning at home, Yukino woke up muttering, Please, heaven, bless us to stay together forever with such a perfect husband. Please. Please what? The sudden voice made Yukino open her eyes, only to see me staring at her with a smile. Husband, it's strange. Why do you always wake up the moment I do? It had happened more than once, and she felt something was off. I have good sleep quality. An hour or two of deep sleep stores enough energy for the day. I can adjust myself to wake up with you. Wow, that's amazing! Yukino snuggled into my arms, reluctant to leave the blanket. It was Monday again. The ice beauty teacher had to return to school. The three little angels were still sleeping. After dressing up, Yukino looked at herself in the mirror with a satisfied smile. After a lovely breakfast, Yukino played her usual act, reciting lines from dramas like a professional actress before parting. Once she had her fill of play, she hummed a tune and drove to school. I stayed home reading and caring for the kids. For a long time after, life was mundane and peaceful. I occasionally uploaded cute videos of the babies to the streaming site. Without realizing it, the fans of the Three Little Angels exceeded 100,000. My own account also had nearly 500,000 followers. And with the 100K achievement, the system gave another reward. Congratulations for reaching 100K fans. Reward: a villa in Star Moon Bay, fully decorated and ready to move in. The system gave me a villa just like that? Star Moon Bay wasn't on the Bund, but it was in the most prosperous area of Shanghai. It was built like a forest park. There was no doubt this was the wealthiest district in the city, where the richest of the rich lived. I had the liquidity to buy one, but I hadn't thought about it. Yukino and I were very satisfied with our current home. But since the system provided it, let's go take a look. If it's really good, moving there would be nice. That evening, Husband, I'm home, Yukino shouted from the entryway. You're back. Wash your hands and let's eat. After dinner, we're gonna see our new house. Yukino paused. New house? Husband, did you buy a new one? Yes, in Star Moon Bay. I haven't seen it myself. Let's take the kids and check it out. Yukino didn't show much shock. She was no longer that poor teacher stuck in a 30 square meter rental. I had given her a supplementary card for my black card, and her own bank account was stocked with millions. She was a little rich lady now. Husband, why buy a house? Too much money to spend? The villa has a garden. When the babies get older, they'll have more fun playing there, won't they? Logical and convincing. Yukino put on a serious, funny face. After dinner, I drove the family to Star Moon Bay. After showing ID at the gate, the security verified us, gave us access cards, and registered the car. Husband, these security guards look different. Yukino looked at them with suspicion. They're probably retired veterans, I said. I had the martial arts master skill, but even so, I could feel a faint sense of pressure from them. Usually I could take on 10 people, but against these guards I'd be at a disadvantage if 2 or 3 jumped me. Wow, the environment is so beautiful. Yukino looked around from the car. It wasn't just a park, it was a residential area built inside a forest park. The investor's capabilities were clearly extraordinary. I got out, opened the trunk, and the guard diligently came forward to help assemble the stroller. After the babies were out, the guard handed over a stack of documents. Mr. Sato, Ms. Yukino, this is the information on Star Moon Bay. We flipped through it. The property services were comparable to a 5-star presidential suite. Catering? You could order from the 8 major cuisines or international dishes. You could have a chef cook at your home, or hire a butler or maid through the property. The butlers and maids offered had graduate degrees from top universities. I raised an eyebrow. That education was higher than mine, but neither Yukino nor I wanted to hire anyone. Mr. Sato, do you need anything else? No, thank you, I nodded politely. You're welcome, Mr. Sato. Enjoy your life here. The guard stepped back respectfully. This is a life fit for an emperor, husband. Yukino flipped to the maid section, pointing at the young, beautiful photos, looking at me with a playful smile. I don't need any maids. Not tempted at all. Really? Yukino dragged the word out. And here I was thinking about dressing up as Sakuya Izayoi for you today. Guess it's not needed. That, at least, please must be kept. Please! I immediately tossed aside my dignity, turned, and bowed to her with hands pressed together. Yukino laughed, amused by my antics. She hooked my arm. Husband, let's go look. I parked in the underground garage. Inside, there were 8 parking spaces and an elevator leading straight to the house. I took the elevator to the ground floor and walked into our new home. The first floor was a luxurious, massive living room, big enough for a party. Besides the living room, there was a palace-like dining room, a media room, a gym, and storage. Upstairs was a huge bedroom. Wow, husband, this bathtub is so big. It feels like a pool. Why does she always focus on the bathtub in new homes? Don't you like it, husband? I love it. Let's move in tomorrow. Sure, you go to work tomorrow, I'll have the moving company help, and you can just drive here after work. The second day, I was at home, and I began to organize the remaining items for the move. The villa was already fully furnished and decorated, so the transition was seamless. By the time Yukino returned from work, we were officially residents of our new home. Looking at the spacious, modern design, Yukino felt like she was dreaming. It was a brand new chapter for our family, and I held her close as we watched the sunset from the garden. Everything is perfect, she whispered, and I couldn't agree more. But as a good friend, Kyo still acutely sensed that Yukino seemed off. She quietly walked behind Yukino and, listening carefully, faintly heard a soft humming sound. Yukino was actually humming a song at an extremely low volume. Kyo narrowed her eyes slightly. Teacher Yukino, you are in a very good mood today, aren't you? The voice suddenly coming from behind made Yukino turn around. She smiled slightly at Kyo. It is quite good. I moved. As soon as Yukino finished speaking, many teachers in the office looked over. Toa even said with surprise, Teacher Yukino, you moved? I remember you lived in Kinyuhuafu. Why did you move all of a sudden? It's Sato. He bought a house in Star Moon Bay. He said we are moving there today. Gulp. Keo swallowed her saliva. Teacher Yukino, are you sure it's Star Moon Bay? As a resident of this city, there's no one who doesn't know Star Moon Bay. So today was Yukino's first day moving to Star Moon Bay. Yukino looked at Kyo with a curious expression. Treat us? Kyo raised her voice slightly. Don't you treat people when you move into a new home? That may be so, but Yukino figured out Kyo's ulterior motive after a moment of thought. On the other side, Tawa also leaned in. That's right, Teacher Yukino. What a big, joyous event. You can't skip treating us. Yukino thought about it and decided that having them over for a meal wouldn't be a problem. She immediately called me and quickly explained what had just happened. I laughed immediately. No problem. Invite everyone over to have fun. But no need to go out. Just do it at home. Yukino nodded and happily hung up the phone. She then told the teachers in the office. Then, everyone is welcome to come to my house as guests tonight. In the evening, something unexpected happened to the teachers. My wife, Yukino, was going to bring her colleagues over to tour our new home.